I groaned softly, feeling a sharp pain in my heart. That familiar voice rang in my ears again. Jiang Yuan. Being able to take the blame for our high phone is a blessing you have earned in several lifetimes. I closed my eyes, and a chill filled the air, as if everything was frozen. At that moment, a thought came to my mind. Have I died and entered another world? But the coldness before my eyes made me completely unable to understand. How could there be such ice and snow after death? I tried hard to prop myself up and wanted to turn over, but I felt cold all over, as if the whole world was turning pale before my eyes. Snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the ground thickly. I took a deep breath of cold air and coughed until I almost suffocated. My chest rose and fell violently, and my blood seemed to be frozen. The blood in my mouth seemed to have condensed into frost and dripped onto the snow. Hey, why is he vomiting blood? I heard a mocking laugh, and then the mocking voices of several people came into my ears. The voice was so familiar that it made me feel sick. I stared at the man in front of me with great effort. It was Liu Kaishan, the man who had cursed my family. He stood under the light at the door, his face serious, as if forcing me to make a choice. In an instant, I realized that all this was not real. I knew clearly that I was reborn and returned to the Spring Festival of 1979. It was from this moment that all my nightmares began. I chuckled and gradually calmed down. My eyes swept around, and those past scenes and the pains of the past appeared before my eyes one by one. Those nightmares related to the Liu family have been deeply engraved in my heart. Liu Kaishan in front of me. I clearly remember that he betrayed me and destroyed my family, and all this started because of this family. I couldn't help but laugh. My fingers dug into the cold snow. The chill quickly seeped into my bones, bringing back memories of my past life. I used to be Liu Yuan, the youngest son of the Liu family. I was born into a wealthy family and had no worries about food and clothing. Until that day, when I was 20 years old, everything turned into a bubble. I went from Liu Yuan to Jiang Yuan, from living a life of luxury to falling into poverty. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, as if I was back to the moment I least wanted to recall. The man who claimed to be the biological son of the Liu family, with a dirty face, cried and found Liu Kaishan. When the truth was revealed, I realized that I was just a fake son who was adopted by mistake, and Liu Haifeng was the real heir of the Liu family. I was expelled from the Liu family and sent back to Taiyinyagu, a poor place with cold winters and snow weighing down the roof beams. I went from being a child of a rich family to such a low point. Life became extremely difficult, and I had to struggle for a living every day. At that time, I could hardly believe it, but in the end I had no choice but to accept it. I used to have a tough character and dreamed of returning to the Liu family, but after returning, I found myself in deeper despair. When the Liu family came to my door again and asked me to take the blame for Liu Haifeng, my heart began to waver. Liu Kaishan promised that as long as I took the blame, I would be able to restore the Liu family's prosperity and live the life I once lived after I was released from prison. I naively believed his promise and took the blame for Liu Haifeng, spending 3 years in prison. However, when I was finally released, I saw nothing but betrayal. My wife and children were still living in a dilapidated house, and their lives were even harder than mine. At that moment, my heart was broken. So, I began to plan revenge. I found Liu Kaishan's address, and the hatred in my heart burned like a raging fire. I decided that revenge must make Liu Kaishan personally taste the despair he once brought me. Many years later, I finally found out that the fire that destroyed my family was actually caused by Liu Kaishan. He lit the fire himself in an attempt to cover up everything, and I was lucky to escape. But my family members were all buried in the fire. After my rebirth, I stood in front of the Liu family's door. With every step I took, the pain deepened. The rage in my heart was like a raging flame, burning every inch of my skin. I regarded this as my last battle, vowing to avenge my deceased wife and children. When I stood in front of the Liu family's gate, Liu Kaishan's face turned pale. He knew that nothing could be changed. He began to beg me to let him go. After all, we had a father-son relationship for 20 years. He hoped that I would give up revenge and accept his money and benefits. My eyes were as cold as ice, and I couldn't help but sneer at his words. What can your Liu family's money buy? Your family once destroyed everything I had. My family all died in that fire. Liu Kaishan was stunned. He didn't expect that I had completely changed. I was no longer the child who was willing to endure humiliation to survive, but a man full of hatred, an avenger who wanted to make the Liu family pay with blood. Your Liu family is rich, but can this money buy lives? How much are your lives worth? I looked at him with a sneer, and the hatred in my heart grew more intense. Liu Kaishan was obviously panicked when he heard the anger in my words, and he began to tremble. I can give you money, 100, 200, or even 300. He kept begging for mercy. I looked at him coldly and slowly raised my hand. It's too late. As soon as I finished speaking, I clenched my fists, ready to take his life in my hands at any time. At this moment, Liu Haiying suddenly rushed out from the yard, and she shouted anxiously, "Jiang Yuan, don't do anything stupid. Let your father go." She stood in front of me, looked at me coldly, and said with contempt, "If you really kill my father, your wife will be a widow for life, and your children will bear the reputation of a murderer." My heart suddenly sank, and memories of my past life flooded into my mind. The sight of my wife Gu Xiangwan holding the child's body made me loosen my grip instantly. Liu Kaishan lay on the ground, coughing violently, and his life was about to be taken away. Liu Haiying continued to sneer. "You said that Liu Haifeng is the true descendant of the Liu family. Then you should leave and never think about entering the Liu family again." Liu Haifeng hurriedly ran out from behind, grabbed his sister's sleeve, and said, "No, sister. He has to take the blame for me. We can't let him go." I watched all this with a sneer. Today is the Spring Festival, which should have been a day for family reunion. But for me, the hatred brought by the Liu family has already occupied my heart. I looked at Liu Kaishan and said in a low voice, "I will not kill you today, just as I repay the kindness of 20 years. Your life will be kept for the time being." After I finished speaking, I turned and left, snowflakes flying behind me, and the wind and snow blurred my back. Tainyagu, the houses in this village are built on the mountain. In the cold winter, the snow weighs down the roof beams. The sun rarely penetrates the windows here, and only shines into the house at noon. Gu Xiangwan sat cross-legged on the kong, sewing clothes. Zhao Aihong walked into the room, and the cold wind blew in through the crack in the door. Gu Xiangwan shivered, and Zhao Aihong said with concern, "It's late. Don't do it anymore. Your eyes will hurt." Gu Xiangwan smiled and said, "It will be fine once this dress is finished. It will be perfect for when the baby is born." Zhao Aihong looked at the fabric in her daughter-in-law's hand and felt sad. She knew that her family was poor and couldn't even afford new fabric. "When the second son comes back, I'll have to talk to him. He's about to give birth, but he ran so far away." I was mentioned. The room suddenly became quiet. Gu Xiangwan sighed silently in her heart. Where is he now? Today should have been a day for family reunion, but he went somewhere else early. I bowed my head and sighed, feeling uncomfortable. Gu Xiangwan, her mother-in-law Zhao Aihong, spent 30 yuan as a betrothal gift to bring her from her parents' home and rescued her from the quagmire. The whole family treated her well, except for her husband, Jiang Yuan. Before marriage, Gu Xiangwan remembered the first time she met Jiang Yuan. He was standing under the big willow tree at the entrance of the village. The branches gently brushed his shoulders. His posture was upright, and his temperament was completely different from the Zhuang men in the village. But after marriage, Jiang Yuan's indifference and silence disappointed her terribly, and the sweetness she imagined never appeared. Every sleepless night, Gu Xiangwan could only watch her husband turn his back to her and toss and turn. Fortunately, she still had the care of her parents-in-law. Her father-in-law Jiang Yuan and mother-in-law Zhao Aihong treated her like their own daughter, and her elder brother and younger sister were always close to her. Her life was much better than that at her mother's home. Gradually, Gu Xiangwan began to lose confidence in her husband and lived only with her children and the elderly. Her mother-in-law, Zhao Aihong, sighed and said, "Let him go wherever he wants. If his heart is not in this family, we are sorry for him." Gu Xiangwan held her mother-in-law's hand and said with a smile, "Mom, what are you talking about? Life is already very good." Her eyes were full of tenderness. "When the child is born, our family will have 3 generations. Good days are still to come." Zhao Aihong looked at her sensible daughter-in-law and felt really sorry for her. She couldn't help but complain about her unreliable son. It was snowing outside, and the gate had been locked early. The strong wind made the wooden door creak. Suddenly, there seemed to be a knock on the door, and the wind blew the sound away. Zhao Aihong shouted to the outer room, "Old man, go out and take a look. Who would come to our house at this late hour?" Jiang Yuan walked out the door with a cigarette in his mouth and clothes on. His thin figure swayed in the wind. He walked to the door and squinted his eyes to look out. "Who is it?" "It's me, Jiang Yuan." I stood outside the door shivering, rushing back from the county in the snow. The snow on the mountain road was knee-deep, and it took me a lot of effort to get home. Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect his son who ran away could come back. He quickly opened the door and said, "Come in quickly. It's very cold." My hands and feet were numb from the cold. When I walked to the door, I could vaguely hear the kind voices in the house. Suddenly, I hesitated and didn't know how to take this step. To me, everyone here is a relative who has been lost and found again. I couldn't take a step forward, feeling an indescribable emotion in my heart. Jiang Yuan patted me on the shoulder and said, "Why are you standing there? Why don't you go in?" The threshold was so high that it made me feel heavy, as if it separated two worlds. I used all my strength and finally crossed the threshold. The warmth of the room rushed over me, and the warmth of the Kong made me feel at ease instantly. Zhao Aihong and Gu Xiangwan were both stunned. Obviously, no one thought that I could go home. I looked at my parents, my wife with a big belly, my older brother and younger sister, and I was overwhelmed with emotions and speechless. In the eyes of my family, I was still the good-for-nothing son. I took a few steps forward and opened my mouth, but found that I had nothing to say. Suddenly, my knees weakened and I fell to my knees. "Dad, Mom." As soon as I cried out, tears welled up in my eyes. Zhao Aihong and Jiang Yuan were both stunned, and after a moment, their faces were already covered with tears. Many years ago, when they learned that the son they had raised for 20 years was not their biological son, they left without hesitation. But today, when I spoke again, they were both surprised and delighted. I calmed myself and continued. "I was ignorant before and didn't see how good you were." My eyes were getting redder and redder. I thought about the past when no matter how late I stayed out, the meals at home were always warm, the clothes in the closet were always clean and tidy, and my brother was reluctant to eat them, so he always brought back white flour buns for me from the factory. I slapped myself hard and said sincerely, "From now on, I will be your son, and I will be filial to you together with my elder brother." I choked up. Everything in front of me reminded me of the fire. I felt a pain in my heart, afraid that all this was just a dream, and that the moment I opened my eyes I would return to my lonely life. But before I could finish, Zhao Aihong had already gotten off the Kong, hugged me, and cried, "Son, mother's flesh. You are the lump of flesh that I risked my life to give birth to. You heartless wolf cub, why don't you feel sorry for your mother?" She hugged me tightly, and the warmth and the sound of her crying in my ears woke me up completely. It was not until this moment that I was sure that all this was real. "Mom, I'm sorry, please forgive your son." Zhao Aihong looked at me with tearful eyes, carefully wiped away the tears on my face, and asked, "Will you never leave in the future?" I held her hand, shook my head and said, "No, I won't leave anymore. I will stay with you and eat the food you cook." Zhao Aihong wanted to raise her hand to hit me again, but she couldn't help but gently stroke the top of my head. "Good boy, my dear son, stand up quickly. Does it hurt to kneel down?" I helped my mother stand up and looked at my father who was smoking quietly. Jiang Yuan took 2 puffs of his cigarette and nodded. "Now that you are back, live a good life. You are also a father now." Being a father, I suddenly slapped my forehead and almost forgot the most important thing. My emotions fluctuated so quickly that I only cared about crying with my mother and forgot that my wife was still sitting on the Kong with her big belly. I quickly jumped onto the Kong and looked at my wife, my eyes full of concern. "Do you have a stomachache?" Gu Xiangwan was startled by me and leaned back, her eyes full of strangeness and doubt. She subconsciously protected her stomach. "I don't feel any pain." Zhao Aihong saw that I scared my wife and gave me a slap. "You are so scared, be steady. Xiaowan is about to give birth." I also knew that I was being reckless. Looking at my wife and her belly, I suddenly felt at a loss. The baby should be born soon, but why was there no movement? Gu Xiangwan looked at me with fear, holding her stomach and backing away. "What are you going to do?" I looked at Gu Xiangwan's heavy belly pressing on her thin body, and my heart couldn't help but tighten. Why did it feel so scary? "Why is this belly so big?" I asked. Zhao Aihong smiled and said, "The midwife checked and said there are 2 babies in my belly. They must be bigger than those of ordinary families." I turned my neck and felt a little stiff. "It must be dangerous. It's time to give birth." The door of this room is not tight. There are several layers of old newspapers on the wall. Some places are leaking and moldy. There is no sterile environment at all. How can you give birth to a child in such poor conditions? I picked up the quilt next to me and quickly covered Gu Xiangwan with it, and said anxiously, "Let's go to the hospital. The doctors in the county are definitely more reliable than the midwife." Gu Xiangwan was stunned when she heard this. Since we got married, our relationship has always been cold, and we don't talk much. She doesn't trust me at all. At this moment, she suddenly heard me say to go to the hospital. Her face changed, and she panicked. She quickly looked at her mother-in-law and said, "Mommy." Her voice was filled with anxiety. Zhao Aihong impatiently grabbed me and pushed me away fiercely. "You little bastard. You scared your wife. The mountain is blocked by heavy snow. How can we go to the hospital?" Zhao Aihong hugged her daughter-in-law with one hand and pointed at me with the other. "Look, the snow hasn't even reached your thighs." I felt unsure. The midwife in the village relied entirely on experience, and had no professional knowledge at all. How could she ensure the safety of childbirth? Just as I was hesitating, Jiang Yuan suddenly covered her stomach and cried out, "Mom, Mom, my stomach hurts." Zhao Aihong quickly laid her down, cursing, "You little bastard, you must have scared your wife." I watched my wife lie down. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on my forehead, and I stood there with my hands and feet trembling. Go to the hospital. Let's go." I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Zhao Aihong glared at me fiercely. "Why go to the hospital? How can Xiaowan walk with such a big belly in such heavy snow?" She pushed me out and immediately started to get busy. "Hurry up and find someone, a midwife." I was pushed out of the house and heard Gu Xiangwan's cries of pain from the inner room. My heart felt like it was being cut by a knife and my hands and feet went numb. The eldest brother Jiang Qing put on his coat and said, "I'm going to find the midwife." Everyone in the family started to take action. Jiang Tietuan added firewood to the stove. My younger sister Jiang Minmin was busy bringing hot water, and my eldest brother went out to look for someone. I was the only one standing outside the house, peeking through the crack in the door, feeling anxious and not knowing what to do. In my previous life, when Gu Xiangwan gave birth, I was sent to the police station to take the blame. I didn't expect her pain during childbirth to be so horrific. The sound made my head dazed and my heart was filled with fear, fearing that something might happen. Not long after, Jiang Qing brought the midwife back. The midwife was sent into the house, but the screams in the house became louder. Gu Xiangwan was usually gentle as water, but the pain at this time almost tore the roof apart. It was obviously not an ordinary pain. I turned around anxiously and saw my mother coming out of the house with blood on her hands. My eyes went dark and I asked anxiously, "What happened?" Zhao Aihong's eyes were filled with anxiety. The midwife said that Xiaowan is carrying twins. Dystocia is hard to deliver, and now the fetus is in an abnormal position. The baby is stuck in the stomach and can't be delivered. There was a buzzing sound in my head and my body was shaking. I bit the tip of my tongue tightly. The smell of blood made me sober up a little, and I thought of a solution quickly. The snow was too thick, and no matter whether we carried her on our backs or in our arms, we could not get her to the hospital quickly. There was no place to shelter from the wind and snow on the road, and if something happened, there would be almost no way to save her. My eyes lit up, and I thought of a solution: find a doctor. Xiaowan can't get out. I'll go find a doctor. Jiang Tietuan said. The nearest barefoot doctor is in the next village, and the entrance to the village is blocked. Where can we find someone? I rushed out the door and ran into the snow without looking back. I know a doctor I can find. Zhao Aihong called out to me a few times, but failed to stop me, so she had to go back into the house to continue helping. The heavy snow was scraping at my face like a knife. My trousers had been soaked through by the snow. The snow that had just melted in the house was now frozen into ice by the wind and was sticking tightly to my legs. It was freezing me to the bone. I couldn't care less about that. Even if I had to cut off my leg now, I had to find the doctor first. I know there is a doctor in the village. He is the resident physician at Baichao Garden in the county. Today, when he was collecting medicine, there was heavy snow and he couldn't go out, so he stayed at the captain's house. The village roads were cleared of snow every day, but this time the snow was very thick, more than 2 feet deep, and it crept into my shoes along my ankles. My feet were numb, but I didn't care. I gritted my teeth and ran forward, thinking only, faster, faster. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. I'm Jiang Yuan. Open the door. I banged on the door loudly, and the sound was heard far away. Soon after, a man walked out of the room. Who is it? It's late at night. Everyone is asleep. I shouted anxiously. Jiang Yuan, my wife is having a difficult labor. Isn't there a doctor living in your house? I'm here to ask him to come and save her. The captain saw clearly that it was me and said quickly, Jiang family kid, come in quickly. I'll call someone for you. I nodded gratefully and followed the captain to the West House. The captain knocked on the door and said, Dr. Jiang, there is a young woman in the village who is having a difficult birth. Please go and take a look. I heard no movement in the room, and I became anxious. I pushed the captain aside and started banging on the door. Doctor, my wife is having a difficult labor. Please help, save her. I knocked several times in a row, and finally a man in his 50s came out. He had a full beard and a steady look in his eyes. Let's go. I grabbed him, carried him on my back, and ran away, the wind whistling in my ears. Although Jiang Yuan is an old doctor, his legs are not as young as mine. After running a few steps, he started coughing, obviously unable to keep up with my pace. I was so anxious that I bent down and carried him on my back and ran home. I'm offended, Dr. Jiang. As long as you can save my wife, I will be grateful afterwards. Jiang Yuan was on my back, feeling dizzy, and the cold wind blew into my neck. I looked down and saw that my face was red from the cold, and I didn't know when one of my shoes was lost. But I didn't stop and kept running quickly, thinking that if I could bring the doctor back earlier, my wife would be less in danger. When we got to the door, I kicked it open, put Jiang Yuan down, and handed him the medicine box. Please, the lives of my wife and children are in your hands. Jiang Yuan said nothing more and opened the door curtain to enter the room. Before he saw the woman in labor, a pillow suddenly flew over and hit him directly, knocking him out again. When a woman is giving birth, why would a man come in and intrude on her? Shameless old dang. Chapter 5 Born. Jiang Yuan was hit on the head, and the pillow rolled to Jiang Yuan's feet. Jiang Yuan kicked the pillow away, looked at the midwife inside, and stretched out his hand to block the door. The midwife is an experienced midwife in the village. She has the final say in the delivery room and blocks the door, refusing to let anyone in. Jiang Yuan stared as he listened to Gu Xiangwan's wails, which were getting louder and louder. Get out of the way. What bad luck is there? It's not as important as my wife's life. The midwife refused to let him in with a fierce look on her face. How unlucky it is for a man to enter the delivery room. I've been delivering babies all my life, and I've never seen a man in the delivery room. No entry. Jiang Yuan was furious. He pushed her away and dragged Jiang Yuan into the delivery room, saying, I don't believe that. Whoever can save my wife's life will be my benefactor. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll chop her into pieces with a knife. The midwife had never seen such a rude man. He exuded a murderous aura and looked like he wanted to eat people. Jiang Yuan couldn't care less about so many things. Whether it was unlucky or not, nothing was more important than human life. He pulled Jiang Yuan to the edge of the Kong and asked him to feel his pulse. Please, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yuan took Gu Xiangwan's pulse with 2 fingers. His eyes swept across her face. Then he lowered his eyelids to carefully examine her pulse. Jiang Yuan was watching from the side. He was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat in such a cold weather. When he saw that the doctor didn't say anything, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. After 3 or 4 minutes, Jiang Yuan withdrew his fingers, went straight to the Kong, and put one hand on Gu Xiangwan's stomach. The midwife's eyes almost popped out, and she was about to scold. Jiang Yuan glared at her with a fierce look, scaring the midwife so much that she stood there in a daze, shrinking her neck and not daring to utter a word. Jiang Yuan pressed his belly and said, It is indeed a difficult birth. It is not easy to give birth to twins, even though the period is full. We must use strong medicine. Otherwise, if it takes longer, both the baby and the adult will be in danger. Jiang Yuan pinched the tiger's mouth tightly and said, You can use the medicine. As long as the patient is safe, I will use any medicine. Jiang Yuan looked at his serious expression, which did not seem fake, and he admired the young man even more. Nowadays, there are many cases of women dying on the Kong during childbirth due to some ridiculous separation between men and women, or because families are reluctant to spend money on their wives. Jiang Yuan has been practicing medicine for many years and has found people like Jiang Yuan who value human life the most. As he said this, he got off the bed and went to the medicine box, took out 2 pills, handed them to him, and said, These pills can boost your energy. First, keep the woman's energy going. I'll go boil the medicine right away. Jiang Yuan took it, moved closer to his wife, and said, Xiaowan, did you hear what the doctor said? Take the medicine and don't be afraid. You and the child will be safe. He gently parted his bitten lips and stuffed the pill inside. The bitter taste instantly exploded in her mouth. Gu Xiangwan barely opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her. A strange yet familiar face, with an anxiety that had never been seen before. If other people saw it, they would probably think that she and Jiang Yuan had a very good relationship. But Gu Xiangwan knew that this was the first time Jiang Yuan took the initiative to approach her. Gu Xiangwan was no longer able to distinguish between sincerity and falsehood. As long as it is good for the child, even if Jiang Yuan feeds her poison, she will eat it without hesitation. Jiang Yuan looked at his wife's pale face and wiped the sweat off her forehead distressfully. Don't be afraid, Xiaowan. You have suffered, but you will be fine. Just hold on. Gu Xiangwan held back the pain in her stomach, grabbed her husband's wrist, and said word by word with her eyes wide open. Jiang Yuan, save my child, otherwise, I will hate you forever. Hate him? Gu Xiangwan herself didn't know either. Ever since she came to this family, she has been invisible in front of Jiang Yuan, but she has never suffered any other grievances. I can only say that she is lucky to have met a kind-hearted family who are willing to treat her well. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how to live her life. Jiang Yuan held her with his backhand, and Gu Xiangwan's slender wrist seemed like it could be broken with a little force. He looked seriously into Gu Xiangwan's eyes, which were full of hatred, and walked over to her without dodging, saying, "Don't worry, you and the child will be fine. Xiaowan, you can hate me or blame me. As long as you are well, I, Jiang Yuan, will be your slave from now on." After Gu Xiangwan finished speaking, she gradually became unconscious due to the pain and slowly closed her eyes. Jiang Yuan kept talking in her ear. His tone was anxious and deep, stimulating her will to survive. "Gu Xiangwan, your child hasn't even crawled out of the womb yet to see the world. You have to be alive to continue hating me. Gu Xiangwan, you are not allowed to sleep. The medicine will work soon and the pain will go away soon, Xiangwan." Jiang Yuan only felt that Gu Xiangwan's hand holding him was gradually losing strength, and he suddenly exerted force and pulled his wife back into his arms. Seeing her holding her stomach and dying, Jiang Yuan thought of the charred corpse in the fire. His heart tightened, and the fear was like a wave of the river or sea, drowning him layer by layer. "Doctor, doctor, come on. Xiaowan, Xiaowan, Gu Xiangwan. Don't sleep. Hold on. Please don't give up, I beg you." Jiang Yuan tucked the corner of his robe into his waist, holding a bowl of medicine, and walked in quickly. He handed the medicine bowl to Jiang Yuan, unfolded his acupuncture bag, and said, "Give her the medicine and I'll give her the acupuncture." Jiang Yuan pinched Gu Xiangwan's chin and fed him a spoonful of food, which flowed out from the corners of his mouth. He was so anxious that he was furious. He simply took the medicine bowl, took a sip himself, put it against her cold lips, and passed it into her mouth. "Take a sip of the medicine." Jiang Yuan lifted Gu Xiangwan's chin slightly with 2 fingers, allowing the medicine to slide down her throat. Seeing that she didn't spit it out, he was delighted and fed her a few mouthfuls of medicine in succession, finishing all the medicine. He half held his wife in his arms and watched Jiang Yuan give her acupuncture needles on her stomach, head, wrists, and several important acupuncture points. Not long after, Gu Xiangwan suddenly gasped and opened his eyes. Jiang Yuan said quickly, "Xiaowan, you will have more strength after taking the medicine. Don't be afraid. The doctor is here. You and the child will be safe." Gu Xiangwan's ears were blurry, so she couldn't hear what he said. The drug was taking effect, and she just kept pushing forward with all her might. The midwife and Zhao Aihong were both standing at her feet, supporting her legs and pressing her belly. "I see the end. Push harder, push harder." Zhao Aihong propped up one of Gu Xiangwan's legs and said, "Good boy. Hold on a little longer. Keep pushing. It will come out soon." Gu Xiangwan took a deep breath and stuck out her tongue to bite, but Jiang Yuan was quick to stuff his arm into her mouth. Gu Xiangwan didn't care what was in his mouth. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He bit down hard, and when he strained his stomach, he felt as if something was flowing out from between his legs. Wow, wow. A baby's cry broke the dawn, and a hint of dawn appeared outside the window. Jiang Yuan listened to the child's cry, and joy finally appeared in his eyes. He leaned over to Gu Xiangwan's ear and said softly, "Xiaowan, did you hear that? Our child is born." Zhao Aihong was overjoyed holding the child. "The first one is a girl. Look at her face, so tender. She looks exactly like Xiaowan." The midwife rolled her eyes and said, "She's just a girl. What's there to be happy about?" However, because there was also the evil spirit Jiang Yuan in the delivery room, she did not dare to say these words and only said, "There is another one in the belly. Both must be born." Chapter 6 Twins. The first one was born, and with Jiang Yuan keeping her alive with injections, the second one came out very quickly. "It's a kid." Zhao Aihong held the child in her arms, smiling so hard that her teeth were showing, and hurried out to tell her family the good news. Jiang Yuan was immersed in the joy of the birth of his child when his arms suddenly felt heavy. He looked down and saw Gu Xiangwan lying dizzy in his arms, her face pale and unconscious. Jiang Yuan's hands and feet instantly turned cold, and he looked at Jiang Yuan with pleading eyes. "Doctor, she." Jiang Yuan held the silver needle between his fingers and quickly dropped it on her body. He pinched her pulse with one hand and carefully diagnosed. She fainted because she ran out of energy. "I'll leave 2 prescriptions for her. Give them to her in 2 hours, and she'll be fine." When Jiang Yuan heard that there was nothing serious, he gently placed his wife on the Kong, covered her with a quilt, got off the Kong, and led the doctor out. "Thank you so much today for saving the lives of my wife and children." Jiang Yuan bowed and said, "If you need me in the future, just ask me. I will definitely repay you with all my strength." Jiang Yuan packed up his medicine box and said, "I am a doctor. It is my duty to treat illnesses and save lives. There is no question of reward." He looked up at the person standing in the house, closed the medicine box, and said, "The road is slippery in the snow. Please give me another ride." Jiang Yuan responded without hesitation. He said a few words to his mother and then went out with his medicine box. Jiang Yuan smiled, stroked his beard, looked at his feet, and said, "Young people have a lot of energy, so they can't go out barefoot in the coldest days of winter." Jiang Yuan looked in the direction he was looking and realized that one of his shoes was missing. His socks had long been soaked by the snow, and only now did he realize how cold they were. Jiang Qing, who was standing next to him, quickly kicked his shoes over and said, "Wear mine first." Jiang Yuan stepped in, then extended his hand and escorted Jiang Yuan out. On the way, Jiang Yuan took out a medicine bottle from his cloth pocket and gave it to him. "This is an ointment for external application. It can heal wounds. The bite marks on your arms are quite deep. Remember to apply it once in the morning and once in the evening." Jiang Yuan thanked him repeatedly. "I'm sorry to bother you to come here on such a snowy day. How much do you think I'll charge for the consultation and medicine?" Jiang Yuan said, "Just give me $5 for the consultation fee. It's just that the herbs are more expensive. Those 2 essence pills are made of top-grade herbs." Jiang Yuan said quickly, "Just tell me what you want. It's all worth it. My wife's life is saved thanks to you." Jiang Yuan was about to say something and looked at his face in the light of the snow. Jiang Yuan felt like he had something to say that was difficult to say, so he asked, "Is there anything wrong with her being my wife?" Jiang Yuan pondered over it and said, "The mother's body is very weak and her uterus is damaged. It will be difficult for her to have children in the future." Jiang Yuan's originally tense heart relaxed in an instant, and he said, "Having a pair of twins is already a great blessing, so if we don't want to have them, then don't have them. It's just that, will my wife's health affect her life expectancy?" Seeing that he was not the kind of pedantic man who only pursued many children and happiness, and that he really cared about his wife, Jiang Yuan said a few more words. "I don't know how you, as a husband, take care of your wife. The mother is weak and has been suffering from long-term malnutrition. She has lost a lot of energy this time and must be well taken care of. Otherwise, she will be left with a disease that will last a lifetime." Jiang Yuan felt his ears burning when he heard this. He had never paid attention to nutrition before, and the couple lived like strangers. "You taught me that, but I don't know how to regulate my body. I'd like to trouble you to prescribe 2 doses of medicine for me." Jiang Yuan quickly said, "The price is not important. As long as it is good for my wife, I will use it no matter how expensive the herbs are." Jiang Yuan stroked his beard, smiled and nodded, and said, "Look at the heavy snow. I can't go out for a while. I can stay here for a while. I'll go check your pulse every other day, and we'll settle the medicine bill together at the end." Hearing this, Jiang Yuan was completely relieved. Others may not know this old man, but he knows everything clearly. The Baichao Garden in the county has a great background. The first 2 years were a time of panic, and everyone was in danger. Many prominent figures had to sleep in the cow sheet. But Dr. Jiang Yuan remained unscathed from beginning to end. Even during the period of collective economy, the plaque of Baichao Garden was still hanging on the door lintel. It can be seen that he has a prominent background. At least no one in the county dares to touch him. It was just a coincidence that he suddenly remembered what happened in his previous life today and asked Jiang Yuan for help. Otherwise, with the heavy snow blocking the mountain, even if Gu Xiangwan had a difficult delivery, she would have had to leave it to the midwife to decide her life or death. It all depended on God's will. Jiang Yuan sent the person back and walked back slowly. The child was born, and Gu Xiangwan was lying well on the Kong. His heart was filled with warmth. I don't know how to describe my current mood. I didn't have the chance to see the scene of a child being born in my previous life, but now I see it with my own eyes in this life, and only then do I realize how dangerous Gu Xiangwan was at that time. Moreover, in the previous life, if Jiang Yuan had not been here to give me acupuncture and medicine, it would have definitely been more difficult and painful. When Jiang Yuan thought of the 2 new lives waiting at home, the sound of children crying rang in his ears over and over again. The day had already dawned, and the experience of this night seemed like a lifetime ago. The child was like a clear dividing line, completely separating him from his previous life. It clearly and loudly shows that this is a new life. Jiang Yuan returned home and saw his parents, brothers and sisters surrounding the 2 children, and his love for them was beyond words. Zhao Aihong called him. "Come and see your daughter and son. They are both very pretty." Just now in the delivery room, Gu Xiangwan was in critical condition, and Jiang Yuan didn't take a good look. Now he stretched his head to look inside the swaddling clothes, and immediately frowned. Why is he so wrinkled, like an old man? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Aihong punched him and glared at him, saying, "How beautiful. This is how it is when a baby is born. The baby changes every day and will become more beautiful as he grows older." Jiang Yuan couldn't see what was so pretty about these 2 little monkeys, but that didn't stop him. As a father, from adoring them. He looked around for a while, then went into the house to look after his wife. Jiang Yuan lay on his side beside Gu Xiangwan, dipped his fingertips in water, and gently wiped away the blood from the bite mark on her lip, his eyes full of guilt. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that I looked at my wife's face so closely. Although Gu Xiangwan's face was pale and gray, it was not difficult to tell that she was a pretty beauty. If she could smile, she would be radiant. Jiang Yuan gently brushed away her hair and murmured, "Whether you will forgive me or not, I will always stand by your side, protecting you from wind and rain, and never let you suffer again." Gu Xiangwan's frail body was lying under only a thin layer of blanket. Jiang Yuan held his wife's hand carefully, fearing to disturb her. He just lay on the calm, curled up, and slowly fell asleep. After a night of running around and a lot of ups and downs in my mood, I can finally have a good night's sleep without any worries. Jiang Yuan kept saying in his dream, "Xiaowan, I'm sorry." Chapter 7 Apology. The early morning in Taiyigu is exceptionally quiet. Smoke rises from the chimneys of every household, mixing with the morning mist and being blown away by the north wind in a blink of an eye. Jiang Yuan crawled out of the bed and put on a cold cotton jacket. He shivered, and his sleepiness disappeared instantly. He stretched, rubbed his hands, and was about to go out when he saw that his elder brother Jiang Qing had already gotten up. "Brother, why are you up so early?" Jiang Qing was a little stunned when he heard his younger brother calling him brother. Then he came to his senses and said, "I'm rushing to work at the factory. Today is the day shift, so I have to get there early." Jiang Yuan stood under the eaves with his arms folded to avoid the wind and said, "The mountain road is not easy to walk on, so be careful." Jiang Qing looked at him, took out a wad of change from his pocket, handed it over, and said, "My sister-in-law just gave birth, and both she and the baby need nutrition. I asked Dr. Jiang yesterday. I have to take the medicine continuously. It will probably cost a lot of money. Take these first. These are what I saved from working in the factory over the past 2 years. Although it's not much, take them for emergency use." Jiang Yuan quickly refused. His elder brother worked in a steel factory as a temporary worker, earning 12 yuan a month. He didn't know how long it would take him to save up the money he had. He felt uneasy about accepting this hard-earned money. "Brother, I'll figure out the money issue myself. I can't take this money. You take it back." Jiang Qing felt happy when she heard him calling her big brother in a natural and intimate way. "I just thought that my younger brother was young and ignorant. But now that he has suddenly become a father, he has completely changed. He is more filial and talkative than before, and he knows how to care for people. This is a good thing. As the eldest brother, he will definitely be happy for him and for this family." Jiang Qing then forcefully stuffed the money into his hand and said, "What can you do? Since you treat me as your elder brother, you should be more generous. You can earn more money after spending it. You can't be careless about the health of your brother, sister-in-law, and children." After Jiang Qing stuffed the money in his pocket, he turned around and left. Jiang Yuan watched his elder brother walk out of the courtyard. The stack of change in his hand felt hot. In his previous life, his family might have cared about him in this way, but because he was blind, they never took it to heart. Or maybe even if they saw it, they pretended not to see it and acted like an ostrich that only knew how to escape. This will never happen again in this life. He will never take anyone's feelings lightly again and will support this family with all his strength. When Jiang Qing returned to the house, Zhao Aihong had already boiled a pot of hot water in an enamel basin and said, "Bring it in and wipe it for your wife. Be careful to tuck in the corners of the quilt so that the wind doesn't blow." Jiang Yuan took it and went into the house. In a flash, he saw that Gu Xiangwan had woken up and was lying on her stomach looking at the child. Seeing him come in, Gu Xiangwan just looked up and turned her head away without saying anything. Jiang Yuan wrung out the towel in hot water and stood at the edge of the Kong. He wanted to wipe his wife's face, but was afraid of scaring her, so he tentatively reached forward and said, "Wipe your face, it's warm." Gu Xiangwan reached out his hand, took the towel, and wiped it, then returned it to him without saying a word the whole time. Jiang Yuan wanted to ease the situation, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that this was how he treated his wife in the past, and now that it happened to him, he actually felt uncomfortable. After despising himself in his heart, Jiang Yuan wrung out the towel and handed it over. Watching Gu Xiangwan fumbling and washing herself in the quilt bit by bit, he sat beside her and said, "Xiaowan, I was sorry to you before. It was all my fault. Now I understand that people should live well in the present day and treat the people around them well." Jiang Yuan felt that if he wanted to rebuild their relationship, he needed a sincere apology. Regardless of whether Gu Xiangwan would forgive him or not, he had to make his attitude clear first, face up to his past mistakes like a real man, and give his wife a clear and sincere apology. I don't ask you to forgive me right away. As long as you can give me a chance to treat you well and stay with you for a long time, I will prove my feelings myself. Every word Jiang Yuan said fell into Gu Xiangwan's ears, but she didn't know whether she should believe it or not. When she gave birth, she remembered Jiang Yuan scolding the midwife, remembering him braving the wind and snow to call the doctor, and remembering him saying, "My wife's life is the most important." But all these could not cover up his former indifference. Gu Xiangwan didn't know how he got through those sleepless days and nights. From the day she became pregnant, she completely realized her husband's indifference, which would never be changed in her lifetime. She has decided to live her life with her child and parents-in-law. But Jiang Yuan's sudden change broke her mentality. Her husband suddenly became more humane, started calling her dad and mom, started caring about her, and became eloquent, and his words were so sincere. Gu Xiangwan couldn't tell for a moment whether this was true or false. The hands scrubbing in the quilt gradually stopped. Gu Xiangwan lowered his eyelids, handed him the towel, and said lightly, "Got it." Jiang Yuan knew that she needed time, so he didn't ask any more questions. As long as she could give a response, that was good enough. He tucked in the corner of the quilt for his wife and said with a smile, "Lie down for a while. Today is the first day of the new year. Mom is making dumplings. I'll bring them in for you to eat later." As he was talking, Zhao Aihong pushed the door open, holding a bowl of rice in her hand, and scolded with a smile, "I don't know what you two are talking about." The brat didn't even go out to serve the rice. "Look, my daughter-in-law is hungry." Jiang Yuan chuckled, touched his head, and did not refute. Zhao Aihong was holding a bowl of dumplings. The black and yellow dumpling skin was made of corn flour. White flour was too expensive and the country people could not afford it. During the holidays, you can eat cornmeal dumplings. Even if there is some unsifted black skin mixed in, it is still delicious. It's stuffed with pickled cabbage. Mom added a lot of oil. It's very fragrant. Eat more. Gu Xiangwan was weak to begin with, and she felt weak all over after having just given birth to 2 children. She could only eat dumplings with the help of her mother-in-law. After eating 2 or 3, he couldn't eat anymore and shook his head and said he didn't want any more. Zhao Aihong didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of worry. Jiang Yuan looked at the vegan sauerkraut dumplings without any minced meat. He wondered how they could provide any nutritional value and started to feel anxious. If this continues, Gu Xiangwan won't be able to take good care of her health during the confinement period, and it would be serious if she develops a chronic illness. Zhao Aihong gave him a wink, and the mother and daughter went out to talk in the main room. Jiang Yuan saw his mother take out a cloth handkerchief from her waistband. It was wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. When she opened it, there was a stack of change inside. Some were wrinkled, some were folded, some were stained with oil. There was not a single big bill. All were scattered, all saved up pennies at a time. Zhao Aihong said, "Here is 20 yuan. Your father and I saved this money, and I borrowed 5 yuan from your uncle's family. It's all here." Jiang Yuan looked at the stack of money, then took out his eldest brothers and held them in his palm, his eyes warm. "Mom, I'm sorry for you." Chapter 8, Going Up the Mountain. Zhao Aihong patted him on the shoulder and said, "We are family, so let's not talk about different things. Your father and I don't have much ability, so just take this little money and give it to Dr. Jiang. Our family has never owed anyone anything, and we cannot save money on medical expenses. We need to get Xiaowan back to good health as soon as possible." Zhao Aihong glanced into the inner room and said in a low voice, "Look at Xiaowan. She can't eat much at one meal. I guess her milk supply is not good either. If a child doesn't have enough to eat, he won't grow. I heard that there are stores in the city that sell milk powder. It's nutritious and can be given to children. I don't know if this money is enough. Go to the city and buy it someday when the weather is good. We adults can eat a bite anyway, but children can't. It will hinder their growth and make them sick." Jiang Yuan listened to his mother's nagging instructions and was no longer impatient as before. He felt soothed and warm in his heart. This was what home felt like. Everyone cared about each other. It was more realistic and humane. He no longer refused because he really had no money. He sat on the table on the Kong, ate a quick bite of food, and then went out putting on his cotton jacket. Jiang Tietuan looked at his back, puffed on his cigarette, and said, "The second child has grown up, and it's different now that he's a father." Zhao Aihong was cleaning the table and agreed. That's what a real man should be like. Jiang Yuan took the money and went to the captain's house and went straight to Jiang Ziyuan's house. Jiang Ziyuan was sitting on the Kong reading a book with a quilt on his legs. When he saw him coming, he asked, "Is your wife awake?" Jiang Yuan walked over to the door now that the cold air had dissipated and said, "Thank you for your help. I'm awake now." He took out 10 yuan from his pocket and put it on the table, saying, "This is for your consultation fee." Jiang Ziyuan took a look and said, "The consultation fee is 5 yuan. You gave too much. Jiang Yuan respected him and said, I'll have to trouble you to make a few more trips these 2 days. My wife is not feeling well, and I'm really worried. Jiang Yuan closed the book and said, Your wife's condition is caused by long-term malnutrition. As long as she takes the medicine well and eats more tonic food, she will be able to recover after the confinement period. The medicines I gave you are all for your symptoms. If you want to prescribe something else, you can't find the herbs now. You have to wait until I return to the city. Jiang Yuan sat down with one leg on the edge of the Kong and said, To be honest, there are many places in our family where we need money. I have an idea. I wonder if you can agree with it. Jiang Yuan thought he wanted to buy on credit, so he waved his hand nonchalantly. Then just owe it to me first. There's no rush. Seeing that he had misunderstood his response, Jiang Yuan quickly said, No, I don't feel comfortable owing you anything. I thought that you came to Tainyagu to collect medicinal herbs. In this cold weather, you must not be looking for grass or plants. I guess you are looking for some wild delicacies. My family is an old hunter in the village. My father also went up the mountain to shoot when he was young. If you can give me a chance, I can go up the mountain to help you find it. As long as the lowest purchase price is acceptable, this way I can pay for your medicine and I can also help with the household expenses. Jiang Yuan bowed to him and said, What do you think? Jiang Yuan stroked his beard and looked at the young man with a smile. You are smart enough to guess the purpose of my visit. I'll write you a list later. If you can find them, I'll take them all. Jiang Yuan was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. When the baby is 1 month old, I will invite you to a banquet and drinks. Jiang Yuan wrote a list for him on the table on the Kong. Jiang Yuan had sharp eyes. Looking at the cursive writing and handwriting on the paper, with its strict structure and free control, he knew that Dr. Jiang from Baichao Garden was a man with profound background. I had no interaction with Jiang Yuan in my previous life. I only heard that Baichao Garden had excellent medical skills. I didn't expect that after being reborn, the first outsider I came into contact with would be him. He certainly can't stay in Tainyagu all his life. He will have to leave one day. When doing business in the county, you always have to find a big tree. Dr. Jiang in front of you is a good choice, but you still need to observe more. As for the business from his previous life, Jiang Yuan doesn't plan to do it again. At that time, he was a lonely man and was not afraid of any retribution from the underworld. He was involved in a lot of dirty, smelly, and shady businesses. He made a lot of money, but he also had many enemies, which was ultimately against the will of heaven. But now he has a wife and children, and is about to live a happy life with his wife and children. He must retire and find a smooth path without letting his family worry. So, Jiang Yuan looked at the list in his hand and thought that going up the mountain to hunt was the first step to making money. His father, Jiang Yuan, was a famous hunter in the surrounding villages when he was young. With his long spear, he even killed a blind bear. But now he is old, and his spear is covered with dust and rust, and the bolt can no longer be pulled. Hearing that Jiang Yuan was going up the mountain, Jiang Yuan did not stop him. He just gave him a few words of advice and said as he was leaving, Old Kwai, pack some dry food for the second kid. He turned to Jiang Yuan and said, Go home when the sun sets, otherwise it will be dangerous on the mountain when it gets dark. Jiang Yuan had sheepskin wrapped around his legs and wore a black bear skin coat, which were the outfits his father wore when he was young. As soon as he got on the body, his originally handsome face instantly became wild, and his arms and legs showed strength, which was completely different from his previous aura. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, Don't worry, Dad. I'll go up the mountain to check it out first and won't stay long. Most of the items on the list Jiang Yuan gave were game organs, such as deer antlers, deer blood, roe deer heart, liver, spleen, lungs, etc., all of which can be used as medicine. After Jiang Yuan became rich in his previous life, he would go hunting in the woods with a gun every year when he went to the mountains to pay homage to his ancestors. Although it was mainly for entertainment, he also knew all the tricks he could, and his posture was quite intimidating. The gun at home is too old, and the bolt is blocked by rust. We can only rely on setting traps to catch wild animals, and that requires luck. When Jiang Yuan went up the mountain, it was still morning. The snow in the forest was thick and it didn't reach his knees when he stepped on it. Fortunately, the sheepskin wrapped around my legs can keep out moisture, otherwise my legs would be worn out just from walking on the mountain road for a day. In the north in winter, the temperature is more than 30 degrees below zero, and the white air exhaled floats in the air. Soon, a layer of ice crystals hung on her eyelashes, and the scarf covering her face was covered with white frost from her breath. Jiang Yuan walked 3 or 5 miles with his stuff on his back, climbing from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. When he looked back and could no longer see the village, he gradually slowed down his pace. Deer and roe deer are afraid of people, and their tracks cannot be found if they are too close to the village. He leaned against a big tree to rest, and when he looked around, he saw a row of faint claw marks on the snow. He leaned over to take a closer look and found that they were actually pheasant claw marks. Although we haven't found any roe deer yet, it would be nice to have some pheasants. I can kill them and make chicken soup for my wife. They are definitely very nutritious. Chapter 9 Silly Roe Deer. Jiang Yuan untied the rope around his waist and broke off a branch. The snow on the branch fell down on his body. One end of the rope was wrapped around a branch, and the other end was held in the hand. A row of corn was scattered on the surrounding snow and hidden behind the tree. The corn is fried with sparrow oil, which makes it taste more fragrant and can attract more prey when food is scarce on snowy days. Hunting is an activity that requires patience. Sometimes it is common to lie in wait in the woods for a day or two. Jiang Yuan leaned quietly against the tree trunk waiting for the prey to take the bait. He opened the lid of the kettle, which was filled with shadaozi liquor brewed from pure grains. He drank it in one gulp. The strong liquor went down his throat and warmed his stomach, warming his whole body. He looked up at the white sky. The treetops were covered with snow. The whole forest was so quiet except for the north wind, and the only sound was his breathing. I don't know how long I waited, but there was a slight friction sound coming from the snow. Jiang Yuan opened his eyes quickly, covered the kettle, wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth, and the rope in his hand was already clenched tightly. A gray pheasant in the west lowered its head and pecked at corn kernels, moving closer to the trap. Jiang Yuan breathed lightly and waited for the pheasant to step 1 foot into the rope loop, concentrate on eating, and be unaware of the danger around it. Then he suddenly tightened the rope, firmly tying the chicken's foot so that it could not escape no matter how it struggled. He brushed the snow off his body, laughed out loud, walked out from behind the tree, picked up the pheasant and weighed it. It was not light and could make a big pot of chicken soup if he took it back. I didn't expect that his hunting skills were still quite good. The first time he went into the mountains after his rebirth, he got off to a good start. Jiang Yuan pulled out a dagger from the scabbard at his waist and wiped it along the pheasant's neck. The warm snow instantly sprayed all over the ground, melting the surrounding snow. The smell of blood can be carried 1 or 2 miles away with the north wind. If you want to hunt animals such as roe deer, you have to use the fresh blood of these animals, which has a strong smell and can arouse their curiosity. In comparison, corn and the like are much inferior. Jiang Yuan set up a new trap around the bloodstain on the spot, using a more complicated method, with rope loops crisscrossing the ground and branches. It was very cold, and Jiang Yuan's fingers froze after being outside for a while. He put his fingers close to his mouth and blew hot air, but his movement of winding the rope was not affected at all. Soon, he threw the pheasant into the trap and hid behind the tree again. This time, we have to wait for bigger prey to come. Jiang Yuan waited from morning till noon, when the sun had already moved above his head. He took out a multigrain cake from his bag and ate it mouthful by mouthful with the liquor. Unfortunately, just waiting for prey to come to you is too inefficient. It would be great if I had a shotgun. However, the hunting rifle at home has long been unusable. But the people of Tainyagu have relied on the mountains for their livelihood for generations, and many families in the village used to make a living by hunting. Later, after the implementation of the collective economy, half of the prey had to be handed over to the brigade, and every family's labor force had to go to the fields to farm according to the solar terms. It was good enough to have enough work points and fill their stomachs throughout the year. Gradually, fewer people went into the mountains to hunt. Jiang Yuan calculated carefully in his mind that there must be other people's homes that have hunting rifles. He would ask his father when he got back. He would definitely bring back more things next time he went into the mountains. This road to wealth cannot be delayed by bad things. Just as he was thinking, the sound of footsteps came from the woods, accompanied by the snorting of animals, which instantly brought Jiang Yuan back to his senses. When he turned sideways and looked forward, his eyes were instantly filled with joy. The thing approaching step by step was a roe deer. In the north, this kind of animal is called a stupid roe deer. It has a simple mind and weak fighting ability. When it sees a pheasant in a trap, it walks straight towards it without even looking at the surrounding environment. Jiang Yuan had already held the dagger in his palm and leaned against the tree trunk, waiting for the roe deer to approach and fall into the trap. He stepped 1 foot into the rope loop and lowered his head to sniff the pheasant. Before the roe deer could get the food in its mouth, Jiang Yuan tightened the rope and the roe deer was hung up. The beast neighed suddenly, and its limbs and hooves kicked wildly in the air, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the upside-down position. Jiang Yuan was quick and came out from behind the tree and stabbed it in the throat with a knife, ending its life. He looked at the quiet roe deer, loosened the rope, and let it go. He took out a piece of red cloth from his bosom, tied it around the roe deer's eyes, which had not yet closed, and said, "I'm sorry, please don't be reborn as an animal in your next life." By the time he had tied up the roe deer's 4 hooves and hung the pheasant around his waist, the sun was already setting. Following my father's instructions, it's time to go down the mountain. Although we only got these 2, this roe deer can be sold for a lot of money. The weather was nice today, and it didn't snow. When Jiang Yuan went down the mountain, he was able to follow the same footprints he left in the morning, which saved him a lot of effort. He also shot 2 pheasants that came up to him following the scent. He walked in front, dragging the spoils behind him. His shadow was very long. He walked among the white snowy fields and forests, like a warrior returning home with a full load. When Jiang Yuan arrived home, smoke was already rising from the chimney. For some reason, the smoke was like a flag guiding him, and he felt particularly at ease whenever he saw it. Jiang Yuan came out of the house and saw that he had returned with a full load. He smiled and said, "You gained a lot." When I looked closer, I saw there was only one wound on the roe deer's body. The throat had been cut neatly and sharply. It was obvious that the attacker had acted quickly and accurately. Jiang Yuan looked at his son and said, "Your knife skills are pretty good. Have you ever held a knife before?" Jiang Yuan knew that his father was an old hunter. He was an experienced mountain runner when he was young. No traces on the carcasses of prey would escape his eyes. Any experienced hunter could use this knife skill, but he was a young master who grew up in the city and had never done any housework. It was unreasonable for him to have such skills. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and made up a story. "I played with street thugs before and learned a few tricks from them." Jiang Yuan was not the kind of person who thought too much, so he just took a quick look and moved on. Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fearing that his father would ask more questions, he changed the subject by picking up the pheasant and said, "Let Xiaowan make soup with this chicken. We can also have some meat to improve our meals." When the younger sister Jiang Minmin heard this, she clapped her hands happily and couldn't take her eyes off the chicken leg. Zhao Aihong came out of the kitchen with a spatula, looked at the chicken in his hand, and said, "How much meat can be obtained from such a fat chicken? Save them all for my daughter-in-law. They are a great tonic." Jiang Yuan laughed and said, "Mom, I caught quite a few, enough for our whole family to eat. We haven't had any oily food for several days. Let's have some meat. It's the first day of the new year, so let's celebrate it like it's Chinese New Year." Zhao Aihong stared and said, "Even if we have meat, we can't eat it all in one day. We have to plan our lives carefully. I have already cooked the corn porridge. We can still fill our stomachs with some pickles." Jiang Yuan looked at his little daughter's greedy expression and tried to smooth things over by saying, "If the child wants to eat, just cook a meal. We didn't buy meat during the new year." Zhao Aihong looked at the 3 pairs of eyes, big and small, staring at her, especially Jiang Minmin's pitiful eyes. She softened her heart and went back to the kitchen, saying, "I don't care. Do whatever you want." Jiang Yuan knew that his mother agreed, so he said, "Minmin, boil some water. I'll make you a big chicken drumstick." Chapter 10, Eating Meat. Jiang Minmin was young, and when she heard that there was meat to eat, she jumped and ran away. Zhao Aihong poked her on the forehead and said, "Are you not bothered by your second brother now? Whoever gives me milk is my mother, and if I give you a piece of meat, everything will be fine." Jiang Minmin looked outside smartly, wrinkled her nose and said, "If he treats my sister-in-law better, I will recognize him as my second brother." Zhao Aihong smiled and said, "Little clever ghost." She could tell from the day her daughter-in-law gave birth that Jiang Yuan had really changed. In the past, the couple could not say a word while lying on the same calm. But that day, Jiang Yuan was so nervous that he wished he was the one giving birth to the child. It was completely different from the past, and it was obvious that he really cared about his wife. As long as the young couple can live a good life and the house is no longer lonely, she, as a mother, will be satisfied. Jiang Yuan plucked the feathers from the chicken, cut it into small pieces, and first made a pot of chicken soup for his wife. Then he took the roe deer and pheasants he had hunted back to the captain's house. It was dinner time, and smoke was rising from every household. When he went in, Jiang Yuan was practicing boxing in the yard. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "It's so cold outside in the coldest days of winter, and you're still exercising?" Jiang Yuan glanced at him, put his hands together, and said, "I'm used to it. If I don't practice, I always feel my bones are stiff." Jiang Yuan thought that the old man must be over 60 years old. Not only did he have a ruddy complexion, but he also had a strong body, straight back and flat shoulders, and looked stronger than any young man. He pointed behind him and said, "This is the roe deer on your list. I knew it was going to be used as medicine, but since I don't know how to prepare it, I didn't dare mess with it. I send it to you as it is." Jiang Yuan paced around the roe deer and looked around. Except for a knife wound on the throat, the rest of the body was neat and tidy. He couldn't help but praise it. Good craftsmanship. Did you cut it with this knife? Jiang Yuan nodded and said, it's just a trivial trick. Jiang Yuan asked, have you weighed it? Jiang Yuan shook his head and said, no, I don't know if you want this roe deer meat. It's also very nutritious. Jiang Yuan said, this is about 60 to 70 kilograms. I don't need so much. Jiang Yuan thought about it, and then he said, I want to ask you, when will you return to the city? Jiang Yuan led him into the house, scalded the bowl with hot water before pouring water for him, and said, it looks like there's no snow these 2 days. I'll check your wife's pulse again tomorrow and then go back. Jiang Yuan took the hot water, thanked him, and said, then I'll go to the city with you tomorrow and bring the roe deer in. If we take out the internal organs now, it will be difficult to preserve them. I will send them directly to your store when we get to the city tomorrow. We can settle the price then. I can sell the remaining meat you don't want directly in the city. Jiang Yuan looked at him, rolled his eyes, and reminded him implicitly, the supply and marketing cooperative sells meat. I'm afraid there is no market for your roe deer meat. Jiang Yuan understood what he meant. Now was not the time for a thorough reform. Some small businesses were closed, and the people who could buy from them were basically acquaintances. No one would stab him in the back. If you get caught, you will be accused of speculation and no one dares to go against the law. But Jiang Yuan knew clearly that although there was no public announcement of reform, there had been rumors from higher-ups, and most people were turning a blind eye, and the management was far less strict than in the past 2 years. So just selling meat is still feasible and there is no risk. He smiled and said, thanks for your advice. I will find a safe place to sell it. Seeing that he knew what was going on, Jiang Yuan didn't say much. They didn't know each other very well, but they didn't have that deep of a friendship. He decided, let's go together tomorrow. I have some herbs to bring back with me. Wait for me at home tomorrow. Jiang Yuan stood up and cupped his hands. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you with my family's affairs. There's a pheasant outside, shot in the mountains. You can keep it for a change. He has always been thorough in his work. With Jiang Yuan around, he would not forget the captain's home under the same roof, and would only go home after delivering all the gifts. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the aroma of meat. He opened the can and saw the chicken soup bubbling. He skimmed off the fat with a spoon, sprinkled some salt on it, and brought it into the house for his wife to drink. Gu Xiangwan was sitting on the Kong leaning against the wall, holding her eldest daughter in her arms. When she saw him come in, she quickly closed her clothes and her face turned red instantly. Jiang Yuan then realized that his wife was probably breastfeeding, and he didn't dare to look around. I made some chicken soup. I'll give you some. This is a pheasant I hunted in the mountains today. It's very nutritious. Gu Xiangwan coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment on his face and said softly, thank you. Jiang Yuan didn't know what was wrong with him. He had lived for at least 50 or 60 years in 2 lifetimes, but seeing his wife breastfeeding, he was still so at a loss, like a young boy. The more I dared not think about it, the more I thought of the white skin that flashed by just now, and my cheeks and ears were burning red. He licked his lips and changed the subject, asking, does Debeo have a big appetite? Gu Xiangwan patted the child to coax him to sleep, with a trace of guilt in her eyes, and said, I am weak and my milk supply is not good. Debeo doesn't have enough to eat, and Xiaobao can't get any. He cries from hunger. Jiang Yuan sighed in his heart, afraid that his wife would think too much, and said, it's okay. I will go to the city to buy them milk powder tomorrow, so they can still have enough to eat. You don't force yourself. It's because I didn't treat you well in the past that your health is not good. It's not your fault. I'll buy you more delicious food in the future. I'm sure I can make it up to you. Jiang Yuan didn't quite know how to coax his wife. He was usually eloquent, but in this room, he was tongue-tied. I will definitely raise you to be plump and white, and give you as much milk as you want. As soon as he said this, he saw his wife's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head without looking at him. Then Jiang Yuan realized what he had said. He slapped his lips in regret. Why did he blurt out all the nonsense? It made the atmosphere even more awkward. He could only push the bowl to the side and said, I'm going to go out first. Drink it while it's hot. He ran out of the door, as if escaping, and ran into Zhao Aihong, who came to call him for dinner. Seeing Jiang Yuan's face flushed, Zhao Aihong said with a smile, he must have eaten chili peppers in there. His face is so red. Knowing that his mother was teasing him, Jiang Yuan did not get angry and said, it's time to eat. Let's go for a walk. Zhao Aihong glanced into the room and saw that her daughter-in-law was also blushing. The young couple was shy, so she smiled and said, there is no chili on the table for you to eat. There was a Kong table in the east room, with 2 plates of pickles and a bowl of yellow cornmeal porridge on it. The chicken bones left over from Gu Xiangwan's chicken soup were fished out and fried with a little bit of lard and sprinkled with some salt. There was no other meaty smell. Jiang Yuan said in surprise, "Didn't I keep a chicken? Why didn't I do anything?" Jiang Minmin held her chin in her hands, pouted, and said bitterly, "Mom said that the chicken was saved for my sister-in-law." Jiang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "There are pheasants flying all over the mountain. We can bring back as many as we want. We only need a little to eat. The remaining chicken bones have all been cooked away. They are no longer tasty. I'm going to kill that one." Zhao Aihong glared, tapped the edge of the bowl with her chopsticks, and said, "Those chickens belong to my daughter-in-law. Who dares to touch them? Why can't we eat this chicken rack? There's still a lot of meat on it. You two are so greedy. How rich are you to stare at the meat like that?" Chapter 11. The Young Man. Seeing his mother's eyebrows raised, Jiang Yuan could only go back and drink the porridge from the bowl. He slurped a mouthful of the tasteless chicken rack and wanted to eat a bigger piece of meat even more. After dinner, Jiang Yuan secretly said to his little sister, "I will go to the city to buy you some delicious food tomorrow, and I will catch chickens for you next time I go up the mountain." Jiang Minmin nodded with 2 pigtails on her head. "Okay." After a while, Jiang Yuan noticed that his little sister was always looking at him secretly, so he asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Minmin came over in small steps and said, "Second brother, can you buy me a pencil in the city?" Jiang Yuan smiled and agreed. "Yes, Minmin can write." Jiang Minmin said, "Xiaoyan from the captain's family taught me how to write my name. I used to just scribble on the ground. If I had a pencil, I could write on paper." Jiang Yuan touched her head. His little sister was 8 or 9 years old, and it was time for her to go to school. If she kept staying at home like this, sitting around the stove all day, she would not achieve much in her life. She had to make some plans. He asked, "Do you want to study?" Jiang Minmin's eyes lit up, then dimmed again, and she pursed her lips and said, "Our family can't afford it. My parents used all their money to support that ungrateful bastard to go to school, so I couldn't go." Ungrateful person? Jiang Yuan realized that she was talking about Liu Haifeng, whom she had raised at home for 20 years. He then asked, "What did he tell his parents when he left? Did they let him go?" Jiang Minmin frowned and thought for a while, then said angrily, "He left without saying anything. It was only when your parents saw you coming back that they realized they had raised the wrong child. That ungrateful bastard had lived at home for 20 years, but he ran away in the middle of the night without even saying hello. My parents were so sad at the time. Anyone would be sad about this. After all, he is your own flesh and blood, and you have raised him for 20 years. Seeing that his little sister's face was red with anger, Jiang Yuan comforted her. "Don't be angry. I will treat you and your parents well in the future." Jiang Minmin looked at him seriously, and after a long while she said, "You should be the best to your sister-in-law. Mother said that my sister-in-law has a hard life, and our whole family should treat her well." Jiang Yuan looked at his sister's kind eyes and felt a little pain in his heart. Even children could understand this truth, but he had to die once to understand it. He also nodded seriously and agreed. "Okay, I promise you, I will treat you well in the future. If you want to study, I will definitely send you out in the future and teach you to write a lot of characters." Jiang Minmin's eyes narrowed as she smiled. "Then you are my best second brother." Jiang Yuan patted her head and had one more requirement for himself in his heart. This family had lived too hard, and he had to earn more money in the future so that the whole family could live a good life. When it was time to go to bed at night, Jiang Yuan lay at the end of the Kong, while Gu Xiangwan slept at the head of the Kong with the child. Both of them stared at the ceiling with their eyes open, and neither of them felt comfortable. Gu Xiangwan felt nervous and depressed. They had slept on the same Kong before, but they always ignored each other, and the days passed by. But ever since Jiang Yuan became so friendly and caring, he felt uncomfortable whenever they lay together, as if something had changed, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Jiang Yuan heard his wife turning over and groaning and knew that she was not asleep either. Last night, his wife fell asleep from exhaustion after giving birth, and he lay beside her and had the most sound sleep he had in decades. But today his wife was lying opposite him, and his heart felt like a rabbit about to jump out of his throat. It's not that I have any improper thoughts. I just have been lying alone for decades, and suddenly there is someone by my pillow, and it's the wife I've been thinking about all the time, so I can't calm down. After waiting for a long time, the moon had climbed directly above their heads outside the window, but the two of them still didn't feel sleepy at all. Jiang Yuan was afraid that his wife would have a headache tomorrow if she stayed up like this, so he got up with his pillow in his arms and said, "I'm going to sleep in Dad's room. Let Mom come and stay with you." When Gu Xiangwan saw him leave, she felt relieved and the tension disappeared instantly. She still didn't know how to face this husband who had made a 180-degree turn, so she decided to take it slow to avoid making both of them feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yuan woke his mother up and said, "Mom, I don't know how to take care of these two kids. Can you go to the other room and help me take care of them?" Zhao Aihong was sleeping soundly, and Lung Ding was woken up. He almost slapped him in the neck and said angrily, "I know how many poops you poop when you stick your butt out. Look at how cowardly you are. Isn't that your biological wife? You are still a father." Jiang Yuan knew that his mother had sharp eyes and blushed with shame. He cupped his hands and begged for mercy, saying, "Thank you, mother." Zhao Aihong rolled her eyes at him and went to the west room to sleep with her daughter-in-law. Jiang Yuan climbed onto the Kong. Even though his father snored, gnashed his teeth, and farted in his sleep, the rabbit in his heart stopped beating. He closed his eyes and fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow. The next day after breakfast, Jiang Yuan was tidying up the cart in the yard. After moving the roe deer onto the cart and tying it up, he saw Jiang Yuan walk in carrying a medicine box. "Dr. Jiang is here. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Yuan was wearing a long cotton gown with a faux pattern and a fur collar around his neck. He looked energetic and said with a smile, "You're welcome. Take me in to see the woman who has just given birth." Jiang Yuan first cooled off his coldness in the main hall before leading him in and saying, "Xiao Wan, Dr. Jiang is here." Gu Xiangwan smiled warmly and bowed to thank him. "Thanks to your miraculous healing that day. Otherwise my child and I would have been in danger." The two exchanged polite words, and Jiang Yuan took his pulse carefully for a while, then stroked his beard and said, "Still weak. Twins are a good omen, and every family wants them. But they are still very damaging to the mother, not to mention that you were not strong to begin with, and now you are even weaker. You must take medicine on time, nourish yourself well, and eat more nutritious food." In front of Gu Xiangwan, Jiang Yuan did not mention that it would be difficult to get pregnant again in the future, but only reminded her to take good care of the baby. Jiang Yuan felt even more grateful to him. Gu Xiangwan was thoughtful and overthinking. If she had known that it would be difficult to have another child in the future, she would probably have figured out a lot of troubles for herself. Anyway, he doesn't care. Having these two children is already a blessing from God. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have more children in the future. It's not a big deal. Jiang Yuan said, "The car is ready. We can leave soon." Jiang Yuan checked on the two children, Dabao and Erbao, again. Although they were both a little weak, they didn't have any serious problems, so the family felt relieved. Gu Xiangwan's birth was difficult. The baby spent a long time in the womb, and she was always worried unless she let the doctor check it. By the time I finished all the busy work, the sun was already high in the sky outside. The sunlight doesn't feel warm on my body, but it is much better than the biting cold in the early morning. Zhao Aihong spread a layer of straw on the cart, put a mattress, and laid out a lot of local produce from her home. She smiled and said, "Dr. Jiang, there's nothing special to show off. You can take these back and eat them. Just don't be disgusted." Jiang Yuan did not refuse. He bowed and sat on the cart to say goodbye. Jiang Yuan put on gloves, put the hemp rope around his shoulders, and with a push of his legs, he pulled the cart out. In the entire Tainyagu, only the captain's family raised a donkey, which was collective property and could not be used privately. Therefore, if they wanted to pull a cart into the city, they could only rely on manpower. Jiang Yuan sat in the car with his hands folded, and the mattress covered him tightly, like a Methriya Buddha. He smiled and said, "Thank you for giving me a ride." Chapter 12. Going to the city to sell meat. The mountain road was difficult to walk on, with snow reaching up to the thighs. People in Tainyagu village generally did not go out in the winter, so if you stepped down, half of your body would be in the snow. Jiang Yuan could only use a shovel to clear a section of road, then pull the cart forward, and then stop to clear the snow again. He kept stopping and moving forward like this, and by the time he reached the city, a whole morning had passed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was glad that Gu Xiangwan did not insist on going to the city when giving birth, otherwise the child would have to be born on the road. Jiang Yuan got off the car, stretched himself, and said, "Thank you for your hard work in pulling the car." He looked up at the plaque of Baichao Garden and said, "Go in and warm up for a while, and have a cup of hot tea to relieve your fatigue." Jiang Yuan patted the snow off his legs. Fortunately, he wore sheepskin today, otherwise his legs would have been frozen after walking all the way. Baichao Garden is located on Taoyuan Street in Jiangdong County. The plaque has large gold-painted characters. Jiang Yuan took a closer look and found that the handwriting was as smooth as the one on the list Jiang Yuan gave him. It was obvious that he had written it himself. In this day and age, it is not something that most people can do to open a clinic so ostentatiously and have no one to care about it. Jiang Yuan led him in. Many patients in the main room stood up and greeted Dr. Jiang, which showed that he was quite popular. The waiter brought the tea. Jiang Yuan held it in his palm to warm it for a while, smelled the tea, and praised. The aroma is long and lingering. It is a good tea. Jiang Yuan looked at him, a little surprised. You also know about tea? It's just a few ounces of aged pu'er. I'll pack some for you when you leave. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, I'm just a farmer. I just need to quench my thirst. It would be a waste if I drank such good tea. In the past, Jiang Yuan would have believed him if he had heard him call himself a farmer. But after spending 2 days with him, he realized that this young man knew how to hide his edge, had a broad vision, and was thoughtful and prudent in his dealings with others. He did not seem like a child that could be raised in Tainyagu. He braved the wind and snow to pull him into the city without any complaints and with a gentle look in his eyes. He was a promising talent, so Jiang Yuan began to love him. He said, there is a small alley behind my Baichao garden. The neighbors around here have lived here for decades. If you want to set up a stall, go there. If you are tired, you can come in through the back door and take a rest. Jiang Yuan thought about it and recalled the surrounding terrain. The alley was not a simple hutong. There were not many people living there, only about a dozen households. But half of them are small businesses. Although they don't hang up signs, people around know them. Some of them run breakfast shops, and some sell homemade snacks and wontons. What's more, Jiang Yuan is an old neighbor here. Relying on his reputation, everyone will give him some face, which is safer than going somewhere else. Jiang Yuan knew that this was Jiang Yuan's intention to protect him, and he thanked him repeatedly. I will clean up the roe deer in a while. Thank you. It was just a casual remark. Jiang Yuan didn't take it seriously. He sat with him for a while, then washed his hands and went out to see the patient. After Jiang Yuan unloaded the goods for 2 cups of tea, he pulled the cart out from the back door, found a place sheltered from the wind, hung the roe deer on a long pole, and covered the cart with oilcloth. The mobile meat stall was now set up. He drew the dagger from his waist and cut along the belly with a few slashes. The knife looked fast, but in fact his hand was very steady. In a short while, he had completely peeled off the skin of a roe deer without even damaging the edges. The noise of disembowelment was quite loud, and everyone nearby came out to watch. Someone praised, this little brother has good skills. He peeled the skin quickly and completely. Isn't this roe deer a lot of meat? Jiang Yuan replied with a smile, about 70 to 80 kilograms, and about 50 kilograms of pure meat. Roe deer meat is delicious and nourishing. It is delicious when used for cooking or stewing. A neighbor stepped on the doorstep and said, it's a pity to waste this offal. It's not like the offal of cattle and sheep that can be eaten. Jiang Yuan was talking to the people around him while his hands did not stop. With a few cuts, the flesh and bones were separated. The white bones were picked out and placed next to him. It was a feast to watch. The offal has been given to Dr. Jiang from Baichao Garden. It can be used as medicine, so we don't want to waste it. When they heard that he was related to Dr. Jiang, the neighbors smiled a little more. An old lady from next door came out and asked, can you make wontons with this meat? Jiang Yuan glanced into her room and saw 3 or 4 stoves burning close together. She probably ran a small business on the sly. He said, of course. The roe deer meat buns and shepherd's purse wontons are refreshing and fresh. Even the wonton soup is delicious. My family lives at the foot of the mountain. I usually eat this meat for a feast. It is guaranteed to be the freshest. It is killed right after it comes down from the mountain. It tastes so good. Jiang Yuan lowered his voice as he spoke, looked around, and then said, to tell you the truth, this meat doesn't require a ticket, so you don't have to queue up at the supply and marketing cooperative. You can get as much as you want, and it's really satisfying to eat. That's right, the amount of meat in the supply and marketing cooperatives is limited. Not only do you need a ticket, but you also have to get up early and queue up. The salesperson will be reluctant to sell you anything if they see that you are buying small amounts. Who can feel happy spending money just by looking at your face? At first, everyone had no choice but to buy it there. During this year, more and more people started to do small businesses secretly. Although the prices were a little higher than those in the supply and marketing cooperatives, no receipts were required and the transactions were consensual, so everyone was happy to buy them. Seeing that he was being honest, the old lady smiled and picked up a piece from the cart, saying, weigh some for me to make wontons when I get home. Jiang Yuan closed his first order and said, Madam, 2 yuan a pound. This piece of meat is a little over 3 pounds. I'll charge you 3 pounds, a total of 6 yuan. 2 yuan per pound is not cheap. It is more than twice as expensive as the pork in the supply and marketing cooperative. The old lady felt a little distressed as she carried the meat and smacked her lips and said, I still want to make wontons to sell, but the cost is very high. Jiang Yuan pointed at the meat and said, look at the texture. It's just the right amount of fat and lean. It's still steaming hot. It will be even more delicious when you cook it at home. If you want to make wontons, I'll get some pheasants tomorrow. The broth made with chicken is very delicious and cheaper than roe deer. Seeing that the young man was nimble and eloquent, the old lady asked, "Are you a hunter? Do you also hunt?" Jiang Yuan was not ashamed and said openly, "It's a family tradition. 3 generations of my ancestors were all old hunters." He only knew that his father was a hunter, but he might not know his grandfather or great-grandfather. When you go out, you give yourself an identity, so just make up something. It doesn't cost any money anyway. The old lady smiled and said, "That's great. If you come again tomorrow, I'll buy you 2 more pheasants. You look honest, young man. The meat I buy from you is guaranteed to be of good quality." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your support, auntie. You can take this meat back and eat it. If the quality is not good, you can come back and overthrow my stall." This time someone bought it, and the people around also wanted to join in the fun. In the coldest days of winter, every household is tired of eating potatoes and cabbage, and everyone is envious of the fresh meat. As time went by, more and more people gathered around the meat stall. Jiang Yuan's hands were nimble, and his mouth was not idle either. He could strike up a conversation with anyone who was talking. He was very eloquent. "This is for you, sir. It's 1 catty and 2 ounces, which is $2.04 in total. Please give me $2, and I'll treat you to a drink. Take it, Annie. It's exactly 2 pounds. I'll give you a piece of pork skin as a gift. The roe deer that have survived the winter have stored oil. Take it home and moisten the bottom of the pot." "Uncle, you are right. Roe deer meat warms the yang and replenishes the body. It is best eaten in winter. If you sprinkle some chili powder on it, it can be eaten as a side dish." Chapter 13, A Good Start. Jiang Yuan is well informed and can always keep up the conversation no matter it is chatting or talking about the dishes. Some of the small changes of 1 or 2 cents were simply rounded off, and if the change could not be rounded off, a piece of pork skin was given as a gift, which made the old men and women who bought the meat very happy. "This guy is very good at selling meat. Come buy 2 pounds of meat. You can have several meals at home." With the help of the kind-hearted lady, Jiang Yuan was busy all the time, cutting the meat, weighing and calculating the bill, and never made any mistakes. Jiang Yuan came out to watch the fun after finishing his work and happened to see Jiang Yuan chatting with an old man. They talked about all sorts of topics, and he seemed like a fish in water. "Business is good." Seeing him coming out, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you for pointing out a good place. The neighbors around are all here to support us. Half of the items have been sold in just a short while." Jiang Yuan put his hands behind his back and said hello to the people he knew. "Weigh 2 pounds for me and make a snack to go with the wine tonight." Jiang Yuan cut it with his knife, weighed it, and it was exactly 2 pounds. He said, "This is for you, no charge." Jiang Yuan counted out $4 and put them on his stall, saying, "Let's put it in perspective. You can't do it without money." Jiang Yuan didn't want to fight with him. He just cut off an extra piece and said, "You are our family's benefactor. A piece of meat is nothing." The neighbors echoed, "Dr. Zhang's medical skills are very good. If any of us neighbors have a headache or fever, he can take a look at us." Jiang Yuan nodded vigorously. "Of course. My wife had a difficult delivery. Thanks to Dr. Jiang. Otherwise, she would have been in danger." An old lady didn't leave after buying meat. She leaned against the door frame, basking in the sun and chatting. She asked, "You look so young, but you already have a child?" Jiang Yuan smiled even more and said, "People in the countryside get married early. My wife just gave birth to a son and a daughter." Several ladies exclaimed in admiration, "These are twins, a boy and a girl. This is incredible. What a blessing. You are really good, young man. You have everything ready at once. You can enjoy the good life in the future." Jiang Yuan now likes to show off his wife and children to others. He never stops talking about them and praises the 2 little ones who can't even speak to the sky. Several old ladies all laugh when they see him. "Young man, can you bring me a wild duck when you come back tomorrow? My daughter-in-law is also in confinement after childbirth, so I'll make her some wild duck soup to nourish her body." Jiang Yuan agreed immediately. "Don't worry, auntie, my wife is drinking too. It's just a side job. I have to go up the mountain to fight tomorrow. It will take me half a day to go back and forth. I guess I will be late when I come back tomorrow." The old lady smiled and said, "That's fine. As long as you can come, I'll wait for you." During this short day, most of the meat on Jiang Yuan's stall was sold. Seeing that it was getting dark, Jiang Yuan wrapped the remaining meat with oilcloth and did not throw away the bones. He gave 2 bones to anyone who came to buy meat, and they could also take them back to make soup. It was given away for free, and although there wasn't much meat, everyone was happy to take it and said they would definitely take care of his business in the future. Jiang Yuan didn't care about the 80-cent profit. He just wanted to attract repeat customers. After a rough calculation, he found that this roe deer was sold for about 80 yuan, which is a huge sum of money nowadays. People in Taiyigu can't save 80 yuan in 2 years. Before Jiang Yuan left, he went to Baichao Garden. Jiang Yuan had already calculated the purchase price of the internal organs used for medicine. This is $26. Keep it. The roe deer heart is a bit more expensive. I'm giving it to you at the usual purchase price. Jiang Yuan refused and put it on the counter, saying, "You haven't paid for your medicine yet. We agreed that the medicine I ordered would pay for it, so you can't take this money." Jiang Yuan took out a $5 bill and said, "This is for the medicine. You can take the rest back. Since we are going to do business, we have to settle the accounts clearly, otherwise I will not buy goods from you in the future." When Jiang Yuan heard this, he thought that this would be a stable channel for him to sell things that could be used as medicine here in the future. He was happy and nodded and said, "Then I'll accept it. We'll keep in touch in the future." When he left, he placed the remaining roe deer meat on the counter, turned around, pulled the cart, and left. Jiang Yuan saw it, but just shook his head and laughed. He didn't chase after him and said to the waiter, "Let's divide it all and go home to cook a meat dish." Jiang Yuan didn't go home directly while pulling the cart. Instead, he turned around the street and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. After cutting meat for a whole day, Jiang Yuan's body was covered in grease and his collar was stained with minced meat. He lifted the curtain and went in. The cold wind blew and the meaty smell from his body through the crack in the door and filled the whole room. The salesperson saw that it was almost time to get off work, and then a man came in who was smelly. He frowned and hid aside. Jiang Yuan didn't care about their looks. He walked to the counter and said directly, "Give me 2 cans of Shanghai brand milk powder." The salesman looked him up and down, thinking he was a country bumpkin, and without moving a finger, he said, "Shanghai brands are expensive. It can cost more than 20 yuan, and you need a food ticket." Jiang Yuan counted the money without saying a word and put it on the counter, even throwing the bill he had taken from his mother in the morning in front of her. When the salesperson saw that the money had been taken, he turned around, picked up 2 cans of milk powder from the shelf, packed them in a hemp bag, and asked, "Do you want anything else?" Jiang Yuan said, "Take 2 more pencils, a notebook, and 3 pounds of candy." He paced around the counter and wanted to buy beautiful headbands and brightly colored cloths. He also bought 7 or 8 kilograms of fluffy cotton and even rattles for children. The salesperson couldn't help but look at him twice. He looked like a rich man as he was wearing tattered clothes, yet he bought things without blinking an eye. When everything was packed, the salesperson's face changed, and he handed it to him with a smile, saying, "Everything you want is packed. Please come often." Jiang Yuan put all the big and small packages on the cart. After a trip to the supply and marketing cooperative, he spent half of the money he had just earned before he could even warm it up. But he was happy in his heart. This was the first time he bought something for his family, and it had a completely different meaning to him. Don't you know that he couldn't do this even after thinking about it for decades in his previous life? Now that he has made money, he is happy to spend it no matter how much. The county seat of Jiangdong County is not big. It is separated from Taiyigu by a piece of land. Occasionally, 2 or 3 houses can be seen in the farmland. Among them is a mud and thatched house, which is the place Jiang Yuan will pass by on his way back. The strange thing is that there was no smoke rising from the house at dinner time, and it looked deserted with no one in it. Jiang Yuan walked over with a cart and knocked on the door a few times, 3 times lightly and 3 times heavily. "Is anyone there? Buying something?" After a while, there was movement in the room, and the door opened a little. "What do you want?" Jiang Yuan said, 5 pounds of top-quality leaves." The man in the yard said in a rough voice, "Wait." Jiang Yuan hugged his sleeves and paced at the door. He was very familiar with this place and had come here many times in his previous life. This yard does not belong to one person, but to a group of people doing black market business. Cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and tea, as long as they are limited items in the supply and marketing cooperative, can be bought here. The price is high, but the quality is good. There is no purchase limit, and no tickets are required. It is a very profitable gray industry. In his previous life, Jiang Yuan also made his fortune by selling these things, but the risk was too great. If he was caught, he would be sentenced to life in prison. So in this life, Jiang Yuan chose the safe path of selling meat, moving forward along the bottom line of economic reform, not daring to touch even a little bit of these hot things. After waiting for a long time, the man came out and handed a plastic bag through the crack of the door. "Here you go." Jiang Yuan rolled up the money and stuffed it in. The money and goods were exchanged, and the deal was done without anyone seeing each other's face. After this delay, it was already dark. If we go back at this time, It would be completely dark by the time we reached the mountain road. Chapter 14, Sisters-in-Law Quarrel. God was kind enough not to snow today. The mountain road was clear in the morning, but the wind had blown a layer of snow foam on it, so it was still easy to walk on. Jiang Yuan pulled the cart back. The hemp rope rubbed against my shoulders, and I felt a burning pain even through my cotton jacket. When Jiang Yuan got home, he parked the cart in the yard, shook his stiff shoulders, and saw his mother coming out. "Why are you back so late?" "I'm warming up the food for you on the stove." Before Zhao Aihong could finish her words, she saw the cart full of bags. She walked over and smacked her lips and said, "Oh my goodness, how can I buy all these old things? How much money does it cost?" Jiang Yuan chuckled. "We sold a whole roe deer. Business is booming." Seeing that he was laughing heartlessly, Zhao Aihong hit him with the stove hook and said, "You spendthrift, you don't know how to show off your money. You are a rich landlord. How could you be so corrupt?" Jiang Yuan ran around the cart. His mother raised her hands high, but they fell lightly on his body. It was obvious that she was not really angry, but just felt sorry for the money because she was staring at so many things. He ran into the house and shouted, "Minmin, I bought something for you. Come out and move it." The shout was heard by the whole courtyard. Jiang Minmin hadn't come out yet, but Wang Xiaomei, Jiang Yuan's aunt from the next room, was called out. Wang Xiaomei leaned against the door frame, wearing a floral cotton jacket, staring at the things in the car, unable to move her eyes away. "Hey, what fortune did they make? They moved the supply and marketing cooperative back here." The strange movement made Jiang Yuan look at her, and he recognized that she was the wife of his uncle Jiang Yuan, a famous shrew in the village. She is the one who is always trying to gain advantages and disadvantages. Jiang Yuan didn't want to argue with her, so he said, "The baby was just born and there's no blanket. Buy a few pounds of cotton to keep the baby from getting cold." It would have been fine if she didn't mention the child, but as soon as she mentioned the child, Wang Xiaomei's face became even worse. The whole village knew that she had been married to the Jiang family for so many years, but she had only given birth to a boy. He was sickly from birth, and now he was 5 years old, but he was so thin and skinny that he looked like he was only 3 years old. Because of this child, people talked a lot. When Wang Xiaomei heard that he had twins, a boy and a girl, she was so jealous that she was burning with anger. She just said, "When it comes to women giving birth, your family has no bigger ceremony than anyone else in the village." In the middle of the night, they were looking for a doctor and boiling medicine, and they even let a male doctor into the delivery room. Wang Xiaomei lowered her eyes, her face full of sarcasm. "Your wife has brought all the bad luck to the whole family. Men and women are mixed in the same room. There is no moral ethics at all." After saying that, he spat on the ground. This made Jiang Yuan angry. He said he was good, but his wife was not. "My wife is precious. Our whole family treats her as a treasure. Now she has given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. Even if we count 800 years ago, it is a good omen of good fortune and prosperity. I guess it's because my aunt has never been treated like a treasure before, so naturally, she doesn't know what it feels like to be loved." "So you didn't hire a doctor when you gave birth?" Tisk, TSK, how pitiful. He walked through the gates of hell without even anyone to protect him. Every word Jiang Yuan said pierced Wang Xiaomei's heart. She is capable and has everything under her control at home. She even controls her husband so much that he dares not to say a word. But what is the use? There is no one by her side who understands her feelings. Her mother-in-law, Jiang Yuan's grandmother, was a rural woman with bound feet. She listened to her husband all her life, but she didn't understand the difficulties of being a daughter-in-law like Zhao Aihong, who loved her like her own daughter. Wang Xiaomei was so angry at Jiang Yuan that she covered her chest and cursed. "You little bastard, do you have any respect for your elders? No wonder you dare to talk back to me. You didn't grow up in the Jiang family. You're a loser who came back from outside crying. What's wrong with having twins? Be careful, you may not be able to raise them, and your luck in this life will be ruined." Jiang Yuan heard her scolding getting more and more outrageous. Before he could even open his mouth, a figure rushed out from beside him. His mother had already rolled up her sleeves and joined the battle. The sisters-in-law were quarreling with each other, which was like a shrew. Zhao Aihong opened fire with full force, pointing at Wang Xiaomei and firing. "You bastard, you don't even say a single word that's clean. You have lost all your dignity to argue with a junior. You say something about my child again, I'll tear your mouth apart. You shameless bastard, you think you're an elder? Huh, you're the one who has the life to give birth, but no life to raise. If anything happens to my child, I'll blame you for it. I'll break the pot for you. As your sister-in-law, I'll break the pot and start a funeral for you in advance." Jiang Yuan felt happy when he saw his mother was going all out and making Wang Xiaomei unable to utter a single word of criticism. Huang Guilin heard the noise and came out of the house. She was the wife of the eldest son of the Jiang family and Jiang Yuan's aunt. When he came out, he was holding a spatula in his hand and was used to this scene. I know that Wang Xiaomei is a bad person and can quarrel with anyone. Seeing Jiang Yuan about to clap his hands and cheer, she scolded with a smile. You bastard, you are just looking at your mother's fun. Why don't you pull her back quickly? I'm not afraid of freezing even in such a cold weather. Jiang Yuan agreed with a smile. He had to give face to his aunt. When his wife gave birth, the money his mother gave him was borrowed from everyone. He had to acknowledge this favor. Therefore, Jiang Yuan clearly distinguished between relatives and outsiders. Wang Xiaomei's family should stay away from now on, and the grandparents' family can visit more often. After Zhao Ailan was pulled away, Wang Xiaomei saw that she couldn't tickle her anymore, so she kept yelling at her from behind, but no one paid any attention to her. She just cursed a few times and put out her anger. Jiang Yuan moved all the things into the house and placed them on the comm. He waved to his little sister and said, I've bought you the pencil and notebook you asked for. Jiang Minmin cheered, held the thing in her arms, and said, Second brother, I will never hate you again. Jiang Yuan touched her hair and clipped a hairpin on her braid, which made Jiang Minmin's eyes narrow with joy. She went out with a smile to show off to her friends. He took out the cotton and cloth and said, Mother, I see your and father's cotton-padded jackets are all soaked by the wind. Zhao Aihong touched the fluffy cotton. The roughness on her hands hooked the cotton and pulled out threads. Her eyes were full of love, but she was reluctant to use it on herself. She held the cloth and looked at it over and over again, saying, Do it for Xiaowan and the child. Ever since she married into our family, we haven't made her a new set of clothes. Jiang Yuan had already thought about it and said, It's enough. You and Dad should not lose out. Even if you do it all, there will still be some left. Zhao Aihong was really happy, but she was worried that he didn't plan his money well and kept saying, If you can eat well and wear well, you won't be poor. If you can't plan well, you will be poor. Don't spend your money recklessly. You have a wife and children now, and there are mouths to feed at home. Jiang Yuan knew that this was a good thing to say, so he didn't mind and agreed without thinking. After my mother left, I opened the other black bag and said, Dad, this is for you. Jiang Tietuan twisted the tobacco leaves with his fingertips, and the aroma of burnt tobacco leaves penetrated his nose. Good tobacco. Chapter 15 Zhou Daqiang. Jiang Yuan rolled a cigarette for his father, handed it to him, and said, Try this. How does it taste? It's much better than your box of broken cigarettes, right? Jiang Tietuan was frugal and could not afford packs of cigarettes or good tobacco leaves. He could only buy some scraps that the supply and marketing cooperatives didn't want, which tasted bad and were particularly choking. Jiang Tietuan took a puff, mumbled the cigarette in his mouth twice before he was willing to spit it out, squinting his eyes and said, It's delicious. This is such a waste of good cigarettes. You should keep it for gifts. Who knows, you might need it someday. Jiang Yuan gave him 3 pounds of meat and put it in a box, saying, I'm thinking of exchanging a gun for an old hunter in the village. Dad, do you know who has one? Jiang Tietuan smoked a cigarette and thought for a while before saying, Most of us mountain runners are old, and we all have guns at home, but if we were to say whose guns are still usable, it would probably be the Zhou family. Old Zhou injured his legs when he went up the mountain a few years ago. He limps now and has a hard life, but he must have a gun at home. You can go and have a look. You may be able to get it. Jiang Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll go after dinner. Jiang Tietuan thought for a moment and then said, The Zhou family's affairs are a mess. Be prepared and be careful not to get cheated. Jiang Yuan wondered, how much more chaotic could it get? Could they even eat people? After having dinner at home, Jiang Yuan went along the village road to Lao Zhou's house. It was already completely dark, and the moon above our heads shone on the snow, allowing us to see only 3 or 5 steps along the way. There is a grain field in front of Lao Zhou's house. It is very busy in early spring and early autumn, and all the villagers are busy working in the fields. But now the whole field was covered with white snow, and occasionally 1 or 2 sparrows came to eat, but there was no human figure to be seen. Jiang Yuan had just walked to the door and hadn't even knocked when he heard a bang in the yard. Someone slammed the door and stood there yelling and cursing. You are all so evil-hearted. Not only are you trying to kill my mother, you are also trying to kill me. I till the land in spring and harvest crops in autumn. I earn all the work points for the whole family. Now I can't even get enough food to eat. You are all blind. Zhou Fu, are you still a father? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You want to starve your own son to death just for a concubine. Are you a human being? There were waves of cursing coming from inside. The burly man was cursing in the yard, and there was a female voice in the house cursing back at him. Jiang Yuan stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in or leave, his face full of embarrassment. After a while, the man walked to the door, opened it, and saw him standing there. He looked him up and down and asked in a rough voice, "Who are you? What are you doing at my house?" Jiang Yuan was sprayed with spit from his excitement. He calmly pointed inside and said, "I'm from the Jiang family. I'm here to find your father." The man seemed to recognize him and blocked the door and asked, "What do you want with him?" Jiang Yuan said, "I heard that your father used to be a mountain runner. I want to ask him if he has a hunting rifle. I can buy it or exchange it." Seeing that he was still blocking his way, Jiang Yuan introduced himself and said, "My name is Jiang Yuan. Am I Uncle Zhou's son?" He knew whether it was the son of the Zhou family from the scolding he had just heard, but Jiang Yuan still asked. The man said, "My name is Zhou Daqiang. You can just call me Daqiang." Jiang Yuan nodded and was about to walk past him. He came here to look for old Zhou, not him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Daqiang grabbed him. Jiang Yuan looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Anything else?" Zhou Daqiang said, "There's a black-hearted old woman in there. If you want to buy a gun, she will definitely blackmail you." After associating the context, Jiang Yuan knew that the black-hearted old woman Zhou Daqiang mentioned should be the wife that Zhou Daqiang married later, and also Zhou Daqiang's stepmother. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "The hunting rifle is in your father's hands. How can anyone else make the decision?" Zhou Daqiang couldn't hold back the anger on his face. He spat on the ground and said, "He's just a soft-hearted guy. Why wouldn't he agree when I coax him a little? Brother, listen to me. Don't go in. If you really want it, I can steal it for you. It's just gathering dust at home anyway." Jiang Yuan didn't know what expression to use. His son was clearly trying to trick him. What could he do? This is not good. Uncle Zhou was also an expert in mountain running when he was young. He has a special relationship with guns. Zhou Daqiang waved his hand indifferently. He has been lame for a long time. The gun has been left there for more than 10 years without anyone touching it. It's not certain whether it can be pulled back. How about you wait a moment? I'll go in and get it out, and you can take a look. If it can be used, use it. It's useless to leave it there anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked inside. Jiang Yuan was too late to stop him. I couldn't shout to him loudly at the door, so I had to wait outside for him to come out. Not long after, Zhou Daqiang came out carrying 2 guns and stuffed them into his arms. "Take a look." Jiang Yuan took it and touched it. There was a thick layer of dust on the gun. He pulled the bolt twice and found it was a bit rusty, but judging from the noise it made, it should be able to be repaired. He said, "I just want one shot. Name your price." Seeing that he was skilled in the technique, Zhou Daqiang knew that he could use it. He pulled the man aside and asked, "Are you going to hunt in the mountains?" Jiang Yuan nodded. Zhou Daqiang's eyes were burning, and he continued, "Can you take me with you if you go up the mountain? I want to hunt some pheasants." As he was talking, his stomach growled. The burly man was a little embarrassed, holding his stomach, and said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. I just wanted to hunt some game to fill my stomach." Jiang Yuan saw that he had thick arms and a solid body, and looked like he could throw a few punches. Moreover, he has a simple and honest face, a little rough, but you can tell at a glance that he is a kind-hearted person and does not make a bad impression. He carried his gun and said, "It's not easy to get enough food. Come on, come home with me. It's so cold, talking outside, my ears are going to freeze off." Zhou Daqiang waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no. How can I eat for free? I was thinking if you could come up the mountain, and we could form a partnership. One fight would be enough for me to eat for 2 days." Jiang Yuan was worried that he couldn't handle the work by himself, and now that Zhou Daqiang had offered him labor, how could he let him go? He dragged the person home and said, "Let's go. We are from the same village, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about." Jiang Yuan carried the gun in one hand and held Zhou Daqiang with the other. He did not give away the tobacco leaves he brought, but tucked them under his arm and went home. The Jiang family stove was burning brightly, and they added a lot of firewood for fear that the fire would go out in the middle of the night and the children would be frozen. As soon as they entered the house, they were covered in heat. Jiang Yuan called out, "Come and sit on the kong. I'll see if there's anything to eat in the kitchen." Zhou Daqiang stood at the door with his hands and feet tied, smiling awkwardly at Jiang Tietuan, who was lying on the kong and leaning against the wall with his gun in his arms. Jiang Tietuan licked his cigarette and said, "Come up, it's cool down there. Daqiang, right? I attended your full moon banquet when you were a child. In the blink of an eye, you have grown up." Zhou Daqiang chuckled and called "Uncle," then sat down carefully with half of his but resting on the edge of the kong. Jiang Yuan brought out a bowl of corn porridge and 2 big sweet potatoes from the kitchen and said, "There's nothing delicious at home, so you can have something to eat." Chapter 16, A Full Meal. Zhou Daqiang looked at the hot porridge, swallowed his saliva, but still didn't move. Jiang Yuan put the chopsticks in his hand and said, Don't just look at it. Eat it quickly. We are all from the same village. You still call my father uncle. Don't be so formal. Zhou Daqiang was really hungry and his stomach was growling. Seeing that Jiang Yuan was really willing to let him drink, he held the bowl and slurped it down. He finished a bowl of corn porridge in just 3 or 4 mouthfuls and took a bite of the sweet potato in half. Seeing that he was eating with great relish, Jiang Yuan sat beside him and polished the bolt with sandpaper. Jiang Tietuan said, I recognize this gun. It was used by Lao Zhou when he was young. Pointing at the gun, he said, the broken piece was caused by a rock when I was young and climbing up a mountain and rolling down a slope. This gun is old. Jiang Yuan blew away the rust that had been rubbed off, pulled the bolt twice, and said, it's okay. It can be used after some repairs. As the father and son were talking, Zhao Aihong came in from the kitchen with 2 cornmeal buns in her hands. She placed them in front of Zhou Daqiang and said, this child really likes to eat. He looks healthy. Eat more. Don't worry about not having enough. Be careful not to choke. Zhou Daqiang looked at the loving Zhao Aihong. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he quickly lowered his head and took a bite of the steamed bun to hold back his tears. Zhao Aihong watched him eat and said with emotion, ever since your mother left, what has your life been like? Your stepmother was not good to you, right? You can't even have a hot meal. Jiang Yuan quickly winked at her. Zhou Daqiang couldn't stand at home. He was bullied by his stepmother and couldn't even get enough to eat. It would be bad to open up the scar again here. Zhao Aihong realized that she had said something wrong, so she stopped talking and just kept picking up pickles and pouring hot water for Zhou Daqiang. Zhou Daqiang had a full meal comfortably, eating up all the sweet potato buns. He felt a little embarrassed looking at the empty plate. Seeing that he had finished eating, Jiang Yuan said, this gun is still usable. I can't take it from you for free. You name a price, and I'll give you the money. Originally, Zhou Daqiang stole the gun just to piss off his father, but when he got to Zhang's house and ate and drank, he felt too embarrassed to ask for money. He waved his hands hurriedly and said, I can't ask for money. It's a great favor for you to give me a bite to eat. If my mother were here, she would definitely not ask you for money. Zhou Daqiang stood up and bowed to Jiang Yuan and the others. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Thank you, brother Jiang. Jiang Yuan helped him up, and seeing that he was a man of loyalty, he said, if you don't mind, just follow me. I can't promise you a good life, but you will have enough food and drink. You can have whatever you want. Zhou Daqiang nodded vigorously, not for anything else, but just because when every household had no surplus food, they could give him a bowl of rice to eat, which showed that this family was not a bad person. Jiang Yuan laughed out loud and said, then let's make a deal. Let's go up the mountain tomorrow and hunt more pheasants and ducks. When sending Zhou Daqiang out, Jiang Yuan stuffed 10 yuan and a bag of tobacco into his pocket and said, you gave me the gun. Your father will find out sooner or later. Take this back so you can report to your superiors. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to handle the situation if you are caught in the middle. Zhou Daqiang's face was filled with indignation when he mentioned his father. He snorted and said, it's all in vain. If he dares to confront me, I will scold him back. All these years he has only been able to see that old woman, so why would he care about me as his son? Even if I die outside, it has nothing to do with him. Jiang Yuan stuffed the money into his hand and said, it's his business if he doesn't behave like a human being. You can't let others point fingers at him. After all, he is your father. Even if he beats you to a pulp, people outside will only blame you. Don't just sit there and do nothing. Just consider this money as lost. If you give him this gun, there's nothing to settle. Zhou Daqiang looked at him and said with a breath held, okay, I'll listen to brother Jiang. Jiang Yuan rubbed his hands, exhaled, and said, go back soon. It's very cold. Come early tomorrow. With guns and manpower, Jiang Yuan was confident that he could increase the quantity of goods. He would be able to shoot at least 20 to 30 pheasants each time he went up the mountain. What's more, he was smart and remembered that there were a lot of game in the valley at that time, so he didn't worry about making a wasted trip. After returning to the house, Zhao Aihong looked at him teasingly and deliberately asked, do you still need me to help you look after the children tonight? Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment before he realized that his mother was humiliating him. His mother was too embarrassed to sleep on the same kong with his wife even after giving birth to a child. It's not that he's embarrassed, it's that he really doesn't dare. The longing that had tormented him for decades in his previous life was now right beside his pillow, and the feeling of homesickness was enough to make him toss and turn in his bed, unable to sleep. Being teased by everyone around him, Jiang Yuan decided to throw away his responsibility and crawled onto the kong, saying, Mother, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Aihong shook the diaper in her hand and said unhappily, you are also a grown man. Why are you so cowardly? Isn't that your own wife? Are you planning to sleep on the bed that your father and I share for the rest of our lives? Jiang Yuan cupped his hands and begged for mercy. Mom, I was not nice to Xiao Wan before, but now I have changed. But she still needs some time to adapt, right? I'm sleeping in that room. I don't know how to face her. Xiao Wan is also too nervous to sleep. Why bother? Let's just take it slow. Zhao Aihong rolled her eyes at him and turned away. Jiang Yuan rested his head on his arms. His father was farting, grinding his teeth, and snoring. It was far from being as enjoyable as hugging his sweet and soft wife. But he dared to go up the mountain to hunt. But he didn't dare to go to his wife's Kong. There is no way. He feels guilty. Just take it slow. When Xiao Wan smiles at him, who knows, he might just grit his teeth and climb onto his wife's Kong. The next morning, before dawn, Jiang Yuan was pulled out of bed by his mother. The cold air in the morning was quite overbearing, and the temperature of the Kong could not withstand the cold wind coming in through the crack in the door. Jiang Yuan shuddered, hunched his shoulders and said, "What time is it, mother?" Zhao Aihong said, "It's 4:30. Hurry up and get up. Da Qiang is here and is waiting for you to eat." Jiang Yuan rubbed his face vigorously to wake himself up, turned over and got off the Kong, put on a cold cotton jacket, and his sleepiness disappeared. Zhou Daqiang smiled when he saw him, his white teeth on his dark face particularly dazzling. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Yuan greeted them, quietly opened the door of the west room a crack, looked at the two children sleeping soundly, and closed it quietly. "Mom, please pack more dry food. We won't be able to go down the mountain until the afternoon." Zhao Aihong got up early and baked several large pancakes, put them in a cloth bag, filled a kettle with strong liquor, and wrapped it in a bag. Jiang Yuan handed the rations to Zhou Daqiang, tied his sheepskin leggings on himself, and was ready to set off with his gun on his back. Jiang Tietuan came out of the house and put the hat in his hand on him, even covering his ears, and said, "This dogskin hat is windproof. Don't get frozen." Jiang Yuan touched the thick hat, and not only did his body feel warm, but his heart as well. He glanced at Gu Shangwan's room and saw that the light was not on yet, so he turned around and left with Zhou Daqiang. The moon has set, and the sun has not yet risen. The early morning is the darkest and coldest time of the day. White air came out of his mouth, and the snow made a crunching sound as Jiang Yuan stepped on it. When they walked up the mountain path, they had to walk halfway up the mountain before daybreak. Fortunately, I am familiar with this section of the mountain road. Otherwise, I would not dare to walk in the dark. Jiang Yuan looked at Zhou Daqiang, who was following closely behind him, and asked, "Have you ever hunted before?" Chapter 17. Hit the target every time. Zhou Daqiang walked for more than 2 hours with a gun and dry food on his back, but his face did not turn red, and he was not out of breath. He was in great physical strength. Hearing this, he said, "When I was hungry before, I went up the mountain to find something to eat. It's not so bad in spring and autumn. There are a lot of things in the mountains. You can just find some wild vegetables to fill your stomach." Zhou Daqiang looked sad. "Winter is hard to bear once the snow falls. Nothing can grow in the fields. We can only hunt game occasionally. In the first 2 years, the control was strict. We didn't even dare to hunt wild game. We suffered from hunger and fullness. As the saying goes, if you have a stepmother, you will have a stepfather." Unfortunately, Zhou Daqiang's stepmother was a bad-hearted person. After giving birth to another little son for the Zhou family, she coaxed old Zhou into only having eyes for the two of them. All the money that can be used for food and spending at home and outside is tightly held in the family. Zhou Daqiang is a coolie in the Zhou family. He does the most work, but there are only a few grains of rice in the bowl. Jiang Yuan stopped to rest his feet and said, "No matter what time it is, we have to be self-reliant. It will be good if we can separate from the family in the future." Zhou Daqiang listened to this and smiled bitterly. "The brigade only gave each family a livable house. Even if I want to split up, there is nowhere to live. Just hang in there. Maybe one day my mother in heaven won't be able to bear it anymore and take that old man away." Jiang Yuan knew that the time for reform was not far away, but he couldn't tell Zhou Daqiang this, so he could only comfort him. "There will always be a way out, don't worry. Catch some more pheasants and ducks today and sell them in the city. I'll give you half of the money. It'll be enough for you to have a few good meals." Zhou Daqiang's eyes lit up immediately. Sell it for money? With this stuff flying all over the mountains, why would people in the city buy it? Jiang Yuan chuckled and said, "It's very rare. You think you can't eat meat? Most people in the city can't eat oily food either. Not only is the supply and marketing cooperative limited in quantity, but you also need a ticket. Many people get up early to line up, but still can't buy any. Our pheasants and ducks are hot commodities in the city, but now the policy from above is unclear. Not many people dare to do it. We will be the first to get it if we go there." Zhou Daqiang's thinking is quite consistent with that of people of this era. Once he heard about the policies from above, His enthusiastic hearts turned cold. Even though he was in the woods and couldn't find anyone else around, he subconsciously lowered his voice and asked, I heard that this is a crime, something called speculation, and if you're caught, you'll go to jail. Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. The policy is unclear and has not been made public, but the regulations have been relaxed for small traders like us. As long as you don't go to the streets and shout, and just hide in the alleys, no one will care. I sold a roe deer yesterday. I know what's going on. Just follow me and put your mind at ease. Zhou Daqiang was a simple-minded man. He believed that Jiang Yuan was a good person, so he listened to him in everything and followed him forward with a smile. He also muttered, That's great. Make more and sell more, and then we can try what the meat dumplings in the city taste like. The two men kept talking without stopping and kept walking forward until they reached a valley. Jiang Yuan then stopped and looked around at the terrain. He had often come here to hunt in his previous life, so he knew where the prey was. In this season, the valley was sheltered from the wind and the snow was a little thinner, so pheasants and wild ducks loved to hang out here. Jiang Yuan found a big tree, sat down, and said, Let's take a break first. My feet are numb from walking. Zhou Daqiang opened the kettle, tilted his head back, and took a sip, but he didn't expect that there was burning meat in it. He choked and started coughing, and the cold wind made his face red. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, this is what my mother installed for us to keep warm. Zhou Daqiang bent over and held onto the tree trunk. He coughed for a long time before stopping and gasping for air, saying, Oh my God, this is killing me. Jiang Yuan took the wine jug and took a sip. The strong liquor flowed down his throat and chest to his internal organs, and he felt his whole body warming up. There is no one who goes hunting in the mountains who cannot drink strong liquor. This stuff can keep warm in the winter, soothe the mood in the summer, and can also disinfect injuries. It is a must-have when going into the mountains. While resting, Zhou Daqiang tapped his legs again and again. Suddenly, his ears pricked up and he sat up. There's movement. Jiang Yuan followed his gaze and saw two pheasants walking out from behind a big tree about 70 or 80 meters away, with only a slight friction sound as they stepped on the snow. Jiang Yuan aimed his gun and said, You have sharp ears. You can hear such a small noise. With the spear against his shoulder, Jiang Yuan relaxed his shoulders. His breathing slowly matched his heartbeat, one eye half closed, and the muzzle of the gun aimed closely at the moving pheasant. But in the blink of an eye, gunshots rang out. With a bang, the pheasant in the distance fell to the ground before it could even fly up, and the ground was stained red with blood. Zhou Daqiang's gun fired immediately afterwards, and the bullet shot out, only deviating by an inch, and shot straight into the snow, stirring up a cloud of foam. Jiang Yuan didn't even have his breathing disordered. He moved the muzzle of the gun slightly, pulled the bolt to load the gun, and pulled the trigger, all in one go. But in just over half a minute, the two pheasants fell under the gun. Zhou Daqiang ran over to pick them up and shot both of them in the head. He shouted excitedly, Brother Jiang is awesome. How come you're so accurate with the gun? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. I learned a few tricks before, not to mention the pheasants that are dozens of meters away. In my previous life, when I was shooting in the woods, I could easily shoot sparrows 200 meters away without ever having to fire a second shot. With these two good starts, Zhou Daqiang was extremely excited. He didn't even stop and just walked forward with his gun in hand. Jiang Yuan walked slowly behind, and when he saw some pheasants or wild ducks popping up, he pulled the bolt of his gun and shot one. The gunshots shook off a layer of snow on the branches wherever they passed, and the snow fell on his shoulders. Zhou Daqiang was stunned by the quick and efficient shooting and harvesting. He had never seen anyone who could hit the target every time. Even when he was a child and went up the mountain with his father, he had never been so excited. It took them a whole morning to walk through a large valley. Both of them had game hung all over their waists with hemp ropes. A rough count showed that there were about 18 or 19 of them. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sun with his eyes narrowed and said, Let's go back. We still have to go into the city. Zhou Daqiang was also born in a hunter family. When his mother was still alive, he followed his father into the mountains. Like Jiang Yuan, he is a man of courage and has a natural affinity for mountains. The hunting with guns this morning made him relax completely, with smiles all over his eyes and eyebrows. Zhou Daqiang looked at the game on his waist, then at the game on Jiang Yuan's body, which was too big to hang on his waist and was dragging behind his feet. The comparison made him even more envious. Brother Jiang, how much can we sell these for? Jiang Yuan thought about the prices in his previous life, estimated it in his mind, and said, Pheasants and wild ducks are rare in this season. They can be sold for 1.5 yuan per caddy. If one caddy is 7 caddies, then these 20 or so of us can sell for at least 200 yuan. When Zhou Daqiang heard this, he staggered. What? $200? Chapter 18, Jiang the God of Wealth. It's no wonder that Zhou Daqiang was so surprised. Even the captain of Taiyinyagu couldn't say that they could earn 200 yuan a year. This is simply a huge sum of money falling from the sky. Zhou Daqiang looked at Jiang Yuan with eyes full of admiration, as if he was looking at the God of Wealth. If the two men came across any lone pheasants or wild ducks on the way down the mountain, they would capture them. By the time they got home, their waists and backs were full of game. Jiang Yuan loaded the items into the car. The efficiency of these two men was different. Even if he had to give half of the proceeds to Zhou Daqiang, it would still be a sure profit. After entering the house and quickly drinking some hot water, the two of them immediately drove the cart towards the city. There was some snow last night, making the mountain road difficult to walk on. Fortunately, Zhou Daqiang was there to help him pull the cart today, otherwise the good flesh on his shoulders would have been rubbed off again. We arrived in the city late today, and by the time Jiang Yuan set up his stall at the back door of Baichao Garden, it was already dark. The clerk of Baichao Garden brought out an oil lamp and said, "This is what the shopkeeper asked me to bring, so that I can see the stall clearly when it gets dark." As usual, Jiang Yuan left a pheasant for Jiang Yuan so that he could send it to him after he sold all the goods. Just as I had tidied up the cart, the lady selling wontons next door came out and said, "Oh, I thought you weren't coming. Why are you so late?" "It's past dinner time," Jiang Yuan said with a smile. "We just came down from the mountains. Pheasants are hard to catch because they flutter around. We worked hard all day and only caught a few of them." The old lady stretched her head to look at the cart, picked up one and weighed it. "It's quite heavy." Jiang Yuan went up to weigh it and said, "Look, it's 7.6 jin, quite high." The old lady asked, "How do you sell it?" Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes and said sincerely, "To be honest, this is my first time selling pheasants, so I don't really know the market price for them. You name a price, and if I can make it, I'll do it as you say." The old lady was not polite and said directly, "It seems that you are not easy either. It is not easy to walk on the mountain, right? Well, 1 yuan per pound, I'll give you a little more money for your hard work." Jiang Yuan knew what she meant by that. 1 yuan was definitely a cheap price. He said, "Auntie, my brother and I have been working hard up and down the mountain since dawn. 1 yuan per pound is not worth it. Can you give me a little more, $1.50? The old lady held on to the pheasant and refused to let go. Both parties bargained and finally settled on $1.20 per pound. Jiang Yuan weighed the 2 chickens that the old lady wanted and said, "2 chickens weigh 15.3 jin in total. I'll charge you 15 jin, which makes a total of 18 yuan. Take this pheasant home and eat it. You can fry it, stir-fry it, deep-fry it, or add it to soup. It's delicious no matter how you eat it." The old lady smiled and said, "You are a man who does business quickly and without hesitation. Yesterday, my neighbor said he wanted to buy your chicken. Wait for me to call him for you." Jiang Yuan agreed with a smile, turned around and put the money in his pocket, saying, "Da Chang, you are responsible for weighing. Don't make a mistake in who wants which one." Zhou Daqiang was already stunned. With all the chatter, they only earned 18 yuan in such a short time. Oh my God, does all the money in the city come from the wind? 2 pheasants for $18. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yuan chuckled and said, "Not everyone can afford it." He pointed to the streets and alleys and said, "Look at who lives here. Every household does some small business secretly, and they definitely earn more than ordinary people. 2 streets away is the largest timber factory in Jiangdong County. So many factory workers live here, and their monthly wages and subsidies are not small. There is also the Jiangdong County Hospital and the Jiangdong County office nearby. People in this area are all government funded. They are not ordinary people. So we can sell this pheasant for 2.1 kilogram. This is a bargain for the land." Jiang Yuan saw that Zhou Daqiang was confused and tried to digest what he heard, so he continued shouting. "I didn't dare turn up the volume too loud, just enough for it to be audible in the alleys on the left and right. Don't miss it if you pass by. We have pheasants in our car. 1 pot of stew, the whole yard is filled with fragrance. The fragrance is so good that the neighbors will climb over the wall." After eating, the old lady's eyesight improved. The old man's bones became strong, and the child will be the top scorer in the imperial examination next year after eating it. Jiang Yuan was a good talker and could utter jingle poems fluently. The neighbors heard the noise and came out to see. Zhou Daqiang was carrying a chicken to the scale and was busy. Soon, people gathered around the stall. "You have a really nice voice, young man. Bring me one to go with my wine." Jiang Yuan smiled. His eyes were bright, his hands and feet were nimble, and he said, "Master, let me tell you, this is the best thing to eat with wine. Don't even throw away the chicken bones. Fry them in oil, sprinkle some chili and salt on them. They're so crispy and crunchy that I guarantee you'll drink 2 more glasses of wine. Jiang Yuan can strike up a conversation with anyone, no matter if they are old men or women, young men or young wives just off work. Even if there are those who just come to watch the fun and don't buy anything, he doesn't get annoyed. We can chat back and forth even if it's just idle talk. The fame was spread by word of mouth. Jiang Yuan was generous in selling goods and would just give away a few cents off. These people got a good deal and went back to tell their neighbors about his products. Jiang Yuan's business was good. 20 pheasants and wild ducks were sold out in less than 2 hours. Finally, there was only one wild duck left, and Jiang Yuan decided not to sell it. A customer said, "Give me this wild duck." Jiang Yuan took the scale, bowed, and said, "I'm really sorry. This is just for an old lady. I can't sell it. I'll be here tomorrow. If you still want to buy it, I'll give you a cheaper price tomorrow." "Sorry." The customer left without saying anything. Jiang Yuan carried the duck into the wonton shop and said, "This is the wild duck that my aunt wanted to make soup for her daughter-in-law yesterday. I didn't see her come today. I said I would leave one for you, so I'll leave it here for now. If you see that lady, please pass it on to her." The lady boss of the wonton shop said, "How can I give you the money? I'll pay for her first." Jiang Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, I'll come again tomorrow. Take it back first. You need to nourish your body the most during confinement. We'll figure out the money later. A duck is nothing. There's no rush." The lady boss gave her a thumbs up and said, "You are young, but you are really capable. Don't worry, I'll take her home in a moment." Jiang Yuan didn't say much. When he left, he delivered a pheasant that he had left for Jiang Yuan, then took Zhou Daqiang and pulled the cart out of the alley. Jiang Yuan said, "Let's go. Didn't you say you want to eat meat dumplings in the city? I'll treat you." Zhou Daqiang had a smile on his face the whole day. He counted on his fingers and said, "All 20 are sold out. I just counted them, and they cost a total of 168.4 yuan. How much food can this buy?" Jiang Yuan looked at his smile and shook his head, saying, "It's still a little short of the 200 yuan I estimated." Zhou Daqiang was content. More than 100 yuan a day is not a small amount. Even the workers in the steel mill don't get such a high salary. Jiang Yuan drove the car towards the hotel and asked casually, "How did you know?" Zhou Daqiang said, "Your eldest brother said before that he works in the steel mill, but he is not a formal employee and the salary is low." Jiang Yuan chatted with him casually and walked 2 or 3 streets before he saw the sign of the state-owned restaurant. "Come in, this is it." Chapter 19. Curse. This was the first time Zhou Daqiang had been to the city since he was a child. Long Ding was a little daunted when he saw such a big restaurant and stood at the door. He tugged at Jiang Yuan's clothes and said, "Brother Jiang, let's go to another restaurant. How much does it cost to have a meal at this restaurant?" Jiang Yuan pulled his arm and walked inside. "A meal of dumplings only costs a few dollars. Just eat it." Now, the only restaurants that can openly open on the streets are state-owned restaurants. Those small shops in the alleys are not even allowed to hang up signs. Jiang Yuan took out 2 food coupons from his pocket, went to the window, and said, "Give me 2 pounds of sauerkraut and pork dumplings, and a stack of braised beef." Zhou Daqiang couldn't read, so he could only stand behind him with his hands and feet tied to his chest. Looking at the other people's clean and tidy clothes, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of shyness. The 1.9-meter-tall strong man stood here and didn't even know which way to point his toes. Jiang Yuan ordered some good food, pulled him to sit down, mixed a dish of soy sauce and vinegar, and said, "The pickled cabbage dumplings here are the best. You have to eat something oily when you go to the city." They were all from the same village, and Zhou Daqiang knew something about his past, so he asked, "Brother Jiang, you never ate at a place like this before? It's not cheap, right?" Jiang Yuan knew what he meant and said, "I've been here before. I didn't think it was expensive before, and now it's okay to eat here occasionally. Daqiang, you will have many opportunities to eat here in the future. You have to adapt to it." Zhou Daqiang smacked his lips and said, "If we eat one meal here, we can eat it for several days when we get home. Let's just come and try something new." Jiang Yuan is selling meat at a stall now, but he won't do it for the rest of his life. Zhou Daqiang is a down-to-earth person. If they could do some business together, this state-owned restaurant would be the first choice for socializing. If Zhou Daqiang continues to be so timid, people will look down on him when he negotiates business in the future. It was too early to talk about this now. Jiang Yuan just said, "Eat first. I'll tell you later when I have time." The steamed dumplings stuffed with sauerkraut are served steaming hot. The white dumpling skins are round and plump, which makes people's mouths water. When you take a bite, the sauerkraut has a sweet taste, mixed with the pork filling. It is so fragrant that your mouth is full of oil. Zhou Daqiang put 3 or 4 of them into his mouth in a row, and his cheeks were bulging. Jiang Yuan poured him a bowl of dumpling soup and said, "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, there's more." Zhou Daqiang ate his dumplings happily, taking a mouthful of soup. He didn't stop chewing when he was talking. He said, "Why does this pickled cabbage taste different from the ones we have at home?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "We wouldn't put so much meat in dumplings at home. The fillings are all made with animal oil. Just look at Zhao Ai home, and you will know that she is reluctant to put meat in dumplings during the Chinese New Year. She just cuts some meat into small pieces, adds 2 drops of oil, and sprinkles some salt, and that is considered a pretty good meal. It is definitely different from the dumplings that ooze oil when you bite them." Zhou Daqiang enjoyed the meal so much that he finished the whole tray of steamed dumplings in no time. Jiang Yuan stood up and added 2 more drawers. Just as he sat back, he heard a burst of sneers coming from the table behind him. "This restaurant is really terrible now. Anyone can come in to eat. It's disgusting just looking at it." The sound behind him was quite loud, and not only Jiang Yuan heard it, but also the people around him, including Zhou Daqiang, heard it. Zhou Daqiang thought someone was mocking the way he ate. He held a dumpling in his mouth, chopsticks in his hands, and looked around, not knowing what to do. Jiang Yuan patted him, turned around and looked at the table behind him, narrowed his eyes, and found that it was an acquaintance. "I thought who it was. It turned out to be the Liu family's bastard who escaped." Sitting at the table was Liu Kaishan's eldest daughter, Liu Haixia, wearing a floral cotton jacket. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table, all of which were exquisite and much richer than the plate of braised beef and soy sauce that Jiang Yuan ordered. Liu Haixia looked at him with her eyes tilted, looked him up and down, covered her nose, and said, "Country people are mud-legged. Did you just climb out of the cesspool? You stink so much. How are others supposed to eat if you sit here? You're going to make me vomit." Jiang Yuan and the Liu family have an irreconcilable blood feud. If it were someone else, he might still stick to the underworld code of conduct of not hitting women. But as long as the person's surname is Liu, there is no code of conduct to speak of. Since he didn't pamper her, Jiang Yuan's mouth was like poison. "Working people are the most glorious. You can't stand country people so much. Why do you have any objection to this? Or is it that your Liu family is so corrupt that even a dog can bark outside?" In this day and age, anyone who dares to say that he or she has any objections to the quotations will die with his or her entire family. Liu Haixia didn't expect him to speak so harshly. Some people around her looked at her with different eyes. She quickly tried to make amends and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Stop putting the blame on me. I can see you even when I go out to eat. I think you are just following me and want to go back to the Liu family to live a good life." Liu Haixia stood up and greeted the people around her who were watching the fun. She said, "This unlucky guy used to pretend to be our son. He ate and drank lavishly in my house, ate the best food, and wore the best clothes. I don't know how much money he has wasted in my house. And what happened? He's a fake. Our real biological son was almost tortured to death in the countryside. Later, we sent him back to his biological parents, but he still wasn't satisfied. He blocked our door on New Year's Eve, yelling that we wouldn't let him in, and he was going to die in our house. Everyone, please tell me, how can such a person with such a corrupt moral character have the nerve to say that the working people are the most glorious? Bah, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you deserve it?" Liu Haixia has been a shrew for so many years and is best at inciting the emotions of the audience. After the call, she instantly turned herself into a victim and made everyone point fingers at Jiang Yuan. Zhou Daqiang was standing next to him and asked in a low voice, "Brother Jiang, is the biological son he mentioned Haifeng?" When Liu Haifeng lived in Taiyigu, he had met Zhou Daqiang. Although they were not close, they were familiar with each other. Jiang Yuan nodded. Zhou Daqiang immediately became unhappy and stood up and shouted, "You are the one who farted. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang are so nice to Haifeng. I don't even want to eat a bite of good food. I want to save it for Haifeng. I'm not going to be tortured to death, as you said." Jiang Yuan bowed to the people around him, then looked at Liu Haixia and said, "Liu Haifeng has called me father and mother for 20 years in my family, and my family has a clear conscience towards him. Our whole family can barely get enough to eat 3 meals a day. But Liu Haifeng has never been hungry since he was a child. There are 3 children in the family, with an older brother and a younger sister. Liu Haifeng is the only one in the middle, but he is the only one who can read and write and has been to school. The family sold everything they had to support his education. My eldest brother worked in the city while farming when he was a teenager. Tell me, what kind of torture is this kind of life? How has our Jiang family let him down?" When he knew that he was not a biological child of the Jiang family, why did he run away in the middle of the night without saying a word? Chapter 20 Gambling. As soon as these words were spoken, The people around him instantly changed their camp and began to speak up for Jiang Yuan. I am my father's only biological son, but I didn't even get to study. This little girl is talking nonsense. How can she not appreciate the kindness of others? Life in the countryside is so hard. If you hadn't met such a good family, it's not certain whether your brother would have survived. Yes, if this happened to my family, I would beat drums and gongs to thank the people. Liu Kaishan didn't expect that the person who had just stood on her side would suddenly blame her. She was filled with indignation, looking at Jiang Yuan, whose clothes were dirty and had 2 tufts of chicken feathers hanging on them. She looked down on him from the bottom of her heart and felt that it lowered her status to eat in the same restaurant with him. Stop trying to deceive people. Isn't it the time when you cried and shouted to come back to my house? Have you forgotten how you begged my parents to take you in again? Now you're pretending to be a decent person. I think you're still determined to do something evil. You're even following me. Don't you think this restaurant is something you can afford? You are a peasant coming to the city, and you really think you are a clean person. Jiang Yuan took a step forward, stared at her with a half-smile, and said, Do you really want me to tell you in public why I showed up at your door on New Year's Eve? Liu Kaishan, you really have no brains. Why can your brother spend the new year at home? Don't you know? If I say this here, do you think Liu Kaishan will skin you alive? Liu Kaishan suddenly realized that Jiang Yuan was aware of the big event, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The trustworthy people around asked, What's the matter? Tell us what happened. If she bullied others, we will help you vent your anger. Jiang Yuan's eyes were like a snake lurking in the corner, falling coldly on Liu Kaishan, making her shiver involuntarily. Liu Kaishan immediately scolded the man back. Ask. What does it have to do with you? You are bringing up my wife's gossip here. Get lost. You want to make fun of my Liu family? But don't you see which rank you belong to? The man was so frustrated that he was about to curse back when he was pulled away by someone next to him. She's just a shrew. Why would you bother with her? Come on, let's go drink some more. Liu Kaishan watched as the people around her dispersed, stared at Jiang Yuan fiercely, and said, Don't think you can control me just because you know a little bit of the inside story. You know what our Liu family is capable of. With just a flick of my finger, I can keep you from finding a way out for the rest of your life. I'm telling you, Jiang Yuan, you were so shameless when I gave you a chance. Now you want to get out of Tinu Valley? Dream on. Don't ever think about coming back to our house and living the same life as before. You should rot in the mud your whole life, like a toad covered in pus. Jiang Yuan knew where her hateful look came from. If he did not agree to take the blame for Liu Haifeng on New Year's Eve, Liu Kaishan would have to spend money to find someone to settle the matter with Liu Haifeng. If I remember correctly, Liu Kaishan had just gotten married and needed financial support from her parents' home. It was painful for them to spend her money as if it were hers. Liu Kaishan didn't think there was anything wrong with her brother because there was a huge additional expense. She would just blame Jiang Yuan. After all, shameless and unscrupulous people will think this way and will never look for faults in themselves. From the moment Jiang Yuan was reborn, he never thought of letting the Liu family go. He just wants to repeat the path of the previous generation. When he has status and power again, he will drive the Liu family into the quagmire, and they will never be able to stand up again. Into the city? Jiang Yuan sneered. Do you think your Liu family has the final say in Jiangdong County? You think you are so great just because you have a few bucks? If I want to go to the city, it's just a matter of moving my fingers. Liu Kaishan looked at him as if he were a joke. You must have become stupid staying in the countryside. You're still going to the city? Your family can't even afford to live in a brick house. If it snows, even the beams of the house will collapse. And yet you're still pretending to be rich. Aren't you ashamed? You keep farting so loudly that I'm embarrassed for you. Jiang Yuan leaned back, leaned on the table, and said, Then why not make a bet? Liu Kaishan didn't take him seriously at all, rolled her eyes and said, What are you betting on? Jiang Yuan said slowly, I bet my family can build a brick house by the beginning of spring. If you lose, bring Liu Haifeng to my house and kowtow to my parents and admit your mistakes, saying that you are worse than pigs and dogs and are a family of beasts. Liu Kaishan was so angry that her teeth itched when she heard that he dared to humiliate her with such a bet. She glared and asked, What if you lose? Jiang Yuan thought about it deliberately and then suddenly smiled after a while. But he smiled coldly and said slowly, If I lose, I will give you my life. How about it? This was the first time that Liu Kaishan heard of this life and death bet. Her eyes widened and she choked for a long time, unable to speak. Jiang Yuan's bet was very tempting to the Liu family. He asked, How about it? Do you want to bet? Maybe you can take this opportunity to kill me and vent your brother's anger. Liu Kaishan was a brainless person who only had a big mouth. She was bewitched by Jiang Yuan, and she didn't believe that a brick house could be built in such a short time. She agreed without thinking. Let's bet. I'm not afraid of you. If you can't build a house by spring, I will come to your house and kill you. Jiang Yuan shook his finger and said, if it is covered, you will have to come and kneel down and kowtow. Liu Kaishan was confident that he couldn't do it, so she readily agreed. That's it. The bet was made, so Jiang Yuan didn't stay any longer. He asked for 2 bags to pack up the leftover dumplings, then left with Zhou Daqiang. The moment he turned around, Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly became vicious, like a cold arrow tempered with 5 poisons, shooting straight at Liu Kaishan's vital point. Everything that just happened too fast for Zhou Daqiang. He didn't react until he walked out of the hotel. Jiang Yuan gave him half of the money he earned today and stuffed it into his pocket. Here, this is yours. Zhou Daqiang held the banknotes, which contained a few pink big unity notes. He was reluctant to give them away, but he rubbed them with his fingers twice and then gave them back. Brother Jiang, I'll give them all to you. I don't want them. You should keep it to build a house. Otherwise, she will kill you. Jiang Yuan was stunned by him at first, but he laughed again after hearing his words. The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet. Don't worry about this. What's yours is yours. Keep it. Save more money so you can get married in the future. Zhou Daqiang scratched his head and said, then you made a bet with her. I know that building a brick house costs a lot of money. Our village can't even afford to build a house for the captain. What if she really comes to kill you? Jiang Yuan sneered and didn't take Liu Kaishan seriously at all. The bet was just a bait to lure her. If she wants my life, I have to give it to her, right? She is the king of hell. Chapter 21, Buying Clothes. Jiang Yuan patted Zhou Daqiang soothingly and said, don't take it personally. Even if the Liu family were all tied together, they still wouldn't be able to beat me. They came here to seek death, so I have to help them. Don't worry, I am the only one who laughs at others' jokes. It's not their turn to take advantage of me. Zhou Daqiang really didn't know where his brother Zhang's confidence came from, as he was a well-known family in the county. Jiang Yuan said, hurry up and buy your sister-in-law a nice cotton-padded jacket before the supply and marketing cooperative closes. When he was at home before, he noticed that Gu Xiangwan wore the same gray cotton-padded jacket every day. Not only was it covered with several layers of patches, but the cotton was not thick at all, so it was bound to be drafty during the confinement period. It was just in time to buy her a new one in the county. Jiang Yuan had never coaxed a woman before, but he probably knew that if he wanted his wife to change her mind, he had to treat her well in every way and think about everything in advance. Buying a piece of clothing is nothing. Jiang Yuan is just afraid that it is not good enough. The salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative was quite familiar with Jiang Yuan. He had bought several large bags of things the last time he came. This time, as soon as he entered the door, someone greeted him. What do you want to buy? Jiang Yuan looked around and only saw 3 or 4 cotton-padded jackets hanging on the wall near the inside. He couldn't help but frowned. The colors are not pretty. They are all blue-gray and don't look bright. The salesperson looked at him and said, those are ready-made clothes. Not many people buy them. People prefer to buy cloth and cotton and make them themselves. Jiang Yuan thought that although the clothes were not worthy of his wife's pretty face, they could be worn right away, and it would be a waste of time to wait for them to be made now. He pointed to the blue one on the far left and said, take that off so I can see it. Those cotton-padded jackets have been hanging on the wall for a whole winter, but no one bought them. Now they can finally be sold. The salesperson was so happy that he quickly took it down and handed it over, saying, this outer layer is made of the best woolen material, and the lining is also pure cotton. You can weigh it in your hand. It's a full 3 pounds of cotton. It's warm and windproof. Jiang Yuan carefully touched the sleeves and the front, and even the armpits were covered with thick cotton. So he said, put it up. On the way back, Jiang Yuan held the cotton jacket in his arms, fearing that it would shake on the snow if he put it in the car. Zhou Daqiang looked at him and asked, brother, what does it feel like to have a wife? Jiang Yuan smiled and patted him on the forehead. What? Young man, are you thinking about love? You'll know when you save some money and get married. Zhou Daqiang shrugged and pouted. How dare I think about getting married now? With my family's situation, finding a wife would be a waste of a good girl. I just see you care so much about your sister-in-law, and I'm jealous of you going home to warm up the bed and cook the food. A biased, lame father, a stepmother who makes trouble all the time and spoils her younger brother. With such a family, what kind of girl would dare to marry into it? Jiang Yuan kicked the snow and said, don't be jealous. It will be fine when you can move out. Zhou Daqiang lost hope when he heard this. If the village doesn't give me land, I'll never be able to live alone. Jiang Yuan mentioned it casually and said, it will be soon. Zhou Daqiang's brain was quite quick on this matter. Hearing this, he asked, brother, are you not listening to any rumors? Is the brigade going to distribute land? Jiang Yuan thought about it and realized that there was no one else on the mountain road except the two of them. So he said, "Don't worry, it won't be far anyway. When I have definite news, I will tell you. Then you can get a piece of land and build a small house for yourself. You can live alone and you can find any wife you want." Zhou Daqiang is now completely convinced of Jiang Yuan, and he laughed. "I believe in you, brother. It's definitely right to follow you." Especially since he had a big dumpling in his arms. He had never been able to eat a bite of oily food before, but now he had complete faith in Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan didn't know what to say, so he just said, "Save more money now. When you have enough money, I'll find you a wife." Zhou Daqiang rubbed his nose, felt more energetic while pulling the cart, and said, "That's fine. You have good taste. You can even marry a wife as good as my sister-in-law." Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and said nothing. He was lucky enough to marry Gu Xiangwan, all thanks to his mother. The good wife he got in exchange for the 50 yuan dowry made him happy in this life. When I got home, it was already dark. Standing in the yard, one could only see a tiny bit of light from the oil lamp through the frosted glass. Jiang Yuan parked the cart, cooled off the cold air in the main room, then opened the door and went in to see his wife. The west room is the warmest place in the whole house. The Kong is hot both morning and night, and you will feel warm as soon as you enter it. Seeing that his wife was still awake, Jiang Yuan took out a cotton-padded jacket from his arms, held it in front of her like a treasure, and said, "I bought this cotton-padded jacket for you. Try it on." Gu Xiangwan was very surprised. She looked at the new clothes, but didn't take them. She just said, "My mother made one for me a few days ago." Jiang Yuan said, "What is the whole outfit for? This one is not bright in color, so I'll just wear it as a change of clothes. The clothes you're wearing are all windy. You mustn't catch a cold during confinement. Wife, try it on and see if it fits you. The supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have any nice ready-made clothes, so just make do with what you wear. I'll buy you the best clothes in the future." Gu Xiangwan reached out and touched his sleeves. The cotton was thick, and he said, "It's pretty good." Seeing that his wife couldn't let go, Jiang Yuan went up to the Kong, shook out the clothes, and spread them out in front of her. "Try it quickly." Gu Xiangwan couldn't refuse, so she had to turn her back, unbutton, and take off the patch cotton jacket, and let Jiang Yuan put the new cotton jacket on her left and right hands. The dark blue material looks dark in color, but it looks particularly gentle on Gu Xiangwan. She looks like a woman who has walked out from the depths of time, with a kind and maternal aura all over her body. Jiang Yuan stared blankly under the oil lamp. Gu Xiangwan felt embarrassed when he looked at her, so she lowered her head and said, "It's fine. It's really warm." Jiang Yuan nodded repeatedly. "As long as it's warm, it's good." This silly and foolish look was seen by Zhao Aihong, who came in, and she chuckled. She pointed at the young couple and said, "Silly girl, if he asks you, you just say yes. Your sleeves are a lot longer." Jiang Yuan came back to his senses and looked at Gu Xiangwan with both her hands hidden in her sleeves. Her cotton jacket was loosely draped over her body, like a child who had secretly put on adult clothes. He touched his head a little embarrassedly. "I forgot to check the size." Gu Xiangwan's face turned red from being teased by her mother-in-law, and she said with a wandering look, "It's okay. I can put on another layer inside. It's also warm." Seeing that they were both embarrassed, Zhao Aihong said, "I'll fix your cuffs before you wear it." "You little bastard, you don't even know what size clothes your wife wears. You are so heartless. Just like your father, follow your roots in the Jiang family." Jiang Yuan felt that he was in the wrong, so he pursed his lips and dared not say anything. Seeing his wife taking off her clothes, he quickly covered her with a quilt. He took out a wad of change from his pocket, put it in Gu Xiangwan's hand, and said, "This is what I earned today. Keep it for you." Chapter 22. Gu Xiangwan was suddenly stuffed with a wad of money and pulled his hand back in panic. "I don't want it, give it to Mom." Jiang Yuan sorted the money and put it in her hand again. "This is all earned by me. You are my wife, so of course you have to keep it." Gu Xiangwan subconsciously went to see her mother-in-law. Although she had not suffered from hunger or cold in this family, she had never had to worry about money. Now facing the change in her husband, she was always confused. Zhao Aihong took a pair of scissors and ripped off the sleeves of her cotton jacket. She said with a smile, "Just take it if I give it to you. What's there to be embarrassed about? The money earned by a man must be managed by his wife. I'm old now. You two should decide your own affairs." Zhao Aihong was not the stubborn old mother-in-law. Seeing that the children had a good relationship, she was really happy. She went out happily with her sewing basket, leaving the space for the couple. Jiang Yuan felt uncomfortable looking at his wife. He could see that when facing his mother, his wife relied on and trusted her wholeheartedly. But as soon as his mother left, she became tense. Or maybe he's not doing enough as a husband. which makes it difficult for his wife to get close to him, and she's always on guard against him. Jiang Yuan looked at her and said, I've said before that I want to live a good life with you sincerely. Whether you believe me now or not, time will prove that what I say is true. Xiaowan, I'll make the money and you'll take care of the accounts, and we'll live a good life together. All the money I earn from now on will be given to you, starting from this time. Gu Xiangwan could tell that what he said was sincere. She sighed in her heart, took the money and said, Then I'll keep it first, and I'll give it to you if you need it. Jiang Yuan nodded happily. As long as he was willing to take a step forward, even if it was just a small step, he would be happy. He knew in his heart that his wife's heart was already chilled, and it would take time to warm up. So he had to take it slowly and not be impatient, lest he scare her. I think we have a baby now, and it's a bit inconvenient for the whole family to always be squeezed together. I will definitely move out and live separately in the future. Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged on the Kong, teasing the child with one hand, and said, When my family was in financial difficulty, my parents gave me a wife first to compensate me, rather than my eldest brother. My eldest brother is still single now. Brother, I won't argue, but I can't just ignore it. Minmin is already a grown-up girl, and it's not right for her to always sleep in the same room with her parents. The house at home still needs to be renovated and rebuilt. Gu Xiangwan listened to him talking without refutation, and nodded as she thought it made sense. It was the first time that the couple sat together calmly to chat and plan what they would do in the future. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt that this atmosphere was very warm. The room was warm, and his heart was warm too. No matter what achievements he made or what important decisions he made in his previous life, there was no one to discuss with. But now it's different. He has someone he can talk to, and this person is his wife who will give birth to his children and spend his life with him. Jiang Yuan's eyes were full of smiles. So you manage the money so that I don't spend it recklessly. If I save a little more, I can build another room for my family. Gu Xiangwan suddenly felt that the money in his hand was of great significance. She fished out a handkerchief from under her pillow, put the wallet away, and put it in the Kong cabinet. She turned to look at Jiang Yuan and said, It's all here. If you need it, just take it yourself. Jiang Yuan struck while the iron was hot, took a step forward, and said in a greasy tone, My wife is in charge of the money, so I will definitely ask you for it. He stretched out his hand, grinned, and said, I'll give it all to you. I don't have any pocket money on me, and I won't have anything to eat when I go into town tomorrow. This was the first time Gu Xiangwan saw him acting like a spoiled brat. His eyes widened into a big, round, wet mess, like a fawn in the woods. This reaction made Jiang Yuan laugh, and he continued, If you don't give it to me, I can only go out and ask my mother for it. While Gu Xiangwan was still not reacting, Jiang Yuan quickly got off the bed and walked outside. As soon as he reached the door, Gu Xiangwan blushed and called him, Don't go. You're already an adult, and it's embarrassing to ask your mother for money. I'll get it for you. Gu Xiangwan took out $5 from the Kong cabinet and threw it on the Kong, his face as red as a ripe tomato in late autumn. Jiang Yuan felt extremely happy. He had always seen his wife being cold and distant before, but today, her shy face made his heart melt. When he got into bed at night, Jiang Yuan was still thinking about it. It felt so good to ask his wife for money to spend. No wonder people always say that working together as a man and a woman is not tiring. Zhao Aihong was taking off Jiang Minmin's hair, and when she saw him like this, she scolded him. You're such a coward. No one will know even if you smile until your face is rotten in this room. You'd better go back to your room and sleep. You can't even get into your own wife's bed. What else can you do? It's up to you, the Jiang family's root. Jiang Yuan turned over, looked at his mother happily, and asked in a sly tone, Why? My father didn't dare to go into the room to sleep at first. Zhao Aihong threw the comb at him and cursed, You bastard! Are you trying to tease your mother? After being hit, Jiang Yuan smiled and went to the end of the Kong to sleep quietly. He has gotten to know Gu Xiangwan's temper thoroughly over the past few days. She is sweet on the outside but soft on the inside, likes to be shy, and is like a little hamster. If pushed into a corner, she will dig a hole and hide in it without even showing her tail. So it's too early to get into bed now. After she's out of confinement, their relationship will be almost at peace, and Jiang Yuan will have to go back to live with her. Jiang Yuan kicked the mattress. The quilt was not as good as the one his wife had. It was not soft or fragrant at all. I was lost in thought and fell into a good sleep. The next day, before the sun came out, Jiang Yuan got up early as usual, washed, ate, visited his wife and children in the west room, and then went up the mountain to hunt with his gun. The cooperation with Zhou Daqiang is becoming more and more tacit. He is responsible for shooting, and Zhou Daqiang is responsible for listening and identifying positions. The main focus is efficiency. Basically, the amount to be sold for a day can be caught in just one morning, mostly pheasants. If you are lucky, you may come across a roe deer or musk deer. We were lucky today. We shot more than 20 pheasants and a roe deer. It took 2 of us to carry them down from the mountain. Zhou Daqiang was pulling the rope in front and said, "Brother, if you have time, please teach me how to shoot. How come I am so accurate? As soon as I told you the location, you raised your hand and fired a shot, and you never missed. You're simply a sharpshooter." Jiang Yuan has acquired these skills over many years, and they cannot be learned in a short time. He asked, "Why? Do you still want to hunt in the mountains all your life?" Zhou Daqiang didn't understand what he meant and said, "Isn't this good? Not only can I fill my stomach with food, but I can also sell it for money. What other job can compare to this?" Jiang Yuan sees more than just this little game. In his eyes, this mountain is a huge treasure. After all, the prey that can be hunted in winter is limited. When the weather gets warmer, more and more birds and beasts come out of the mountains. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and grows in the soil is a treasure that can be exchanged for money. In addition, the Northeast is rich in species, such as ginseng, deer antlers, and ula grass, and wild vegetables and mushrooms that bloom all over the ground, which are all good things. Even if we leave this mountain, Kaiyang Lake in the next county is rich in fish. In this era of material scarcity, you can make a lot of money by selling them. These are the future plans that Jiang Yuan has planned for himself. Jiang Yuan looked around at the vast white forest and said, "When will I take you to lie down and make money? That will be fun." Zhou Daqiang raised his head and laughed loudly, shaking off several sparrows on the branches. He said, "Okay, I'll follow you. Let's make a lot of money together." Chapter 23, Gu Xiangwan's Life Story. After transporting the things back home and loading them into the truck, it was just noon, and Jiang Yuan planned to have a meal at home before going into the city. He called out, "Daqiang, come in and have a meal before you leave." Zhou Daqiang tied the goods up, brushed off the snow on his body, and said, "Hey, I'll be right there." Jiang Yuan glanced towards the west room and saw his wife lying facing the wall, so he went to the kitchen and asked Zhao Aihong, "Mom, did Xiaowan have lunch?" Zhao Aihong motioned him to lower his voice and said, "Xiaowan is in a bad mood today, so don't make her angry." Jiang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "What happened? Who offended her?" Zhao Aihong said, "Today is Xiao Wanyang's death anniversary. She is in confinement now and cannot go back to pay respects to her mother. She must feel a little depressed." Jiang Yuan had never asked about Gu Xiangwan's background. He was indifferent in his previous life, and he had not thought about it in this life. He only knew that his mother spent 50 yuan to buy his wife, but he knew nothing about Xiaowan's family situation. Jiang Yuan asked, "Mom, where is Xiaowan's mother's family from? Are her parents dead?" Zhao Aihong was cutting pickled cabbage on the chopping board while she said, "I met Xiaowan when I went back to my parents' home. She is also from King Dingxi Mountain. This child has a miserable life. I heard that she has never seen her father since she was born, and she has been dependent on her mother for life. When she was about 7 or 8 years old, her mother died after being ill for 2 years, so Xiaowan went to live with her uncle." At this point, Zhao Aihong sighed and said with a look of heartache, "Her uncle is a scoundrel, a well-known deadbeat in the village. He keeps Xiaowan just for the house left by her mother. They use Xiaowan as a laborer. When I saw her, her face was pale and she was so thin that she looked like a bag of bones. She would fall down if the wind blew. I saw that Xiaowan was different from other girls in the village. She had a spark in her eyes and was stubborn, so I thought of marrying her to you. It was a good deed. I helped Xiaowan out of this mess." His uncle was asking for a huge amount of money, 50 yuan, as a betrothal gift from me. I went home and pieced together the materials, and then I brought Xiaowan back home. Jiang Yuan felt distressed when he heard this. It turned out that his wife had lived such a life before, which was not much better than Zhou Daqiang's. As a little girl, her life was even harder than Zhou Daqiang's. He asked, "Then don't you know where her father is?" Zhao Aihong shook her head. "I don't know. I asked around in the village, and everyone said her father passed away before she was born. It's been so many years now, I can't even tell if he's alive or dead. Where can I find him?" "If you ask me, Xiaowan didn't enjoy a few days of happiness." Zhao Aihong patted her son twice and said admonishingly, "I'm telling you, I won't mention the bad things you did in the past. You have to be nicer to her in the future. Xiaowan is sensible and smart. She gave birth to 2 children for you. What else can you be dissatisfied with?" Jiang Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Be content, mother. Don't worry, I will definitely treat her well in the future." Knowing why Gu Xiangwan was in a bad mood today, Jiang Yuan wiped the water off his hands and went into the house. Looking at the 2 untouched dry food and a bowl of porridge on the edge of the Kong, he reached out and touched them, feeling that they were still warm. So he picked them up and said, Xiaowan, you can't not eat. Your body is not well yet. Gu Xiaowan turned his back to him and said nothing. Jiang Yuan said softly, I just asked my mother and found out that today is the anniversary of my mother-in-law's death. I promise you, when you are out of confinement, I will take you back to King Dingxi Mountain, and we will visit my mother-in-law's grave together, okay? Gu Xiangwan's shoulders trembled slightly, and she spoke with tears in her eyes. Really? Jiang Yuan leaned over and said, Really, I'm not lying to you. Don't cry during confinement, or your eyes will hurt. When you recover, I promise to take you back. Why don't you just move your mother-in-law's grave back and bury it next to our house, so she can be with you all the time, okay? Gu Xiangwan finally turned around, eyes red, and said, That's your Jiang family's ancestral graveyard. How can it be used to bury my mother? You're just talking nonsense. Jiang Yuan saw that her nose and eyes were red, like a little rabbit. So he scooped a spoonful of porridge and fed it to her, saying, Your mother is my mother. You can choose any ancestral grave site you want. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is half his son. Consider it my way of showing my filial piety to her by sending me such a good daughter-in-law. Gu Xiangwan was amused by his few words and drank the porridge. You are back from the mountain? Jiang Yuan's hand, holding the bowl, trembled. This was the first time Xiaowan took the initiative to ask him about something. He sniffed his mind and said, Yeah, I just got back. My wife hasn't had any food. I'm more worried than if I couldn't catch a pheasant. Gu Xiangwan glared at him and said, You are comparing me to a pheasant. Jiang Yuan fed him 2 mouthfuls of porridge in a row and said, You are the treasure of the Jiang family, the mascot, and you belong to the phoenix. Take 2 more bites. Come on, it's not hot anymore. Jiang Yuan's words were no joke, especially now that Gu Xiangwan was in a low mood and her guard was down. Over a bowl of porridge, the two seemed to have become closer. After Gu Xiangwan calmed down, she thought about how she had just cried like a child in front of him, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan didn't expose her, but stuffed the dry food into her hands and said, Take it and eat it yourself. I have to hurry into the city, otherwise it will be dark when I come back. Just as I was about to get up and go out, there was a slam of a door in the yard, and 2 female voices started shouting. The high-pitched voices carried directly into the house. When Jiang Yuan heard his mother's voice, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked out. Gu Xiangwan wanted to get down from the bed, even with her clothes on, but was pushed back by Jiang Yuan. He said, Don't come down. The ground is cold. I'll go out and take a look. I'm sure everything is fine. Gu Xiangwan pulled him aside and told him, Aunt and Mom are arguing. Please protect Mom. Jiang Yuan nodded, turned around, and pushed the door open. As soon as he showed his head, an enamel pot flew over. He dodged sideways, and the jar hit the wall, making a big hole, and fell to the ground with a crash. Zhao Aihong saw that she almost hit her son, so she rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. Wang Xiaomei, you bastard, I will tear you apart. You dare to hit my son? You don't want to live anymore. Wang Xiaomei and Zhao Aihong formed a group. Fortunately, Jiang Qing was at home on his day off today, so he stepped forward to stop them. However, he obviously underestimated the fighting power of the women and was caught in the middle and got hit several times. Seeing that his mother was in the upper hand, Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry to break up the fight. He simply asked his mother to tickle his aunt a few more times. He pulled his little sister and asked, What happened between mother and aunt? Jiang Minmin pouted and said, Today is the day to deliver food to Grandpa and Grandma. I just went to my uncle's house with my mother, and my aunt happened to be there too. It was clearly food for Grandpa and Grandma, but my aunt took it for herself. Mom said she was short-sighted. My aunt said. Seeing his sister hesitating, Jiang Yuan said, Go on. Jiang Minmin was so angry that her face swelled up, and she openly complained. My aunt said that you were often away from home before, and the child born by your sister-in-law may not be yours. She said that you were cuckolded and didn't even know it, and you were being someone else's father for nothing. They said my nephew and niece are in poor health. It's clear at first glance that they are destined to die early. Chapter 24, Mouthful of Shit. Jiang Minmin blurted out everything Wang Xiaomei had said, and Jiang Yuan was furious. It would be fine if she just talked about him, and he wouldn't even bother to argue with a shrew if she scolded him a few times, but she spread rumors about Gu Xiangwan and even cursed his 2 children to die young. No wonder his mother wanted to fight with him. Jiang Yuan's eyes were blazing with anger as he watched his mother crushing the opponent unilaterally. He just wanted to tickle her a few more times. Jiang Qing looked at his brother and shouted, Jiang Yuan, hurry up and pull it. Jiang Yuan went over, seemingly to stop the fight, but in fact he was secretly controlling Wang Xiaomei and had his mother kick Wang Xiaomei hard twice. When it was almost time, he separated the two and said in a fake tone, "We are all family. What are you doing?" Zhao Aihong brushed off the dust on her body, still angry, and said, "You treat her as a family member, but she doesn't take you seriously. You are an elder, but you are full of shit. What else can you do besides talking nonsense? You were born by a mother, but not raised by her. You've lived for 30 or 40 years in vain." Zhao Aihong's skills were honed after being sisters-in-law with Wang Xiaomei for decades. She doesn't beat around the bush when she scolds people and can curse them from head to toe in one breath. Wang Xiaomei collapsed on the ground. Seeing Zhao Aihong's two sons guarding her, she slapped her thigh and burst into tears. "My life is so miserable. I'm in poor health after giving birth to a son, and I can't even find a man to rely on. I'm being bullied by my husband's family and can't stand still. This life is unbearable. If I had known, I would have died before I even entered your Jiang family's door." Seeing her sitting on the ground and throwing a tantrum, Zhao Aihong didn't buy it and snorted coldly. "It's not too late for you to die now. There are a lot of crooked trees on the hill behind. You can hang your neck on one and die a quick death." "Bah, all thunder without rain. You've been trying to commit suicide for so many years, but I've never seen you actually die. If you die, our Jiang family will have one less scourge, and everything will be peaceful from now on." Zhao Aihong was harsh in her words. She held up her messed up hair and pointed at Wang Xiaomei, who kept talking, leaving her no chance to interrupt. Jiang Yuan didn't stop her and was happy to let his mother vent her anger. As soon as the door of the old man's house opened, the old lady Huang Guilan was standing on the threshold picking her teeth. She said, "The second son's wife is right. As soon as you die, I, as the eldest sister-in-law, will find a good wife for the third son. It would save you from being a troublemaker and causing unrest in the whole family." Wang Xiaomei saw that her two sisters-in-law had united as one and cried even louder. She kept shouting that she wanted to die, but she didn't move her, but at all. Uncle Jiang Jinshuan pulled his wife aside and said, "Say less. Outsiders will laugh at you if they hear you." Huang Guilan raised her eyebrows and stared. "A joke? Who's kidding? Over the years, haven't our Jiang family made enough jokes because of Wang Xiaomei? I am the eldest in our family, and it is my duty to support my parents. But who is she, Wang Xiaomei? How many times has she paid the money and grain for my parents?" Jiang Jinshuan saw that Jiang Yuan and Jiang Qing, two younger generations, were there, and he couldn't help but say, "Say less. It's embarrassing." Zhao Ailin immediately stood up to support her sister-in-law, pinching her waist and saying, "Sister-in-law is right. The third family has taken advantage of us so much over the years. I'm not the kind of person who cares about small things. I've never been too fussy about food and drink, but the rice and grain have all been fed to the dogs, and Wang Xiaomei is scolding my children and making up stories about my daughter-in-law. This is not acceptable. Even if I don't scold her, she has to spit out everything she ate and drank from me today." Jiang Yuan stood by and watched a good show. Watching his mother's firepower output with relish, her fighting power was simply off the charts. The eldest brother Jiang Qing tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Why don't you try to persuade mother? If this continues, it will become a big deal." Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows. It would be better if the fuss got bigger. He was just thinking of making a bigger fuss. It would be best if the family property was divided, so that he could completely break away from his uncle and aunt and live a quiet life on his own. This saves someone from leaning against the window every day to watch what they do. He said, "Brother, do you think we can split the family?" Jiang Qing had never thought about this before. He just said, "Grandpa and Grandma are still alive. If the family is divided, Uncle and Dad will be tortured to death." Jiang Yuan curled his lips and said, "Other people may have their own mouths, but your life is your own. My aunt and her family have taken advantage of us a lot over the years. Do we have to let them suck our blood from us all the time? Just wait and see. Today is not going to end well." Jiang Yuan was watching the battle when Zhou Daqiang came out of the house and pointed to the sky, reminding him that it was getting late and they should go into the city. But the situation here is getting very intense. Jiang Yuan wants to go straight to the point of splitting up the family, but his eldest brother obviously doesn't agree. If he leaves, maybe the matter will never be resolved. Jiang Yuan thought about it and said to his elder brother, "Brother, are you going to take a break today?" Jiang Qing subconsciously felt that his brother was holding his fart, so he nodded silently. Jiang Yuan said, "My wild goods cannot be kept overnight. Can you and Daqiang go to the city to sell them for me?" Jiang Qing knew what he was going to do without even thinking, and his eyes were full of helplessness. "Do you really want to separate the family?" Jiang Yuan chuckled. "It's not me who instigated it. It's just that my aunt's family is not a leader, and now they have aroused public anger. At most, I am just following the trend." "Good brother, Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Qing couldn't persuade him, so he punched him on the shoulder, turned around, got dressed, and drove out with Zhou Daqiang. Jiang Yuan continued to watch the fight behind his mother. While they were talking, Zhao Aihong had already explained clearly how his aunt had taken advantage of him and how she had cursed his children over the years. This time, Jiang Jinshuan, the uncle who had originally tried to mediate, had nothing to say. Gu Xiangwan's twin boy and girl were a good omen for good fortune. No one in the entire village had ever seen one in their 3 or 4 lifetimes. Their Jiang family was envied by countless people. Wang Xiaomei was just jealous. She gave birth to a sickly child, but she couldn't stand seeing others doing better than she already was. She cursed the child to die early, and no one could stand it. Huang Guilin spat on the ground and cursed. You really have no conscience to curse the child like that. How come the Jiang family has a daughter-in-law like you? Not only is she unfilial to her parents, but she even doesn't let go of the children of the next generation. Why don't you have a toad growing in your mouth to bite you to death? Seeing that the situation was almost heated, Jiang Yuan pretended to support his mother and said, Mom, your uncle doesn't care about what happened to your aunt? After all, we are the elders of the family. You can't curse my child, right? It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned it. Once this was mentioned, Zhao Aihong became even angrier. She sneered and said mockingly, Your third uncle? Humph, he is just a useless piece of mud. He watched his wife abuse his parents and snatch food from the old man and the old lady. And he didn't even fart. They are not filial to their parents. They are lazy and eat all year round. And they all rely on their family for support. They are lazy men and greedy wives. This is what I mean by this family. When Wang Xiaomei heard her husband being scolded, she jumped up from the ground and yelled, Hello, just hello. She looked at Jiang Yuan and said, I raised my son for 20 years and I don't know if he's real or fake. What's going on? He ran away and went to hug his parents in the city. We have fed all our food to outsiders for the past 20 years. This guy we found doesn't necessarily mean he is truly filial to you. What did he do when he ran away on New Year's Eve a few days ago? No matter what I do, the food I give out is used to feed my own children. Wang Xiaomei raised her eyes, thinking she had grasped Zhao Aihong's lifeline, and said smugly, Your family lives a good life, but when your daughter-in-law gave birth to a child, you had to hire a doctor and look for medicinal herbs. You can't even tell if it's your seed. Don't go through all this trouble and end up raising a child for someone else. Your family has this tradition anyway. Chapter 25, Separation. Jiang Yuan's eyes became sharp and a cold light shot towards Wang Xiaomei. Not only were her words heartbreaking, they also cursed his entire family. Originally, Jiang Yuan planned to let this matter naturally lead to the separation of the family, so that everyone could at least end up in a decent way. But now he has changed his mind. Just because of Wang Xiaomei's foul mouth, she will definitely not have an easy time today. Jiang Yuan pulled his mother behind him, looked at Wang Xiaomei, and said, I respect you as an elder and call you aunt, but I didn't expect that there are people in this world who don't appreciate the courtesy given to them. In that case, let's settle the accounts of these years. Return all the advantages you have taken from our family, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will not live a peaceful day in your life. Wang Xiaomei was frightened by his cold eyes, but seeing that he was just a junior, and that everyone from his parents-in-law to his uncle were in the family, it was impossible for a junior to make the decisions, so she straightened her back. Hey, who do you think you are? You've only been in the Jiang family for a few days, and you dare to stand in the yard and yell at people. Look at me with all your eyes. We are all your elders. How dare you talk to me like this? You really don't have a good upbringing. Zhao Aihong was about to rush up and curse again, but was stopped by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan sneered and said, I am a person who will repay anyone who treats me well with all my heart. When my wife gave birth, the uncle and aunt were willing to help me. They are my benefactors. No matter what, I will always respect them as my elders. As for you, haha, I call you little aunt to give face to my third uncle and grandpa. It has nothing to do with you. You also said that I haven't spent a few days in the Jiang family, so I don't have any relationship with you. If you dare to say something unpleasant about my family again, I will show you what a good mother's upbringing is. Wang Xiaomei's originally straight back gradually lost confidence when she met Jiang Yuan's increasingly dangerous eyes. Her intuition told her that this young man really dared to do it, and no one in this family could control this wild horse. Jiang Yuan looked at his uncle Jiang Jinshuan and said, Uncle, it's not that I, a descendant of the Jiang family, am unfilial. You heard her say bad things about our family all the time. We can't live under the same roof. I'm a man. I can't bear to see my parents and wife being bullied. Today, I want to divide the family. Do you want to divide them or our family? I, Jiang Yuan, will not say no. When these words were spoken, both Jiang Yuan and Huang Guilan were shocked. Zhao Aihong quickly pulled her son and said, "Your father hasn't even mentioned dividing the family. Why are you talking about this, kid? Your grandparents are still alive. Would it be wrong to divide the family property so that people can stab your father's spine?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the room creaked open, and Jiang Yuan came out of the room with a cigarette in his hand. He stood under the eaves and his face could not be seen clearly. Uncle Jiang Yuan looked over and asked in a deep voice, "Second brother, what do you think? Do you really want to split up the family?" In fact, Jiang Yuan was not sure about his father's thoughts on this matter. After all, they had not discussed it before, and it was he who took the initiative to propose separation of the family. "If my father doesn't agree and my uncle doesn't agree, the family will never be divided." Jiang Yuan's palms were sweating. Jiang Yuan looked at his wife with disheveled hair, looked at his son standing in front of him, and heard the crying of his grandchildren next door. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. Finally, he looked at his parents who had been hiding in the house without saying a word, and said in a hoarse voice, "Over the years, I have been neither the eldest son nor the youngest son. I have been the one who has been ignored since I was young. After living for more than 50 years, I have come to understand things clearly. I have done the most work, but my parents never see me in their eyes. I eat the food of the Jiang family, so I should be filial to my parents. I accept all of this, so I have never missed a month of paying my parents money and food, and I have never delayed paying them a day even during the most difficult times. But the third brother's family shouldn't have been taking advantage of me all this time. Just like my wife said, eating and drinking while scolding my children, there is no such thing in the world." It was also the first time that Jiang Yuan heard his father talk so much. His father had always been a gentle and honest person and had never lost his temper, but today he really saw anger on his father's face. His father heard clearly everything that had just happened in the yard, and he had completely given up on his uncle's family. Jiang Yuan paused, then said, "Brother, I agree to split up the family. I will give every penny I owe to my parents in the future. We brothers are always blood relatives. But the third brother's family should stay away from each other in the future. I can't bear this kind of brotherly love. Don't say you know me when you meet me in the future. No matter how incompetent I am, Jiang Yuan, I still have to protect my children. No one can bully my child." Jiang Yuan was deeply moved. He was used to taking on responsibilities on his own. This was the first time someone truly protected him and treated him like a close relative. He turned to look at the uncle and said, "My father agrees. Uncle, you make the decision. I only ask for one thing. No matter how the family is divided, uncle and aunt must return everything they have taken from my family over the years." Wang Xiaomei looked left and right and saw that one by one, the two of them had changed from arguing to wanting to separate. If the family is divided, how can she get any benefit? She relies on the old man and the old woman for rice, flour, and money every month. If the family is divided, she will be left starving. Wang Xiaomei let out a howl and ran into the house, yelling, "Dad, Mom, they are trying to kill our family." Jiang Yuan looked at his second brother who had made up his mind, then looked at his wife and asked, "What do you think?" Huang Guilan snorted coldly. "I have wanted to separate the family for a long time. I have no objection to supporting my parents, but why should I support such a family of ungrateful people? I've had enough of their care. I agree with what the second brother said today. We should divide them together and tear them apart completely." Seeing that his wife also agreed, Jiang Yuan could no longer mediate, so he had to lower his head and go into the house to discuss it with his parents. Jiang Yuan supported Zhao Aihong and called his younger sister. "Take Mom into the house. It's cold outside." Zhao Aihong held his hand tightly, looked at her son, and said, "Mom won't leave. I'll support you. Your dad is right. No one can bully our children. You are my mother's child, a good child." Jiang Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and said with a smile, "I know. Don't worry. No one can bully me. Mom, please come into the house and help me look after Xiao Wan and the child. With such a loud noise, I'm afraid it will scare her." Zhang Minmin supported Zhao Aihong and walked into the house, looking back every few steps. Since they were going to split up, all that followed was a matter of negotiation. They couldn't help here and had to suffer the cold. Jiang Yuan walked up to his father and said, "I'm sorry for not discussing the division of the family with you in advance." Jiang Yuan looked at his son who was a head taller than him and truly realized that he had grown up and become a completely different, upright person. He reached out and patted his son on the shoulder. "Don't be sorry. A man has to be able to support his family to be called a man." Chapter 26, Split Family Melee. Jiang Yuan lit a cigarette for his father, and the father and son stood under the eaves without saying anything. However, It seemed that after being in the same camp just now, the close relatives had a lot more tacit understanding. The crying sound coming from the main house did not last long, and then the old man Jiang Yuan was seen coming out of the house with his face covered. Huang Guilin pulled her husband's hand away and saw 3 bloody streaks on his face. She was furious on the spot. She rushed into the house, grabbed Wang Xiaomei's hair, and dragged her out in front of her parents-in-law. Wang Xiaomei, you are such a dirty-hearted person. You are so ruthless. You dare to hit my man. I'm giving you face, right? You shameless bastard. You still call me a human being? You dare to hit your uncle. Today I will teach you a lesson on how to be a human being. Huang Guilin and Zhao Aihong's fighting power is not on the same level. The former prefers to use violence and use fists and feet to reason. However, Zhao Aihong prefers to express it through words, making people feel from the bottom of their hearts what it means to, I'm scolding you to give you face. Wang Xiaomei was pinned to the ground in the snow, with fists raining down on her body. No matter how she dodged, she couldn't escape the rain-like attacks. You watch me get beaten without even showing your face. You bitch, I'm going to fight you. Huang Guilin is no pushover. Even though she can usually order Jiang Yuan around, Wang Xiaomei is a living example of someone who dares to bully her man. By the time Jiang Yuan pulled his wife up from the ground, Wang Xiaomei was already bruised and swollen, lying in the snow wailing. Huang Guilin panted and tugged at her clothes, shouting at her parents-in-law through the window. Divide the family. We must divide the family. Whoever doesn't distinguish is the grandson today. Damn it, you really think I, Huang Guilin, am easy to bully? If I'm forced into a corner, I'll burn this shack down and make life miserable for everyone. Jiang Yuan knew that his wife loved him and had done her best to take care of his parents over the years. But it was an established fact that his parents favored the third child's family and took away all the good things, treating him and his wife as blind. I've already told Dad that we're going to split it today. I'll ask the captain to be a witness. If we're going to split it, we've got to do it cleanly. Wang Xiaomei endured the pain and got up from the ground. Her body was covered with snow. She wiped the blood from her nose and said, Want to divide the family? Then we have to divide it fairly. Not a single brick or tile can be left out. Huang Guilin spat in her face. Bah! Shameless. I've given you all the benefits. You're lucky if I don't kick you out of the house. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan put out his cigarette and said, Is it fair? First, you have to give up all the advantages you have taken over the years before we can talk about fairness. I guarantee that you will have a job when the time comes. Talking about fairness with Jiang Yuan is like kicking the weight. If Wang Xiaomei isn't allowed to reveal the family fortune, today he will write the word Jiang backwards. Wang Xiaomei glared at him fiercely and scolded. Why are you butting in when the adults are talking? Stick a green onion in the trunk of an elephant. What a joke. Everyone knows how to glare. Jiang Yuan stood behind his son and supported him, saying, I'm his father. If I say he can make the decision, then he can. As a woman, you have no say in the division of the family property. When I tell your man to get out, it's no use for a man to hide behind a woman. If you have the guts, don't be a coward. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but cheer in his heart. His father was really quiet, but once he opened his mouth, he would fire on with all his might. Look at these 2 sentences, they are quite like his mother Zhao Aihong. Jiang Yuan entered the south room and pulled out the 3rd child, Jiang Yuan, who had been hiding in the room without making a sound. What do you think? Tell me the truth. Jiang Yuan was spoiled by the old couple since he was a child. He is selfish but lacks courage. He is alive today only by relying on his parents. At this moment, he shrank his neck when he heard his eldest brother shout and whispered, I don't agree to split up the family. Jiang Yuan kicked him on the butt and said, I didn't ask you if you agree or not, but I'm definitely going to break up. Just tell me how you want to divide it. Jiang Yuan looked at his angry elder brother, then at his glaring wife, feeling awkward and not daring to say anything. After hesitating for a long time, he managed to say, Ask my wife. Jiang Yuan laughed when he heard this, but he couldn't laugh openly, so he could only lower his head to hide his expression. All I heard was the uncle Jiang Yuan scolding. How could the Jiang family give birth to a useless bastard like you? After suppressing his smile, Jiang Yuan said, Master, I have a solution. Or, let's do a thorough accounting. Calculate all the things that third uncle's family has embezzled over the years and pay them back with money. After the compensation is paid, the family will divide it up as it should be. He will get no less than a penny. Wang Xiaomei stiffened her neck and said, My family has no money. Jiang Yuan sneered, walked down the stairs slowly, looked down at her, and said, If you don't have money, use food as compensation. If you don't have enough food, Use the house as compensation. When everything is clean, it will be over. Wang Xiaomei was frightened by his sinister eyes and trembled a little. She was angry and anxious in her heart. You conscienceless bastard. Are you going to force your uncle and aunt to die? Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and said, how could I force you to death? Don't you know that you have taken advantage of us over the years, and even if you lose everything you own, it won't be enough to compensate for it. Since you have this self-awareness, why do you still talk so badly and end up being condemned by everyone now? Wang Xiaomei looked at him as if she was looking at the king of hell, fearing that she would be skinned and eaten by him in the next second. What's more, there was Jiang Yuan backing her up and watching her with murderous eyes. She couldn't do anything to Jiang Yuan and his son, so she could only vent her anger on her own man. Wang Xiaomei turned around and started punching, kicking, pulling and tugging, cursing. You useless bastard, your wife has been bullied like this, and you dare not even fart. What sin did I commit in my previous life to deserve such a shameless reward from you? Jiang Yuan was kicked and beaten by his wife in front of everyone. He couldn't hold back his face. He pushed Wang Xiaomei to the ground and said angrily, I don't care. He said this and slammed the door and walked into the house without even looking at his wife who was sitting in the snow. Wang Xiaomei's brain was dazed by her husband's fall. She sat there crying, looking at the other two families, either the couples working together or the father and son working together, but she was the only one standing alone at the front. She couldn't help but feel grief-stricken and cried as if she wanted to cry her intestines out. However, Huang Guilin saw through her plan at a glance and directly grabbed her philtrum, exerting great strength, leaving a purple mark. The pain woke Wang Xiaomei up immediately. Don't pretend in front of me. I've seen through your tricks a long time ago. Huang Guilin looked at her with disdain. Hurry up and take the money and food, or else you will cry and bleed, and I will not forgive you. Wang Xiaomei wanted to cry so much that she just fell to the ground and pretended to faint, waiting for 2 or 3 days before crying. Unexpectedly, Huang Guilin had sharp eyes and exposed her. Wang Xiaomei had no choice but to pat her butt and stand up, crossing her arms and saying, I'll give you 10 yuan at most. My family is so poor that we have to pay the bills. Jiang Yuan directly refused. $10. Grandpa and Grandma give each family $2 a month, so 3 families make $6. Your family has only given twice, and you always take money out of Grandpa and Grandma's pockets. How can $10 be enough? You said you wanted to divide the property fairly, so you should calculate every penny clearly. Chapter 27. End of the division. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, Huang Guilin counted on her fingers and said, My parents have been raised by me for 6 years, and I should give them $2 a month, which is a total of 144. Don't count the 2 kilograms of cornmeal I have to give you every month. Just pay off the debt. When Wang Xiaomei heard that it cost 144 yuan, she was stunned. Even if I sold everything I could at home, it wouldn't be worth more than $100. You all have black hearts. Mom, your son and grandson are both in poor health. I married such a useless guy. If you don't come out to take care of it, we will really be forced to death. The old couple were sitting on the Kong in the room. The old woman, Jiang Wangshi, looked at her husband, then lowered her head like a quail, not daring to say a word. Old man Jiang, however, puffed on his pipe and looked out the window and said, I am too old to take care of it. You guys should study it on yourselves. He also favors his younger son's family, but he still has to rely on the old family for his retirement, so it's not easy for him to say much at this time. Lao and Jiangtu just kept muttering that the children were grown up and they couldn't control them. Seeing that his grandparents didn't care, Jiang Yuan said directly, Aunt, this price is because we all have the last name Jiang. Otherwise, it won't just be 144, you'll have to spit out what you took from your grandparents. I advise you to take the money quickly so that we can continue to divide the family property. Wang Xiaomei crossed her arms. Her floral cotton jacket had been rolled up and was unrecognizable. She looked pale and said, I don't have any money, but I have my life. If you have the guts, just kill me. Huang Guilin rolled up her sleeves and slapped him. I'm giving you face. Look at me. I really don't dare to kill you. Jiang Yuan stopped the old lady and said with a half smile, Of course we can't kill you. Wang Xiaomei was about to feel proud when she was frightened by the next words. Jiang Yuan pointed behind him and said, If we use your share of the family property to pay off the debt, your whole family will have to sleep on the streets. With your son's physique, he can't even last a night. You should think carefully about what will happen to him in the future. Wang Xiaomei shuddered all over. Her son had been sick since birth and had been suffering from illness over the years, which was a hidden pain in her heart. Her voice trembled a little. You, that's your brother from your family. Jiang Yuan shrugged and said, "Didn't I stay in the Jiang family for a few days? You forgot what you said the moment you turned around." Wang Xiaomei felt in her heart that her nephew would really do something cruel. It doesn't matter how she throws a tantrum, but if it gets the child involved, it would be like stabbing herself in the heart. Jiang Yuan held her weak spot tightly, not afraid that she would not confess. Sure enough, Wang Xiaomei was in a stalemate for a while, and then she said reluctantly, "My family can only give 40 yuan. You guys decide. I don't have any more." Jiang Yuan looked at her expression and it didn't seem fake, so he said, "Then write an IOU and pay it back within 2 years, or I'll kick you out of the house." Wang Xiaomei hated him so much that she gnashed her teeth. It was all this brat who instigated everything. Otherwise, her family would have been able to live a good life relying on her parents. Huang Guilin snorted coldly and said, "She can't get away with it. When the family is divided, she is given a house to live in, nothing else." Wang Xiaomei was anxious again. "Why? My husband is also from the Jiang family." Huang Guilin looked at her sarcastically and said, "If he hadn't married a woman like you, we, as his elder brother and sister-in-law, would never treat him badly. But of course you are a dirty-hearted person like you, who takes things from our parents every day. When the family is divided, you will not get any share." Jiang Yuan tugged at his father's sleeve, signaling him to go and discuss it with the uncle. Finally, Jiang Jinshuan made a list and said, "My family has to support my parents, so we will definitely live in the largest east courtyard. The second brother's family has a new baby, so the west courtyard is given to you." The west courtyard not only has the two houses where Jiang Yuan's family lives now, but also has Wang Xiaomei's house merged into one. The third child can live in the small house at the back. It's big enough for your family of 3. Wang Xiaomei's whole body went limp, her eyes turned black, and she fell to the ground. The small house at the back has never been occupied. It's windy in the winter and leaks in the summer. The Kong is damp. It's too late to repair it now. Jiang Jinshuan continued. Jiang Yuan is now engaged in the game business, so the flatbed truck will be given to you. The things in the warehouse will be divided equally between our two families. Of course, Jiang Yuan was satisfied. He didn't care about these things, but as long as Wang Xiaomei was not having a good time, he would be happy. It's her fault for not being kind enough to say such things and scolding her entire family, her wife and children. Now it's her retribution. Zhao Aihong came out of the house and went to the warehouse with Huang Guilin to pick things. The two sisters-in-law discussed something, and no one paid any attention to Wang Xiaomei. Jiang Yuan lit a cigarette for his grandfather and father, and the 3 of them gathered under the eaves to chat. Jiang Yuan suddenly asked, "Uncle, are you a clerk in the brigade?" Jiang Jinshuan nodded. "Yes, there are not many people in the village who can write, so I was promoted at the time, and I have been doing this for many years." "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" Jiang Yuan chuckled and lowered his voice and said, "I heard that there will be some action soon. Shouldn't we measure the land in the spring?" "Measure land?" Jiang Tietuan's eyes lit up. "Land needs to be measured only when it is divided. Are they going to divide the land?" Jiang Jinshuan looked at the father and son, each with brighter eyes than the other, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You are really smart. Where did you hear that?" Jiang Yuan said, "Just tell me, isn't it?" Jiang Tietuan flicked the ash off his cigarette and said, "Yes, there are some rumors, but the higher-ups haven't given us a precise notification yet. But I think it's pretty close. What are your plans?" Jiang Yuan pointed into the house and said, "We have a large family, and my eldest brother is getting old and will get married soon. It's not right for them to stay crowded in one place. I thought if we divided the land and built 2 new rooms, it would be spacious enough for the whole family to live in." When the words of building a house were mentioned, not only Jiang Jinshuan was stunned, but even his father Jiang Tietuan was confused. "This damn guy didn't inform us in advance." Jiang Yuan looked at his father and said, "Dad, I haven't mentioned this to you before, but now I'm telling you. Think about it carefully and see if this is the truth." Jiang Tietuan raised his leg and kicked him on the butt. "It's your grandmother's leg. You become arrogant just because you earn a few bucks. You're still building a house? Use your father's bones to build it." Jiang Yuan stumbled and fell down the stairs after being kicked by his father and was chased around the yard. "Dad, I'm doing this for the good of our family." "Mom, my dad is going to beat me." Jiang Tietuan chased after him and beat him up. "You loser. What's wrong with me beating you up? We're still building a house. This house can't hold you anymore, right?" Jiang Yuan ran and yelled. Actually, it didn't hurt much when his father slapped him twice, but he just liked this feeling. There are people who take care of you and love you, so even if the whole yard is in chaos, it is still lively and cheerful. Zhao Aihong heard the noise and came out of the warehouse, holding a dusty feather duster in her hand, and shouted, Jiang Yuan, try to touch my son. Chapter 28. Wine makes cowards courageous. The division of the family was settled. Huang Guilan and Zhao Aihong worked together to throw all of Wang Xiaomei's family's belongings into the small house at the back. The vacant room was given to the eldest brother Jiang Qing to live in, and it could be used for sleeping after a little tidying up. When it got dark, Song Qing and Zhou Daqiang also came back from the city by cart, and the two families happily had dinner together. Jiang Yuan deliberately kept a pheasant, plucked its feathers, and left a portion of chicken soup for Xiao Wan. Chop the remaining meat into pieces, stir-fry it with a large spoonful of animal oil, sprinkle with seasoning, add a handful of vermicelli, and the fragrant pot of stewed chicken will arouse everyone's appetite. Jiang Yuan looked at his little sister standing by the stove with her bowl in her hands, and gave her a chicken leg. Eat it. It smells delicious. Jiang Minmin's eyes sparkled as she pinched the chicken leg with her fingers and said, "Second brother is so nice." Jiang Qing came in from outside and snorted on her head. "I bought you off with a piece of meat. Is big brother not okay?" Jiang Minmin squinted her eyes, looking extremely happy, and said with a smile, "Hello, big brother. Hello, second brother. Hello too. All are good." Jiang Yuan saw that his little sister was young, but already had the demeanor of a master of keeping things in check. He held a bowl of chicken and said with a smile, "Let's go out and eat. Brother, let's have a drink together tonight." There was a Kong table in the main room. Old Mr. Jiang, Jiang Tu, and Jiang Wangsher sat in the middle. On the left were Jiang Jinshuan and his wife, and on the right were Jiang Tietuan's family, sitting in a circle. The men raised their glasses and drank, while the women laughed and chatted about family matters. I watched Jiang Yuan pick up a lot of chicken and send it to Gu Xiangwan. Old Jiang Tu pursed his lips and said, "Your brother in the back room hasn't had such delicious meat yet. Give it to him." Jiang Jinshuan interrupted directly and said, "Dad, he won't starve to death. You eat yours and don't worry about him." Jiang Wang wiped her tears and said, "Your brother is in poor health and has a hard life. You are all brothers, so you must help each other." Jiang Yuan is most annoyed by people who can't figure things out. His third uncle's family has been vampires for half their lives, and they take advantage of everyone by relying on the fact that they are his grandparents' youngest son. It would ruin the atmosphere if you had to say it when the family is reunited. Jiang Yuan had no feelings for his grandparents, so he said directly, "If you two miss them, just move over and live with them. Take this bowl of chicken over too, and see if he can leave a piece for you too." Jiang Wang looked at the fragrant chicken in the bowl, and after a while she grumbled unwillingly, "After all, this is not a child raised by our family." Zhao Aihong was unhappy when she heard this. She threw down the chopsticks in her hand and said, "My son shot this pheasant. If you don't like it, get out." I've never seen someone holding a bowl and scolding the cook. He must be looking for trouble. Huang Guilan pulled her aside and said, "Stop talking and continue eating." After being teased by her second daughter-in-law, Jiang Wangsher stopped talking and lowered her head to chew the chicken with her two remaining molars, making her mouth full of oil. Jiang Yuan raised his glass to his grandfather and father and said, "Uncle, please pay attention to what I said and find a good place as soon as possible. When it is available, our family will have the upper hand." Jiang Jinshuan nodded. "Okay, I'll work in the brigade, and I'll discuss it with the captain when there's any news." Jiang Yuan lowered the cup slightly, touched it, and said, "I'm sorry to ask you for a favor. Tell me when the time comes. Even if it costs a little money as a gift, as long as it can be done, everyone will be happy." Jiang Jinshuan nodded at him and said with a smile, "You are really smart, kid. Better than your father." Jiang Tietuan knew that he couldn't stop the land division and house building, so he raised his head and drank a glass of wine, saying, "It's better to spend money and squander money than me." Jiang Jinshuan laughed and scolded him, "You are not satisfied with these two good sons. The eldest is working in a factory, the second is self-reliant, and they even have grandchildren. You can just wait to enjoy the good life. I'd be so happy if I had a child." Jiang Jinshuan and Huang Guilan were never destined to have children. They had been married for decades, but still hadn't given birth to one. Jiang Yuan subconsciously looked at the old lady's expression. It was normal, without even a trace of fluctuation. She must have accepted her fate a long time ago. Jiang Jinshuan drank 2 cups in a row and said, "There is a piece of land at the east end of the village. There are farmlands in front and forests in the back. It faces south and looks good." Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I know that area. It is indeed spacious. I thought we should build at least 4 rooms so that the whole family can live in them." Jiang Jinshuan nodded and said, "4 rooms are definitely enough. The area is not small. It's no use talking now. Wait for my news. I'll tell you when I have it." Jiang Yuan took the wine jug and filled it up for the old man, and drank with him. When they had almost finished eating the food and wine, Jiang Yuan rinsed his mouth with salt water, exhaled, and felt that the smell of alcohol in his mouth was not so strong. Then he went to his wife's room. Jiang Yuan drank a little too much today. His eyes were misty, and under the dim light of the oil lamp, his aura softened. Wife, I want to build you a big house. Gu Xiangwan sat up with her clothes on, looked at him, and asked, drunk? Jiang Yuan lifted his legs onto the Kong and fell headfirst onto Gu Xiangwan, resting his head on his wife's legs, his hands wrapped around her slender waist, his nose filled with the faint fragrance of her body. It is said that alcohol makes cowards braver. Jiang Yuan took advantage of the alcohol to get so close to his wife. He greedily took a deep breath of the fragrance, rubbed his cheek against his wife's clothes, and said, Xiaowan, I will build a big house for you to live in. I will buy you beautiful clothes, give you the best living environment, and treat you well every day. Can you forgive me? Xiaowan, I'm sorry. Jiang Yuan was actually only 3/10 drunk, but as he got closer to Gu Xiangwan and felt that she did not resist, his drunkenness suddenly increased to 7/10. In fact, his apology to Gu Xiangwan has been accumulating for who knows how many years, from his previous life to the present. If it were converted into the snow outside the window, it would probably be hundreds of stories high. Through hazy eyes, Jiang Yuan saw his wife lowered her slender neck and her beautiful hair fell on her cheeks, and then he felt a few points of warmth on his face. He reached out and felt something wet, then carefully touched Gu Xiangwan's eyes. You're crying? Jiang Yuan was at a loss for a moment. Don't cry, my wife. I won't say anything. If you don't want to forgive me, then don't forgive me. Even if you always hate me, I will still be good to you. I will treat you well all my life. Don't cry, Xiaowan. I feel bad. Gu Xiangwan looked at this man with gentle yet anxious eyes, as if a single tear of hers was enough to make him at a loss. Her heart is not made of stone. From the time she gave birth to her child to now, many things have happened, enough to make her realize that her husband has really changed. Jiang Yuan looked at the corners of his wife's lips gradually curving up, and a pair of hands gently stroked his cheeks, and a great joy slowly rose in his heart. You. Gu Xiangwan smiled softly and said, Okay, don't cry. I forgive you. Chapter 29, Encounter with a Wild Boar. Jiang Yuan didn't remember how he fell asleep last night, but when he woke up, he felt relaxed all over, had a sweet dream, and was more relaxed than ever before. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Xiaowan's face very close to me, and even the fuzz on her cheeks could be seen clearly. Good morning, Xiaowan. Gu Xiangwan twitched her eyelashes. She was not good at hiding her emotions, and her disordered breathing at this moment exposed her nervousness. Their hot breaths intertwined. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes and couldn't help but lean over and kiss her eyes. He knew that Xiaowan's nervousness would take time to resolve, so he didn't force her to respond. Jiang Yuan put on his coat, got off the Kong, and said, You have a good rest. I'm going up the mountain. Gu Xiangwan pursed her lips, and when Jiang Yuan closed the door and walked out, the words, Be careful, were finally stuck on her lips. When he walked into the main room, he saw his mother waving at him, so Jiang Yuan walked over and asked, What's wrong, mother? Zhao Aihong pointed to the half bowl of chicken soup on the cupboard and said, Xiaowan didn't eat much of the soup and chicken that were delivered yesterday. Is she feeling unwell? Jiang Yuan recalled his wife's face just now and said, It's a little pale. I'll ask her. He walked back to the room and saw Gu Xiangwan still lying on the Kong. He went over and touched her forehead. It was icy cold, not hot, so he asked, You didn't eat much dinner yesterday. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Gu Xiangwan blinked and said slowly, I just have no appetite, it's okay. Jiang Yuan stared at her for a while, and after repeatedly confirming that she had no other symptoms, he said, Then I'll buy you something delicious when I come back today. What do you want to eat? Gu Xiangwan pursed her lips and said, I want to eat fried dough twist. Jiang Yuan smiled, stroked her temples, and said, Okay, I'll buy it for you when I come back. We still have to go up the mountain today. After having breakfast with Zhou Daqiang, we set off with guns on our backs. Now I am familiar with this section of the mountain road and can walk faster than before. But Jiang Yuan wanted to build a house, and the money he had was not enough. So he thought about going deeper into the mountains. Maybe he could kill some large wild animals and sell them for more money. After walking for more than half an hour, Jiang Yuan looked around and said, We need to walk a little longer. There are no signs of wild animals around here. Zhou Daqiang nodded and said, Okay, it's still early. Let's go deeper into the forest. Brother, I'm telling you, ever since you taught me how to shoot, I've improved a lot. He pulled the bolt and took aim, saying, Now I feel like hunting pheasants and ducks is meaningless. It would be better if I could get a wild boar or a wild bear or something like that. That would be really satisfying. No man can resist the temptation of hot weapons, especially being able to hunt freely in the mountains and forests. Every time you pull the bolt, it seems as if your heart and soul tremble. Jiang Yuan likes it, and Zhou Daqiang likes it too. Jiang Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "You are so proud of yourself. Tigers, leopards, wolves, and bears are all fierce beasts. You can't just shoot them and get rid of them. There are many dangers in the mountains, and it's hard to guard against them. The power disparity between us and the beasts is too great. If we encounter one, we'll have to fight for our lives. Still need to be cautious." Zhou Daqiang put away his gun, scratched his head, and said, "Wild bears are hibernating in this season. We can't even run into them if we want to." Jiang Yuan said, "But it's no problem to hunt wild boars and wild deer. Wild boars are good. Not only is the meat edible, but the two tusks can be sold for a lot of money." We walked a little further. It was still deep winter. The deeper into the forest, the thicker the snow. Occasionally, we came across a coniferous forest with dark green pine trees against the white snow on the ground, which was even more spectacular and beautiful. Jiang Yuan stopped where he was, panting, and said, "Let's take a break." He squatted down and pushed aside the snow, picked up a piece of soil, and put it close to his nose and sniffed it, saying, "This smells like wild boar urine. Let's wait and see if we can meet one." Zhou Daqiang gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are really experienced. Did Uncle Jiang teach you all this?" Jiang Yuan nodded without comment. In fact, these were all experiences accumulated from hunting in his previous life. He knew exactly where there were more pheasants in the mountains, where wild beasts often appeared, and what kind of wild vegetables were available in which season. If you were lucky enough to encounter a wild boar foraging in this area, you can return home with a full load today. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Yuan took a sip of strong liquor and a sip of dry food, leaning against a tree trunk to rest. As the wine went down his throat, warmth swept over his whole body. He was surrounded by the refreshing snow, holding a gun in his arms, and someone at home was waiting for him to return. This feeling is something I have never experienced in the decades I have been in and out of the mountains. It was as if every shot fired was backed by conviction, and I knew why I was running around like this. He felt that Zhou Daqiang was looking at him, so he asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhou Daqiang swallowed the dry food in his mouth and said, "I don't know either. I just feel that you are a little different today than usual." He looked at it carefully, then said, "Brother, you are laughing." Jiang Yuan subconsciously touched the corner of his lips and said, "How could you laugh? That's nonsense." Zhou Daqiang said, "Oh, it's just a smile on the face. You always had a stern face before, as if you had a grudge against someone. It's different today. I feel like you're completely relaxed." Zhou Daqiang still doesn't understand what magnetic field is. Jiang Yuan got closer to his wife last night under the influence of alcohol, and his aura naturally became softer. The so-called land of gentleness is the home of heroes, and Jiang Yuan's heart is filled with Gu Xiangwan. Now that Gu Xiangwan is willing to take a step forward and gradually accept him, Jiang Yuan is naturally very happy, and even the magnetic field in his body is changing imperceptibly. But Jiang Yuan was not averse to such changes. He was willing to make changes for Xiao Wan and turn the hard armor into a soft hotbed. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes and rested. The most important thing now was to make money quickly, build a house first, and improve Xiao Wan's living conditions. Jiang Yuan felt that it was too unfair for his wife and children to always live in a mud house. "I was thinking about building a house with my eyes closed when my nose twitched and a fishy smell blew in with the north wind." Jiang Yuan jumped up and stood steadily behind the tree, holding the gun in both hands and staring at the movement in front of him. Zhou Daqiang was also on guard and said, "Brother, there's movement." Jiang Yuan whispered, "Yeah, I smell it, a fishy smell." Soon, the treetops in front began to shake, accompanied by the howling of wild beasts, which would occasionally hit the tree trunks with their huge bodies, making loud bangs. Jiang Yuan's index finger was already on the trigger, and he said, "Judging from the noise, it should be a wild boar." Zhou Daqiang's eyes were excited, holding the gun, and said, "Brother, let me try first." Jiang Yuan nodded. "Okay, you fire the first shot when your head shows up." The shaking of the treetops was getting closer and closer. The fishy wind at the nose was becoming increasingly urgent, and a patch of brown and black hair was slowly revealing itself. Zhou Daqiang took a step back, with the muzzle of his gun pointed at the wild boar. Jiang Yuan watched the wild boar's movements with sharp eyes and said, "Don't be impatient. Wait until the head is fully exposed before shooting." 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shot. Chapter 30, A Rich Harvest. With a bang, The muzzle of Zhou Daqiang's gun became hot, and a bullet shot out at high speed. The wild boar howled in response, shaking its head and running forward madly. Jiang Yuan looked carefully and saw that the bullet just grazed the wild boar's head, leaving only a slight scratch and not hitting any vital parts. He quickly retreated with the gun in hand, pulling the bolt as he ran, loading the bullet, pulling the trigger, aiming carefully, and completing his movements in a smooth and seamless manner. Bang! The wild boar was still running forward, but suddenly stopped where it was, with its mouth wide open, so wide that it couldn't make any sound. There was blood blooming between his eyebrows and sticky mucus hanging on his teeth. The moment the blood exploded, he fell to the ground with a bang. Zhou Daqiang slapped his thigh fiercely. "You are the one, brother. You are so accurate." Jiang Yuan looked at the hot muzzle of the gun, touched his shoulder, which was hurt by the recoil, and said, "Your rifling is crooked. I'll fix it for you when we get back." He threw the gun to Zhou Daqiang, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and tied a red cloth around the wild boar's half-blown eye. Jiang Yuan then raised his knife and cut off the two sharp fangs and put them into his backpack. He waved his hand and said, "Find 2 pieces of wood and tie them under the wild boar. It will bring you good luck when you go down the mountain." Just as Zhou Daqiang was about to move, Jiang Yuan grabbed his sleeve and said, "Don't move." Jiang Yuan pointed to the side and saw a male deer standing more than 100 meters away, its round eyes just meeting his. It must be because of the smell of blood. Zhou Daqiang rubbed his teeth and said, "This deer is really brave." The sound of gunfire didn't scare it away. Jiang Yuan pulled the bolt, half-crouched and aimed, and said, "If you were extremely hungry, you would be very brave, let alone an animal." However, in the blink of an eye, the residual heat from the muzzle of the gun that had just killed the wild boar had not yet dissipated, and another bullet was fired. Jiang Yuan's shooting skills were impeccable, hitting the target right between the eyebrows. When the deer fell, Jiang Yuan closed his eyes. It is said that deer are spiritual, and their eyes make people feel compassion. Jiang Yuan walked over, tied the red cloth around his neck, and murmured, "Survival of the fittest. I have to support my family, too. I'm sorry, but I hope I won't be reborn as an animal in my next life." Zhou Daqiang went over to help and asked, "Brother, you always keep mumbling. What are you mumbling about?" Jiang Yuan kept his hands busy and explained, "When hunters shoot and kill animals, they will say a few words for them. The animal realm is the lowest and weakest existence. This mountain is their territory, but we outsiders can easily kill them. I'm just saying these 2 words for them, and for ourselves, to seek peace of mind." Jiang Yuan tied the rope tightly and said, "After all, no matter how much he nags, he still has to be killed." After tying up the male deer, Jiang Yuan warned, "Don't let the head point downwards, or it will be wasted if the blood runs dry. Deer blood is valuable." Zhou Daqiang, carrying a stick on his shoulder, nodded, "Don't worry." Jiang Yuan also tied up the wild boar, used 2 wooden sticks as pulleys underneath, and dragged it with a hemp rope in front, which saved a lot of effort. Otherwise, this wild boar looked to weigh about 200 to 300 kilograms, and it would have been very difficult for the 2 of them to carry it down the mountain. A wild boar and a deer. Even though this trip was a great harvest, the 2 men did not go any further and turned back down the mountain. On the way back, Zhou Daqiang was very happy and hummed a tune. Jiang Yuan dragged the wild boar with one shoulder and held the gun in the other hand. If he encountered a flying pheasant, he would hook the bolt with the sole of his shoe and pull the trigger with his index finger, and he could shoot one with one hand. His movements were so smooth and fluid that Zhou Daqiang stared in amazement. "Brother, you are so handsome." To put it in trendy terms, it means that your aura is fully open. Jiang Yuan seemed to be a god who controlled the entire mountain, and life and death depended on a single thought. When they reached the foot of the mountain, there were already a dozen pheasants hanging on the wild boar behind Jiang Yuan, and a small bag of sparrows was hanging on the tip of the gun. Zhou Daqiang followed behind like a loyal little follower, his eyes full of admiration. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Yuan called out, "Minmin, I brought you something delicious." Jiang Minmin ran out of the house with her braids swinging. She looked at the huge wild boar and clapped her hands. "It's so big. Brother, you are awesome." Jiang Yuan picked a bag of sparrows and handed them over. "Look, these sparrows, fry them in oil and eat them. They will be crispy and delicious." Jiang Minmin was so happy that she pouted and said, "Mom said that since you started hunting, the jar of meat oil at home is almost empty. I hid the oil. I guess I can't fry it anymore." Jiang Yuan laughed, patted her head, and said, "Then throw it into the fire and roast it." Jiang Minmin held the sparrow and whispered to him, "I went to see my sister-in-law this morning. She was sleeping the whole time. My mother said she was not feeling well and would not wake up no matter how we called her. Jiang Yuan felt cold all over and didn't dare to go in casually, fearing that Gu Xiangwan would catch a cold. He opened the door a crack and took a quick look inside. His wife was sleeping soundly on the calm, with a thin quilt covering her. Jiang Yuan sighed and said, "Maybe the damage to my body hasn't been made up yet." Zhao Aihong also worriedly told him, "When you go to the city, go get some medicine from Dr. Jiang. Xiaowan is too weak." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, sat at the dining table, drank a few mouthfuls of corn porridge, ate 2 pieces of dry food, and went out to load the truck. Zhou Daqiang patted the sturdy wild boar and said with a smile, "I'm sure we can sell it for a lot of money this time." Jiang Yuan said, "If I have time, I will take you to eat dumplings." Zhou Daqiang still feels scared whenever he mentions eating dumplings. "Forget it. I nearly killed you last time. I'm not going this time." Jiang Yuan glared at him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? My mother will be worried if she hears it." Zhou Daqiang pursed his lips, loaded the cart skillfully, covered it with tarpaulin, prepared the wooden barrel and bone-cutting knife, and the two of them pulled the cart out of the yard. Jiang Yuan touched the 2 fangs in his arms on the way and said, "When we get to the outskirts of the county, you drive the cart into the city first, and I'll sell these 2 fangs." Zhou Daqiang didn't understand the ins and outs of this, so he just said, "Can't we sell them together?" Jiang Yuan said, "Teeth and meat are different. They are not the same kind of buyers. This business of selling fangs is not something that can be brought to the public, so how can we sell it on the street? You go into the city first, and I'll come find you when I'm done." Zhou Daqiang nodded and said, "Okay, just be careful." The place where Jiang Yuan was going to sell his teeth was the house where he bought tobacco leaves for his father last time. Located near the outskirts of Jiangdong County, there are few residents around, and some passers-by thought that the 2 or 3 houses here were empty. But Jiang Yuan knew that there were people in these houses, and they were all strong men doing black business. As long as he entered this area, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes would be staring at him through those narrow windows. Jiang Yuan walked straight to the last house and knocked gently on the door 4 times, stopping only after knocking twice. "We have hot stuff? 2 of them. Would you like some?" Chapter 31, Master Foam. After a while, the wooden door opened a little, revealing a pair of murderous eyes. "Where did it come from?" Jiang Yuan introduced himself. "I'm a mountain scavenger. Come and sell the goods." He hid a fong in his sleeve and reached in through the crack in the door. The man touched it twice, put his hand to the tip of his nose and smelled it, then opened the wooden door. "Come in." Jiang Yuan went in and saw that the yard was dark. There was only a wooden bed and a table with mottled paint, with one leg propped up with waste newspaper. There was a layer of dust on the ground, and a trail of footprints was left behind by people walking. It was obvious that no one lived here permanently. As soon as the face of the person who led him in appeared in the light, Jiang Yuan recognized him. This person was the famous underground boss of Jiangdong County in his previous life, Feng Yin, also known as Master Feng Heir. Jiang Yuan bowed and said, "Second Master Feng, I have long heard of your great name." Feng Yin has a scar on his face, extending from the corner of his left eye to the base of his ear. When he is not smiling, he looks murderous. When he smiles, the scar is distorted and looks even more hideous. "Hey man, do you know me?" Jiang Yuan pulled out a bench and sat down. His movements were smooth and unrestrained, as if this was his territory. He said, "Second Master Feng has been in the underworld for many years. If you want to make a living on the street, everyone knows you." Feng Yin is also an old man and has seen countless monsters, but the one in front of him, he can tell at a glance, is definitely not a street scum. Neither the aura nor the appearance is similar. Feng Yan's eyes were more alert. "Your goods are good. Where did you get them?" Jiang Yuan said, "I already said that he was digging for food in the mountains, so he must have caught it himself." Feng Yin rubbed his fingers on the tip of his nose and said, "It still smells of blood. Is it fresh?" Jiang Yuan said, "It's not new, and I won't bring it here to show off. I just had it done this morning. It's guaranteed to be over 20 years old. The surface is very smooth, without even a scratch. Teeth of this quality are rare nowadays." Feng Yin was naturally knowledgeable and said, "Name a price." Jiang Yuan understood the market situation here and said, 102. Feng Yin sneered, and the scar on his face trembled, which was particularly scary under the dim light. "Man, since you have come to this place, just give me a real price. Your teeth are boar teeth, not tiger teeth or wolf teeth. $100 won't open the door." Jiang Yuan was well versed in the rules of negotiation, which was nothing more than asking for a sky-high price and then asking for a low price. He opened the door with a price of 100, which left room for bargaining. But he couldn't give in so quickly. He had to negotiate a few more times. He tapped the table with his index finger and said, "Tiger and wolf teeth are good, but you don't have anywhere else to buy them. Although these wild boar tusks are inferior, they are rare in the market. These two are enough for you to make 8 or 9 beads. If you resell them, you will get more than 100 yuan. Master Feng, I'm not here rashly. Since it's asking for $100, it must be worth the price." Feng Yin asked for 2 more fangs, compared them under the light, looked at them carefully, and said, 75. I'll take both. Jiang Yuan shook his finger and said, "If you take a step back, I'll take a step back, 90 yuan. This is already a very sincere price." Feng Yin smiled and said, "Sincerity is not the price. 75 is not low. It is enough to eat rice and noodles for half a year." Jiang Yuan didn't fall for his trick and said directly, 75 is a waste of these 2 teeth. If you don't like it, I'll look at other houses." Feng Yin laughed loudly and pointed outside the door, saying, "Who dares to do business with you outside my door? How about this? It's not easy to make a living in the mountains, especially in this freezing cold weather. I'll give you an extra $10, 85, and I'll treat you to a drink." At this point, Feng Yin narrowed his eyes, stared at him with a cold look, and said, "You just don't need that $5. How about that? What do you think?" Jiang Yuan agreed, "Of course. 2 wild boar tusks can be sold for 85 yuan, which is much more reasonable than selling pheasants." Jiang Yuan looked a little embarrassed and said, "Okay, if second master says 85, then it's 85. Brother, I'm always in the mountains. If I find anything good, I'll ask you to accept it." Seeing that he was sensible, Feng Yin patted him with his big palm, pinched him imperceptibly, and said, Okay. As long as your goods are good, I can accept them all. Wait, I'll get you the money." Feng Yin closed the door, reached out, and called 2 younger brothers from outside the yard, and said, "He will go out and keep an eye on him." The younger brother asked, "What's wrong with that? Do you want it?" As he said this, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Feng Yin glanced into the room, shook his head, and said, "This man said he was a hunter, but there were no calluses on his hands, but his shoulders were muscular. I'm afraid he must be a martial artist. He doesn't look like a hunter at all. Keep an eye on him and see where he goes when he leaves the house." The younger brother nodded in agreement, turned around, and went out into the darkness. Jiang Yuan placed the 2 fangs on the table, watched Feng Yin walk out the door, gently patted the clothes on his shoulders with his right hand, with a smile of understanding on his lips. He was very familiar with Feng Yin in his previous life. It can be said that part of the credit for the fact that he was able to survive and earn the family fortune in his previous life was due to Feng Yin. It was Feng Yin who helped him become familiar with the gray industry, make a name for himself, and have his own piece of land on the street. So Jiang Yuan knew his character very well. Feng Yin may seem rough, but he is actually a delicate person. He is ruthless, but he has a bottom line. At most, he does reselling business, but he never touches those dirty hands of contraband or human trafficking. He does not seek huge profits, but seeks stability, is loyal, and will not risk his life easily. That is why he has been able to take root in Jiangdong County and has many younger brothers who are willing to follow him. Jiang Yuan approached him to do business with the intention of getting in touch with him early so that he could use him for his own benefit in the future. Because of the support he received in his previous life, Jiang Yuan wanted to get Feng Yin into legitimate business as soon as possible in this life, so that he could clean up his name and get out of trouble. Maybe this would help him avoid many detours in the future. He was going over Feng Yin's past in his mind when he heard the door creak. Feng Yin walked in, pulled out a wad of money from his pocket, handed it over, and said, "Count it, 85 yuan." Jiang Yuan just glanced at it casually in his hand, then put it away, saying, "I've heard that second master is a trustworthy person. I don't need to count it, it must be good." Feng Yan's eyes showed a hint of admiration, and he said, "It's rare to see a young man as insightful as you. Come back to me when you have goods, the price is negotiable." Jiang Yuan stood up, bowed, and said, "Goodbye, stay." The 2 wild boar tusks were successfully sold for $85. Jiang Yuan took a deep breath of cold air. He felt so refreshed. This is much more satisfying than selling pheasants in the alleys. In his previous life, he did a lot of business like this and made a lot of money, but it was not clean. He just took advantage of loopholes and no one checked. Jiang Yuan has chosen to take the road of glory in this life, so it is better for him to earn less money like this in the future. He touched the money in his pocket and thought to himself that once he had saved enough capital, he would expand his business and sell mountain products throughout Jiangdong County. Jiang Yuan walked towards the county. The tire tracks on the ground were still there. If he walked faster, he could still catch up with Zhou Daqiang. Jiang Yuan heard the two footsteps behind him, one deep and one shallow, but he didn't take it seriously. He thought they were just little brothers sent by Feng Yin to spy on the situation, so he didn't need to take it seriously. As he was walking forward, he suddenly heard a shout from behind him. Jiang Yuan! Jiang Yuan! My sister-in-law has a high fever. Go back and check on her. Chapter 32. Get out. Jiang Yuan paused, turned around suddenly, and suddenly felt the wind whistling in his ears. He walked quickly towards him, watching his elder brother catch up with him, taking deep and shallow steps. What happened to Xiaowan? It was fine when I left. Jiang Qing ran out of breath and said with a wheeze, not long after you left, my mother went in to deliver food and saw that Xiaowan had a fever. When I left the house, I was not sober. I'll come out and chase you. Go back and take a look. Jiang Yuan subconsciously ran towards Tiniyu Valley, but stopped after a few steps and slapped Jiang Qing in the face, which scared him. What's the point of me going back? We have to go to the county to find a doctor. Jiang Yuan pinched his palm tightly to calm himself down and said, Yes, we have to go to Baichao Garden to find Jiang Yuan. As he spoke, he turned around and ran towards Jiangdong County. His feet were so fast that he stumbled after a few steps due to being too nervous. Then he continued to run with all his strength. Xiaowan was clearly fine when he went out, but she suddenly developed a high fever, which was really scary. Jiang Yuan kept reminding himself in his heart to hurry up, faster. 1 minute late would increase the danger to Xiaowan. He rushed along the way recklessly, not caring whose basket he knocked over. He just kept running towards the Baichao Garden. When he saw the plaque, Jiang Yuan rushed in suddenly, like a gust of wind, scaring everyone in the room. The staff at Baichao Garden recognized him and quickly came up to him and asked, Brother Xiao Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Yuan grabbed him and asked anxiously, Where's the shopkeeper? Where is Dr. Jiang? Seeing that he looked panic-stricken, the waiter subconsciously pointed towards the inner room. Jiang Yuan staggered in, and when he saw Jiang Yuan, his heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed him and walked out. Jiang Yuan was startled by him and asked quickly, What happened? Jiang Yuan said, My wife suddenly has a high fever. Come with me. Let's go see my wife. Jiang Yuan had dealt with him several times before, and he had always been at ease, except for the day when she gave birth, which was the second time he was so anxious. He called to the waiter, Bring the medicine box. Jiang Yuan packed several kinds of medicinal herbs that could be used in front of the medicine cabinet. Jiang Yuan watched his movements, anxiously turning around. Knowing that he was making preparations, he could only be patient and turn around. After finally watching Jiang Yuan put the packaged medicine into the box, Jiang Yuan snatched the medicine box with one hand, grabbed Jiang Yuan with the other, and ran out without touching the ground. As soon as I reached the door, before I took a step out, I bumped into someone head-on. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to intervene, so he just said, I'm sorry. The man stood up while cursing and looked at the person who knocked him over, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Yuan. Stop. As he said this, he reached out to grab it. Jiang Yuan dodged to the side, leaving him empty-handed, and also saw the man's face clearly. Liu Haifeng. This person was none other than Liu Haifeng, the biological son that the Liu family had found. It was also on New Year's Eve that Liu Kaishan asked Jiang Yuan to turn himself in and take the blame for him. In other words, Liu Haifeng was the source of his lifelong suffering in his previous life. Liu Haifeng stood in front with a sinister look on his face and said, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be the peasant kicked out of our family. Jiang Yuan was in no mood to argue with him now. He stared at him sternly and said, Get out of the way. Liu Haifeng sneered. Hey, what are you rushing for? You're just being a gigolo outside. Why are you in such a hurry to wish some old lady a happy birthday? Liu Haifeng was accompanied by 2 or 3 younger brothers, who all burst into laughter upon hearing what he said. Jiang Yuan wanted to kill him with a knife at this moment, but he was concerned that Xiaowan was waiting for the doctor at home, so he just pulled Jiang Yuan away from him. Liu Haifeng always remembered the day when Jiang Yuan refused to take the blame for him, which almost caused him to go to jail. In his heart, this was a huge grudge. He took a step to the side, blocking the way ahead, and said, Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We have some history after all, so we have to catch up. Jiang Yuan suddenly kicked out, hitting Liu Haifeng in the chest, his eyes filled with rage. Get out of here. Liu Haifeng was wailing on the ground, holding his chest. Jiang Yuan stepped past him. Now, apart from sending Jiang Yuan home, all other matters could be put off until later. But before he had taken 2 steps, the medicine box in his hand was suddenly pulled away, and with a crash, the medicine jars scattered all over the floor. Jiang Yuan turned around angrily and saw Liu Haifeng staring at him viciously with a look of gloating on his face. Liu Haifeng, you don't want to live anymore. Liu Haifeng suddenly covered his chest and said, oh my chest hurts so much. You are the doctor here, right? Let me take a look. Jiang Yuan pinched his wrist that was holding the medicine box and bent it back hard. With a click, Liu Haifeng's face turned pale with pain instantly. Don't be so shameless. If you dare to stop me again, it will be more than just cutting off one hand. Liu Haifeng covered his wrist with his hands, sweating profusely from the pain, but he couldn't swallow his anger and shouted, stop them. He turned to look at Jiang Yuan, who was picking up herbs on the ground, and said, you are a doctor. I want you to treat me now. The patient is right in front of me. As a doctor, you can't just stand by and watch him die. Otherwise, I will destroy the reputation of your Baichao garden. Jiang Yuan, who was squatting, didn't even raise his eyebrows and said, I've had this sign hanging for more than 10 years, and no one has dared to move it. He was able to keep Baichao garden stable until now during the turbulent times, so he naturally had the confidence that others did not have. He would not take a small prodigal son seriously. Jiang Yuan was anxious, and someone just came to his doorstep to seek death. So he threw a punch, hitting Liu Haifeng in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Go back and tell your father that if I let you out to bite people again, I will let you die here. Let's see whether your blood dries up first or the doctor comes to save you first. Dr. Jiang, let's go. Jiang Yuan didn't want to stop for a moment. Whoever delayed his return would be his biggest enemy. Liu Haifeng only fought for 3 rounds before his hand was broken and his face was bruised. There were his younger brothers around him, and his face was burning with pain. Jiang Yuan, do you know what will happen if you offend our family? My father is Liu Kaishan. If you dare to hit me, my father will not let you go. Jiang Yuan suppressed his anger and told himself that it was never too late to deal with the mess, but he couldn't afford to delay Xiaowan. But some people choose no time to commit suicide. The faster Jiang Yuan walked, the louder Liu Haifeng shouted behind him. Go back and find a doctor. Could it be that your parents are dying? Or is it that your wife and children are dead? Jiang Yuan, let me tell you, if you didn't accept the honor our Liu family gave you, you will be alone for the rest of your life. What's the use of finding a doctor? By the time you get back, the whole person will be dead. The lackeys around Liu Haifeng all praised him and laughed. Jiang Yuan's tightly clenched teeth trembled slightly, and his fingers holding the medicine box made a crackling sound. Liu Haifeng's curse hit the mark of his anxious heart. His muscles tensed, and his hand touched the dagger for hunting wild boars at his waist. In just 10 seconds, he could turn around and end Liu Haifeng's life, making him shut his stinky mouth forever. The next second, Jiang Yuan held his hand tightly. Saving your wife is important. Go now. Chapter 33, Run. Don't look back. Jiang Yuan didn't look back and dragged Jiang Yuan towards Tianyigo. There were many people walking on the roads in the county town, and the snow was hard and slippery when they stepped on it. Jiang Yuan was fine, but Jiang Yuan was an old man with a white beard after all. He ran left and right, and had to stagger to keep up with the pace. The wind in the first month of the lunar year is very cold, and when I run my mouth and nose are filled with cold air. Jiang Yuan threw away all distracting thoughts, including Liu Haifeng's provocation and curse. The only thing that mattered to him was his wife's life. So he didn't see the viciousness in Liu Haifeng's eyes behind him. Liu Haifeng spat a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, covered his dislocated wrist, and said, call someone to save Jiang Yuan's life for me. When I ran to the suburbs, the snow on the road was getting thicker and thicker, and every time I stepped on it, it left a deep footprint. Jiang Yuan leaned on his knees, breathing sounds like a broken bellows coming out of his throat. No, I can't. My old bones can't run anymore. Jiang Yuan stuffed the medicine box into his hands, bent down, picked the man up, and said, Dr. Jiang, hold on. As long as you save my wife, you will be my great benefactor. Jiang Yuan's weight was not even half that of a wild boar, and the snow was not as thick as on the mountain, so it was not a big problem for Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan carried him on his back and trotted along, his legs leaving afterimages, but his speed did not decrease at all. Stop! Stop! Jiang Yuan leaned on his back and looked back. A huge group of people were chasing after him, waving sticks. He patted Jiang Yuan and said, they are catching up. How did you offend me? You're still chasing me even though I've run so far. Jiang Yuan didn't have time to look back. Every step he took brought him one step closer to home. He gritted his teeth. The long run left his entire mouth with a sweet and fishy taste. It's hard to explain in a few words. Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry to have you involved. If they catch up with me, run away first. Don't worry about me. Go save my wife first. The shouting behind them was getting louder and louder. Jiang Yuan knew that he couldn't outrun them even if he carried someone on his back, so he simply put Jiang Yuan down and said, Just keep walking along the mountain road. In another 2 miles, you will reach Tainyagu. Run forward and don't look back. Jiang Yuan tightly grasped Jiang Ziyuan's hand, his eyes earnest. My wife's life is in your hands. Run. Seeing Liu Haifeng and his men getting closer and closer, Jiang Yuan wrapped the scarf around his hands and looked fierce. Since you can't run away, let's fight and see who is more daring. Liu Haifeng was followed by 20 or 30 people, each holding a pickaxe or a shovel, and the ones in front were holding long knives. Jiang Yuan was alone, standing in the cold wind, surrounded by white snow, with no one to rely on. Liu Haifeng laughed wildly. Run, keep running. You are such a shameless guy. You really think you are such a big shot. Today I will let you know who is in charge of Jiangdong County. Liu Haifeng waved his hand. Come on. And the old man in front, bring him back to me. Jiang Yuan dodged and stopped the person rushing towards Jiang Ziyuan. He put his hand on his waist, and the cold light of a dagger suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade flew up and down, and in an instant, it left 4 or 5 knife wounds on the man's body. Jiang Yuan controlled the man in front of him with his backhand and stared at Liu Haifeng with a grim look. Want to risk your life? Come on. Before he could finish his words, the dagger had already been inserted into the man's shoulder socket, and he grabbed the handle and twisted it half a circle. Liu Haifeng was so overwhelmed with jealousy that he relied on his superior numbers and didn't take Jiang Yuan seriously at all. Go on, go on. There are so many people here. What are you afraid of? 1 man each. Kill him with a sword. Jiang Yuan threw the man in his hand out, turned around to look at Jiang Ziyuan, who had already run away, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. It doesn't matter if he can't go back, as long as the person who saved his daughter-in-law's life can go back. In an instant, he was surrounded. Jiang Yuan tightened the dagger in his palm. He was like a lone wolf among a pack of wild boars. The moment his eyes swept across their faces, he had already thought of how to knock them down. He raised his leg and kicked hard, and at the same time, the blade scratched the ankle. Before the opponent could react, the knife stabbed the thigh, blood gushed out, and one person was knocked down in an instant. Jiang Yuan saw someone chasing Jiang Ziyuan and quickly broke away from the encirclement, leaping forward and pinning the man to the ground. He wanted to cut off these people's necks without hesitation, but he couldn't. He had to stay rational during the battle and couldn't leave himself the slightest risk of being caught. So the tip of the knife that was about to pierce the man's eyes suddenly turned and cut off half of his earlobe. Jiang Yuan wiped the blood off the dagger at his elbow, the cold light reflected in his cold and lonely eyes. He knew that no matter how the fight went on today, Liu Haifeng would not dare to call the police because he was still involved in a case. Even if he paid someone to take the blame, he would not dare to expose himself to the police's sight. Therefore, Jiang Yuan swept through these people one by one. As long as no one was killed, it would depend on their ability to injure or maim them. Seeing him knock down 3 people easily, Liu Haifeng shouted on the spot, "Go! Trash, a bunch of trash. So many people can't beat him alone. Kill him. If anything goes wrong, my Liu family will take the responsibility for you." Jiang Yuan looked at the crazy Liu Haifeng and said 2 words lightly, "Idiot." He wanted to stop these people from catching up with Jiang Ziyuan, but the old man was old and had not yet run out of sight. Jiang Yuan stood on the road with a dagger in his hand, looking like a lone man blocking the way of 10,000. The remaining 20 or so people did not attack one by one. Wuyang started a group attack all at once. Jiang Yuan blocked left and right, grabbed the man's arm, stepped on the man's ankle and broke it, and stared at Jiang Ziyuan's direction to prevent anyone from getting close. Seeing that he particularly cared about Jiang Ziyuan, Liu Haifeng said, "Bring that old man back. Don't let any of them go today." Jiang Ziyuan is over 50 years old after all, and he ran all the way from the city to the suburbs. No matter how good his legs and feet are, they are not as fast as those of young people. Even with Jiang Yuan blocking him from behind, he could only run 70 or 80 meters in the snow after such a while. No matter how skilled Jiang Yuan was, he was only one person, surrounded by more than 20 people. Attacks from all directions made him dizzy, but he still tried his best to rush out. He must protect Jiang Ziyuan. The price of risking one's life to break out is that one starts to get injured. His arm was hit by a stick coming from the left, and he took a heavy blow on his back. He kept waving the dagger in his hand, and blood splattered wherever the knife pointed. The scene was in chaos at the moment. As the saying goes, a tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. Jiang Yuan kept rushing out and saw someone was about to catch up with Jiang Ziyuan. Jiang Yuan roared and stabbed the dagger into the wrist of the person in front of him. He flicked his hand back, and blood splattered half of his face. "Dr. Jiang, don't look back, save my wife." Chapter 34. 500 by your life. Jiang Yuan made up his mind that he would stop all these people today, even if it cost him his life. He stared at Lu Haifeng, who was standing outside the crowd. The ghost of this instigator had been haunting him for 2 lifetimes, causing all the painful memories of his past life to flood his mind. The blood gushing out of his body was filled with hatred, and his violent genes were uncontrollably aroused. With a twist of his wrist, he punched the person next to him in the face and used the dagger to ruthlessly cut the tendons of his hand. His attacks were fast and accurate. Jiang Yuan took the knife blow on his shoulder. The blood from the blade instantly stained his cotton jacket. He used his flesh and blood to carve out a way out of the encirclement. Elder brother, I am coming. Jiang Yuan heard the voice and turned around suddenly. Zhou Daqiang was seen pushing a cart and rushing over, knocking 3 or 4 people away with his brute force. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Don't worry about me. Take Jiang Yuan away." Zhou Daqiang would not ignore him and threw the cart to Jiang Qing, who was following behind, saying, "Take Dr. Jiang away. I'll go save the people." Jiang Qing looked at his brother covered in blood. It was the first time he had seen such a scene, and his hands and feet couldn't help but go weak. After Jiang Yuan knocked down one man, he looked at his brother and yelled, "Go!" This angry shout woke Jiang Qing up, and he pushed the cart and ran forward. He didn't know how to fight, so he could only run in corners to avoid the attacks coming towards him. While Jiang Yuan was attracting the attack, he watched Jiang Qing catch up with Jiang Yuan, drag the old man into the car, and run towards Tainigu without looking back. Zhou Daqiang had no weapons. He just relied on brute force. He was a 1.9-meter tall man with broad arms and a strong waist. Anyone he punched would be knocked unconscious. Jiang Yuan took the opportunity to cut his hands and feet, and the two of them fought like crazy, one in front and one behind. Lu Haifeng saw that something was wrong and shouted, "Whoever kills Jiang Yuan, I'll give him 100 yuan." Zhou Daqiang sneered and said, "Brother, you are only worth $100. Jiang Yuan's left hand hung by his side, blood dripping from the wound on his shoulder through his fingertips, and his right hand still held the dagger. "The person who can kill me hasn't appeared yet. You can get this money, but you can't spend it." Zhou Daqiang shared some of the attack, and Jiang Yuan left his back to him with confidence. The winter afternoon sun shines white, like the eyes of a dead fish, casting a cold and solemn atmosphere over the entire world. The northwest wind blew up a layer of snow particles close to the ground and hit people's faces. Jiang Yuan didn't know how long it lasted, but he just felt that snowflakes were gradually falling on his cheeks. Heading towards Tainigu, Jiang Qing and Jiang Yuan were no longer visible, so he could concentrate on taking them all down. When the last person had his ankle cut by him and was lying on the ground wailing, Jiang Yuan let out a long sigh. There were 20 or 30 people lying around, each holding their bodies and howling, blood splattering and falling on the ground like a field of blooming red plums. The blood beads on the tip of Jiang Yuan's knife fell to the ground one by one. He looked straight ahead, stepped on the palm of someone and rolled it hard, then walked towards Lu Haifeng. "Isn't it going to kill me? 100 yuan? You call yourself a wealthy man in Jiangdong County, but you dare to ask for such a small amount of money." Lu Haifeng looked at Jiang Yuan. He was obviously in a very miserable state and covered in blood, but the murderous aura emanating from him made him unable to stop retreating. What are you going to do?" "I'm telling you, I'm Liu Kaishan's son. You can't touch me." Jiang Yuan's footsteps gradually approached. His eyes were full of red bloodshot, and it was obvious that he had the intention to kill. Lu Haifeng looked at the brothers lying around him and shouted in panic, "Get up! Everyone, get up and fight! I'll give you 200, no, 500. Everyone get up." Jiang Yuan's actions were very measured. He didn't take these people's lives, but he was able to make them unable to move. He gradually approached and saw Lu Haifeng retreating in embarrassment. He sat down on the ground and tried to hide backwards, his eyes full of fear. Jiang Yuan wiped the blood off his face, like a devil crawling out from the ground. He was admiring Lu Haifeng's fear. Yes, it was that look. When he and Liu Kaishan died together in his previous life, that man had the same look. Stupid, scared, yet still hoping for a glimmer of luck. Little did he know that in the sea of fire that Jiang Yuan had nightmares about every night. Everyone in his Jiang family, young and old, had the same look in their eyes. Jiang Yuan looked down at him and asked, "Are you scared now? Wasn't you very arrogant just now?" Jiang Yuan slowly squatted down, with the dagger placed against his face, and the sharp blade cut a bloody line on his cheek. $500 for my life. Lu Haifeng, you are not only bad, but also stupid as hell. Lu Haifeng's previous arrogance was long gone, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. The pain on his face made him want to escape, but he was nailed to the spot by Jiang Yuan's eyes and dared not move. Jiang Yuan, let me go, and I'll give you money. I'll give you whatever amount of money you want. You know, my family is very rich. Liu Haifeng suddenly realized. His eyes lit up and said, that's your home too. As long as you let me go, I will go back and tell my father to recognize you as his son again. You will be able to live a good life, and we will be brothers from now on, okay? Jiang Yuan sneered and looked at him mockingly. Who wants to be a brother with a beast? Tell me, if it were me lying here, would you cut my neck? As he spoke, Jiang Yuan held the dagger and placed the blade against his neck, watching his Adam's apple move with patience. With just a slight poke, he would be able to kill him on the spot. Liu Haifeng was so nervous that his whole body was numb, his legs were shaking, and his eyes were fixed on the dagger on his neck. When the wind blew, Jiang Yuan smelled a strong smell of urine. He looked down and saw that Liu Haifeng's crotch was wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Jiang Yuan's knife gradually moved down against his crotch, pointing directly at his vitals. Don't you want a brother? I'll kill you today, and your parents will give you a brother tomorrow. After all, the Liu family's incense cannot be cut off by you. What do you think? Liu Haifeng's face turned pale. He knew Jiang Yuan was humiliating him, but he didn't dare to resist or move. Jiang Yuan, I beg you, please let me go. Today I was blinded by my own greed. I promise I will never appear in front of you again, okay? I'll get out of here as far as I can. Please let me go. I beg you. Liu Haifeng was really afraid that his hand would shake and cut off his vitals. Jiang Yuan looked at the increasing wetness in his crotch and moved the knife away in disgust. Coward. Liu Haifeng was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw him take the knife away. Jiang Yuan held the knife handle with his backhand and punched him in the face, leaving a finger-long cut on his eyebrow. His vision was immediately dyed red with blood. Before Liu Haifeng could finish his yell, Jiang Yuan stepped on his arm and pierced through his palm with a knife. Then he grabbed his ankle and twisted it hard, and the bone broke with a sound of crackling. Jiang Yuan watched him howl, his palms nailed to the ground, his left foot twisted limply to the side. He stood up, his eyebrows drooped, and his voice was cold and solemn. Liu Haifeng, I won't kill you, so as not to dirty my hands. Whether you can crawl back to the city depends on your fate. It will snow heavily soon. Chapter 35. Don't cry. Jiang Yuan pulled Zhou Daqiang up from the ground. Both of them were covered in bruises. There were spots of blood on the cotton-padded jacket, with cotton flying out of the gaps, and his face was more or less bruised. Zhou Daqiang looked at the clothes on his body and sighed distressfully. Aunt Jiang just made new clothes for me the day before yesterday, and they are already ruined. He was so angry that he kicked the person lying next to him again. Jiang Yuan only felt the pain of the wound at this moment. He touched the wound on his left shoulder, and half of his body was numb uncontrollably. Let's go. He was thinking about Gu Xiangwan, so he didn't even bother to bandage the wound and left with Zhou Daqiang. There were people lying all over the ground behind him. He didn't care what would happen to them, nor did he care whether Liu Haifeng would die in this wilderness if he couldn't crawl back to the county town. When Jiang Yuan turned around, the two blurry black shadows in the distance also disappeared. The way back was difficult. Jiang Yuan's bleeding had not stopped yet, and he was exhausted. He had to rely on his willpower to drag his legs forward with every step. The snow from the sky fell like tearing cotton wool, and among the interlaced shadows of the snow, occasionally 2 snowflakes were dyed red. When they finally reached Tainyagu village, Jiang Yuan had to rely on Zhou Daqiang's support to walk into his home. As soon as he entered the yard, Jiang Yuan saw his elder brother waiting at the door with an oil lamp, and he quickly ran forward 2 steps. How's Xiaowan? Jiang Qing looked at his brother's condition and quickly grabbed him, saying, Dr. Jiang arrived just in time, and he has been saved. Jiang Yuan felt relieved when he heard that, and staggered into the house. I'll go see her. Jiang Qing held his arm. His palm was wet, and when he pulled it out, it was all blood. Take care of yourself first. Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yuan is back. Come and save him. Jiang Yuan stepped onto the stairs, but before he could stand firmly, his legs and feet suddenly lost strength. He heard messy footsteps in the room and his mother's sharp cry. A second before he lost consciousness, Jiang Yuan saw Gu Xiangwan lying on the Kong through the crack in the door. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, he fainted at the door. Mud and thatched house in the county suburbs. Feng Yin sat in the house drinking tea. Outside the window, heavy snow blocked out the sun. The only sound in the house was the crackling of burning firewood. The 2 brothers who were sent out came back after dark. As soon as they entered the house, they said, Second master, you are right. That boy is not an ordinary person. Feng Yin twisted the beads in his hand, his eyelids half closed. Oh? What do you mean? The younger brother stretched out his hand to warm the fire and said, we followed him all the way. Before we even entered the city, we heard that his wife seemed to be very ill. The boy went straight to Baichao Garden. Feng Yan's eyebrows twitched. There was no one on the street who didn't know about Baichao Garden. The shopkeeper there, Jiang Yuan, was a powerful figure. No one knew his background, and no one knew how he managed to preserve Baichao Garden during the turbulent times. Everyone tacitly avoided that place, and few people went there to deal with it. Even Feng Yan didn't know the old man's background. They know each other well. The younger brother said, it seems that they have a special relationship. He went in and grabbed the shopkeeper and ran away, and the old man really followed him. They just ran into that idiot from the Liu family and had a conflict. I heard that they seem to have had a feud before, and the hatred is quite big, because that idiot specially called a large group of people to block the road in the suburbs of the county. It was a huge scene, and it looked like they were going to kill that kid. Feng Yan finally opened his eyes at this time and asked with more interest, and then? The younger brother rubbed his hands together. His heart trembled as he thought of the scene he had just seen. That guy must be a martial artist. He blocked 20 to 30 people by himself. He asked the shopkeeper of Baichao Garden to run first, and he stayed behind. His skills were very quick and efficient, and he knocked down several people with just one move. Feng Yan frowned. His guess was right. This guy was no ordinary hunter. People who run in the mountains all year round have thick calves, calluses on their knuckles, and the fishy smell of animals on their bodies cannot be washed off. But when that kid came in today, he didn't look like someone who had been digging for food in the mountains all year round. His temperament was more like that of a city person. Moreover, when facing him, his words seemed respectful, but they faintly carried the aura of a superior. Feng Yan's movements of twisting the bracelet became 3 times faster, and he said, let's get to the point. The younger brother said, although one more person came to help in the end, most of the people were knocked down by that guy. The 2 idiots from the Liu family were scared to death. That kid broke the Liu family idiot's leg and pierced his hand. I think in this weather, he will freeze to death in one night outside. Feng Yan is not an ordinary citizen. When he heard this, he could only admire Jiang Yuan. He was able to invite the owner of Baichao Garden to see patients. He had great kung fu skills, was decisive and ruthless, and had a lot of blood. He must be a rare talent. Feng Yan rang for a long while, then suddenly retracted the beads in his hand and ordered, call the 2 brothers to send the Liu family's fool back to the city. The younger brother scratched his head in confusion. Second master, this matter has nothing to do with us. Although that idiot is a bit silly, the Liu family is a wealthy family in the county. His father is not easy to mess with. Let's not get involved in this mess. Feng Yan kicked him and said, you know shit. Just go if I tell you to. Just throw it in front of Liu's house. Then leave. Don't show up. No one will know who you are. That guy is a tough guy. If we save the Liu family idiot, the matter will be settled. As long as no one dies, the incident won't be a big deal and the police won't come looking for that guy. Feng Yan's face was half bright and half dark in the light of the fire. He said, just think of it as me doing that kid a favor in advance. I didn't understand, but I had to listen to second master's words. I turned around, opened the door, and went out in the wind and snow. Feng Yan used the hook to stir the fire, and the flames suddenly shot up. Jiangdong County is about to get lively. Jiang Yuan regained consciousness, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Xiangwan lying beside him, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Why are you crying? His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and his lips cracked when he spoke. Gu Xiangwan saw that he woke up, and when she opened her mouth, tears fell before she could say anything. Jiang Yuan hated to see her cry, so he reached out to wipe her tears, but as soon as he moved, his entire shoulder felt a burning pain. Gu Xiangwan quickly pressed him down and said, don't move. Dr. Jiang said that you are seriously injured and need to be well taken care of, or else you will develop a chronic illness. Jiang Yuan's eyes were fixed on her face. She was still pale, and her lips were bloodless. How are you? Are you still feeling bad? Why did you suddenly have a fever? Is the fever gone now? Before Gu Xiangwan had time to answer a series of questions, Zhao Aihong pushed the door open. Where do you get all that talk? Jiang Yuan saw his mother coming in with a bowl of medicine and asked, what did Dr. Jiang say? Did he die? Chapter 36. Can't lie down. Zhao Aihong looked at her son and daughter-in-law lying on the Kong, feeling distressed and angry, and spoke in a harsh tone. You should have left earlier. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Why would you stay here if you don't leave? Jiang Yuan didn't expect that he would be unconscious for such a long time. When he fell down, he didn't feel any pain in his arm. Zhao Aihong first helped Gu Xiangwan up and fed her medicine, saying, Dr. Jiang said that Xiaowan has postpartum wind. Plus, her body was weak to begin with, and she lost a lot of energy when she gave birth, so the symptoms of postpartum fever were scary. Fortunately, the doctor arrived in time. When Zhao Aihong said this, her eyes became red as she looked at her son who was desperately trying to find a doctor. She wiped her tears and continued. Dr. Jiang gave me acupuncture and prescribed some medicine, which saved Xiao Wan's life. But who would have thought that although the daughter-in-law's life was saved, the son almost didn't come back? Jiang Yuan felt relieved when he heard this, and looked at his wife and said, then take good care of it. Everything will be fine when it recovers. It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. If I had noticed that you were feeling unwell earlier, I wouldn't have let you. Before he finished speaking, Gu Xiangwan interrupted him and said, don't talk nonsense. It has nothing to do with you. I am not in good health. I heard from Da Qiang that in order to find Dr. Jiang, you were surrounded in the suburbs of the county and almost. Gu Xiangwan's nose felt sore and tears started to fall. Jiang Yuan was sweating from anxiety, and his arms were unable to move. He moved forward twice like a cricket and said, don't cry, I'm fine now. Those two little minions, how can they kill me? Your man is very capable, don't worry, don't cry. Zhao Aihong turned her back, wiped her eyes, and said, Da Qiang said that it was Haifeng who stopped you. I have raised this little bastard for 20 years in vain. He's such a ruthless person. He ran away without saying a word and went to live a good life in the city. I won't say anything. Everyone has his own little calculations. How despicable that he actually killed you and beat you up like a bloody gourd. I'm scared just thinking about it. Jiang Yuan looked at his mother and wife both crying, their heads aching from crying. He knew they were worried about him, and he felt happy but helpless. Don't cry, mother. Xiaowan, don't cry too. My injury is not serious. Liu Haifeng's is more serious than mine. That grandson was so scared that he peed his pants. Jiang Yuan didn't tell them the details for fear of scaring them, so he could only make jokes to comfort them. After Zhao Aihong left, Gu Xiangwan lay face to face with him, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes, wetting the pillow. Jiang Yuan felt his fingertips being pinched by a soft hand, with very light force, afraid of hurting him. His mind went blank for a moment. This was the first time that Gu Xiangwan took the initiative to approach him. Xiaowan. Gu Xiangwan's eyes were filled with tears, and she choked up and said, are you stupid? You are just standing there being bullied, and you run away. Jiang Yuan smiled, raised his arm with difficulty, wiped away the tears from her eyes, and said with a smile, if I run away, and he doesn't let Dr. Jiang come to see you, what will you do? I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all. I'll be fine in 2 days. Gu Xiangwan looked at him, carefully from the peak of his eyebrows to the corners of his lips, engraving this face into her heart inch by inch. Fool. When Jiang Yuan saw her tears, he knew that from that moment on, his wife had really begun to believe in him, believe in his sincerity, and believe that they would have a warm and happy home in the future. He felt that it was worth it to injure an arm in exchange for his wife's trust. The couple lay on the Kong, holding hands quietly. One was weak, the other was covered in injuries. It looked funny and warm. Jiang Yuan asked, where's Da Qiang? How is he? Gu Xiangwan said, he was also injured in several places, but not as seriously as you. Dr. Jiang has treated him, and he is lying in Big Brother's room. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, luckily he and my elder brother came. Otherwise I really wouldn't be able to handle it by myself. Gu Xiangwan now has a very good impression of Zhou Daqiang. Daqiang is loyal and asked my elder brother to bring Dr. Jiang back. He stayed to help you. This relationship cannot be let down. Jiang Yuan understood that he had always treated Zhou Daqiang as a fellow villager with whom he went hunting together. Now that he had this friendship of trusting his back to Zhou Daqiang, they would be brothers from now on. Although Jiang Yuan was seriously injured, he only lay on the Kong for 2 days after waking up. Thinking back to my previous life, I had suffered many more serious injuries than this. I had no money to treat them and could only endure it on my own. I was very strong back then and didn't take this minor injury seriously. He and Zhou Daqiang would hang out at the foot of the mountain every day. They couldn't use guns, but they could shoot down a lot of sparrows with a slingshot, and occasionally they could even bring back a couple of pheasants. Jiang Yuan couldn't sit still, so he was busy in the kitchen. Today he stewed chicken soup for his wife. Tomorrow he roasted chicken legs for her. And the day after tomorrow, he stole Zhao Aihong's lard oil jar to fry sparrows. He never had a moment of peace. Gu Xiangwan was so angry that her face turned red. Jiang Yuan, can you please take good care of your injuries? Jiang Yuan, you're hanging around at the foot of the mountain again. Don't use your arms anymore. Jiang Yuan, did you change the medicine this morning? Whenever Jiang Yuan heard Gu Xiangwan talking about him like this, he would smile happily and put his ear closer. He liked this humiliating feeling. Jiang Yuan was plucking chicken feathers with hot water in the yard that day. He put one foot on the steps and chatted with Zhou Daqiang. By the way, I forgot to ask, what did you do with the wild boar and venison that day? Have you sold all of them? Zhou Daqiang was helping him add firewood. There was a bruise at the corner of his mouth, but no other injuries could be seen. Hearing this, he said, as soon as you left that day, the guys from Baichao Garden came to the alley to look for us. Only half of the meat has been sold. There's no time to wait until it's all sold out. The deer blood, deer antlers, and some internal organs have all been sold to Baichao Garden, but the money has not yet been settled. I sold some of the remaining wild boar and venison and gave the rest to the lady at the wonton shop next door. I told her that if she could help sell some of the meat, she could do so. If she couldn't sell any and I didn't go to take them, I would let her share them with her neighbors. At least the meat wouldn't be wasted. It's been more than half a month. I guess they've been eaten up a long time ago. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, okay, that lady always takes care of us and always gives us some hot water and soup to drink. You arrived just in time that day, pushing the cart straight over. Weren't you afraid? Zhou Daqiang patted his chest and said, it's already that time. Seeing you are surrounded, how can you care about being afraid? Just do it. At most, I'll just get stabbed twice. For my brothers, a little injury is nothing. Jiang Yuan touched him on the shoulder with his fist. Zhou Daqiang was obviously desperate when he rushed in, which was something he didn't expect when he came over. This feeling is very sincere and pure. Jiang Yuan knows that he must protect it well in the future. The yard was filled with laughter. It was a very cold day, and the breath of the two people while chatting and laughing turned into white smoke in the air. The door creaked open and Jiang Yuan appeared at the door, saying, you two are so friendly and affectionate. You almost tired me to death. Chapter 37 Taking Orders. Jiang Yuan walked over and took the medicine box from him naturally and asked, why are you here? It snowed yesterday, and the mountain roads are difficult to walk on. Jiang Yuan was wearing a long robe with a round pattern of fu, meaning blessing, on it. The corners of his robe were stained with snow, and the scarf around his face was also covered with ice crystals, which showed that he had suffered a lot of cold along the way. Jiang Yuan took him into the house to warm up and poured him a cup of hot water. Jiang Yuan warmed his hands and said with a smile, this trip is just a little cold, but it's much more exciting than the last time I came here. I almost vomited blood because I didn't have to run, and I saved 3 lives in one go. Jiang Yuan knew that this was a joke, so he stood up and bowed. I haven't thanked you properly yet. My wife's illness was cured thanks to Dr. Zhang's skillful hands. Thank you for the injuries of our 2 brothers. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, held his arm and helped him up, saying, it's just to treat illnesses and save lives. That's what I do. It's nothing. As he spoke, he took out a few banknotes from his pocket and said, when I went back that day, the guy said he bought your deer antlers, deer blood, and a lot of internal organs. This is the money I owe you. Jiang Yuan looked at the money on the table, raised his eyebrows slightly, and did not take it. He smiled and said, I haven't paid for the consultation yet. How can I accept this money? I owe you. I should pay you the money in time. Jiang Yuan took a sip of hot water, and his internal organs felt warm. He said, let's put things in perspective. Jiang Yuan took the kettle and filled his cup, saying, you came here in the snow, not just to give this little payment, right? The relationship between us shouldn't be so distant that we have to come here in the wind and snow to settle a small amount of money. Jiang Yuan secretly thought that he had a bad eye. He looked at him and asked, how is your injury? Have you used the ointment? Jiang Yuan raised his left arm, turned it around, and said, it's almost healed. There's still a little pain, but it's not a big deal. It will be fine in another 5 or 6 days. Seeing that Jiang Yuan seemed to have something to say but was having a hard time speaking, he took the initiative to ask, do you have something to talk to me about? If there is any place where you can use me, just tell me. I, Jiang Yuan, owe you 2 lives, and I will definitely not say no. Jiang Yuan sighed, stroked his beard, and said, what's the point of saying life or death? You're young, so you should be a little cautious when talking. I came here this time to ask you for something. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, this must be an urgent matter, otherwise Jiang Yuan, this half-white old man, would not have waded through the heavy snow to come here. You tell me, I will do what I can. Jiang Yuan said, I have a patient who has been ill for many years. His condition has suddenly worsened recently. I have tried several different prescriptions, but none of them worked. The day before yesterday, when I was sorting my notes, I found a medicine that is just right for this disease, but there is one ingredient that is hard to come by. I asked several of my connections to look for it, but couldn't find it. I really had no other choice, so I came to you and asked for your help. Jiang Yuan listened. His eyes turned, and he said, "Is it something from the mountains?" Jiang Yuan nodded. "Yes, you go into the mountains often, otherwise I can't talk to you." Jiang Yuan vaguely knew that Jiang Yuan must have an extraordinary identity. Something that even he was helpless to deal with must be extraordinary. Whether it was out of favor or because he wanted to establish good relations with Jiang Yuan, he had no reason to refuse this matter. Jiang Yuan said without hesitation, "I'll take this." Jiang Yuan was surprised and said, "I haven't said what it is yet. This is not an easy matter. It might cost your life." Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Since it can be found in the mountains, there must be traces to follow. There is no one who doesn't risk his life to dig for food in the mountains. Just tell me. I, Jiang Yuan, will never say a word." Jiang Yuan sighed and said in a low voice, "It's tiger bone." Jiang Yuan was also stunned for a moment. Tiger bones. Tigers in this season are hard to find. Not only is it difficult to find, it is also dangerous once you find it. People can't even get enough to eat in the winter, let alone tigers. After being hungry for several months, the tiger's eyes turn green when they see people. Jiang Yuan rubbed his hands, knowing that this thing was really difficult, and said, "You have just been injured, and this season is not suitable. If it is difficult, forget it. I will think of other ways." Jiang Yuan said, "What else can we do? Tiger bones are hard to come by, and those we have won't give them out easily. Even if we buy them on the black market, they are too expensive to be sold. We can't get them here." He lowered his voice and said, "Have you asked about the black market?" Jiang Yuan nodded and said in a low voice, "I have asked everything I could, but there is nothing. I know it's hard to find, but I've known the patient for several years, so I don't want to give up as long as there's a glimmer of hope." "Brother Xiaojiang, do you have any ideas?" Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows. After these few words, he became Brother Jiang. Jiang Yuan was going to treat him as his own. "We can only look for it in the mountains. Leave it to me. I'll go there, but you know how difficult it is. I can't guarantee that I can bring back the tiger bones." Seeing that he was willing to agree, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. I know. At least there is a glimmer of hope. Brother Xiaojiang, this is a matter of life and death. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will remember this favor. If I can really get tiger bones, I am willing to buy them at a high price. Even if I don't get it, I won't let you run in vain." Jiang Yuan watched him take out a stack of pink big unity notes from his pocket. Jiang Yuan said, "This is 200 yuan. You can consider it as a deposit or as a reward for your hard work. Anyway, I'll keep it for now." Jiang Yuan tapped the table with his fingertips, but didn't push the money back. He just said, "You can keep it, but it's just a deposit. I'll sell the tiger bones to you if you get them. If you can't get it, you can take the money back. There is no such thing as hard work fee between us. If you call me brother, I will dare to treat you as my elder brother. If I have to work hard to make a trip, it would be an insult to me." Jiang Yuan looked at him with admiration. It was rare to meet such a perceptive young man. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Good. Just do as you say. Tiger bones are expensive, and we brothers should be clear about the bill. Name your price." Jiang Yuan said, "I have never sold this thing before, so I don't know the market. You name the price." Jiang Yuan twisted his beard and said, 200 yuan, 1 gram. How about it?" Jiang Yuan remained expressionless on the surface, but he had already made up his mind. Thinking back to the black market transactions he had encountered in his previous life, the price of tiger bones there was very different from what it is now, and the fluctuation range was huge. Converted to today's purchasing power, the price of 210 grams can be said to be a sky-high price. The fact that Jiang Yuan could come up with this number shows that he was really in urgent need of the money, and he really had no hidden ulterior motives. Jiang Yuan agreed immediately. "No problem, I'll do as you say. You don't need a saddle, so I can sell it to other places besides selling it to you, and it will bring in more money for the family. Manager Jiang is here to show me a way to make money." Jiang Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with his, laughing. Jiang Yuan nodded at him and said, "When I came here, I was worried that you wouldn't agree. It's not easy to enter the deep mountains and old forests in the winter. Brother Xiaojiang, I still say the same thing. No matter whether it succeeds or not, I will remember your kindness." Chapter 38. Visit Feng Yinmin again. Jiang Yuan took out a few packets of medicine from his bag, put them on the table, and said, "It's not easy to go into the mountains to track tigers. Here are some emergency medicines for injuries. The pills in this small porcelain bottle can quickly restore your physical strength. It won't be a problem to last for 3 hours. I will be waiting here while you are in the mountains. If you get hurt, I will be able to help you in time." Jiang Yuan accepted the medicine and said, "With these, I feel more at ease." He clasped his hands and said, "Dr. Jiang is here. He can help me take good care of my wife. Please. After discussing with Jiang Yuan began to plan to go into the mountains. Finding a tiger to hunt in the middle of winter is a very difficult task. It is the king of beasts. If you rush into the mountains without being well prepared, you may not even be able to find its body. When Jiang Yuan walked out, he was stopped by Zhou Daqiang. Brother, are you really going? This is no joke. Jiang Yuan took him 2 steps outside, a little further away from Gu Shangwan's wall, and then said, I know. Keep your voice down. Don't let your sister-in-law know. She will be worried. Zhou Daqiang patted his chest and said, Then I'll go with you. More people can provide more care. Jiang Yuan refused without thinking. No. Just stay home and recover. I'll go by myself. Zhou Daqiang was unhappy when he heard this. I have good hearing and can help. He glared at Jiang Yuan and said, If you don't let me follow you, I'll tell my sister-in-law, and she won't let you leave. Jiang Yuan reached out and patted him on the head. You are rebelling. You're threatening me. It's not as easy as shooting 2 deer or a wild boar to hunt a tiger. It's very likely that you will risk your life. We are lucky if we can't find the tiger. If we find it, we won't have the final say on whether to attack or not. Do you understand? Zhou Daqiang said with a fierce face. Why don't I understand? So I have to go with you. If anything happens, I can help. Brother, please take me with you, or I will really complain to my sister-in-law. Jiang Yuan stared at him for a long while, and seeing that Zhou Daqiang was determined to go and looked like he would complain if he didn't agree, he could only nod. Okay, let's go. The rifling of your gun is crooked. Ask my father to fix it. I'm going to the county town. Zhou Daqiang was happy, as long as he was allowed to go. Jiang Yuan put on his clothes, went into the west room to see Xiang Wan, who was sleeping after taking medicine, then quietly took some money from the cabinet and went straight to the county. When they reached the outskirts of the county, Jiang Yuan found Feng Yan's mud and thatched house with familiarity and knocked on the door. Mr. Feng, I'm the one who came here to sell fangs last time. In fact, Feng Yan received the news as soon as he entered the land. At this time, he responded in the yard. The door is not locked, come in. As soon as Jiang Yuan entered, he saw Feng Yan wearing only a single piece of clothing and pants in the middle of winter, practicing boxing in the yard. With a muscular body and strong arms, he looks like a martial artist who practices hard skills. Jiang Yuan spoke first. Second Master Feng is really good. Feng Yan held up the millstone in his hand and said, What good stuff do you have to offer this time? Jiang Yuan said, I'm not a seller this time. I'm here to buy something from you, master. Feng Yan raised it twice again and asked, What are you buying? Jiang Yuan looked towards the door, but smiled without saying anything. Seeing him like this, Feng Yan knew that it was not something he could easily say. So he put down the millstone, went over to close the door, and said, Come inside and talk. Jiang Yuan sat down and said, I want to buy detonators and explosives. Feng Yan paused while wiping his sweat, and his eyes changed instantly. He looked at him and said, You've got the wrong person. I don't have it. The fact that Jiang Yuan came here shows that he knows very well that in the whole Jiangdong County, only Feng Yan can buy what he wants. He chuckled and said, If even Master Feng can't do anything about it, then this thing is truly extinct. Feng Yan picked up the beads from the table, wrapped them around his wrist, and said, Don't flatter me. If you say you don't have them, then you don't have them. I just resell daily necessities, which is a small business. I never do anything that would cost me my life. Whether he has the goods or not, no one else knows. Jiang Yuan is clear about it. The reason why Feng Yan capsized in his previous life was because he had no choice but to sell a batch of detonators that he had hidden for several years in exchange for money to treat the girl's illness, and the detonators exploded during the transaction. So now, Feng Yan must have it in his hands. Jiang Yuan poured himself a glass of water slowly and said, Second Master's reputation today is all due to his stability. I understand all of this. I am just a small hunter. I bought detonators just to make it easier for me to go into the mountains. I don't do any other business. If you sell it to me, no one else will know about it once we get out of this door. After all, if I, the buyer, were to be exposed, I would be guilty of the same crime as you. Feng Yan stared at him steadily, his eyes dangerous, the muscles on his arms throbbing. What you do has nothing to do with me. If you say you don't have it, then you don't have it. Get out of here. Jiang Yuan glanced at the beads on his wrist and said, I'll offer this price. Feng Yan looked at the finger he stretched out and said, No. Jiang Yuan took a sip of the cold water and said, If you give me a favor today, I promise to make you a lot of money, and I will never show your stuff on the street. It's just a single explosion in the deep mountains and forests. No one will know about it. Jiang Yuan still held out one finger and said, I only want 2 of this number. He brushed off the dust on his sleeves and said meaningfully, "Please think about it. Money, sometimes, can solve a lot of problems." Jiang Yuan understands Feng Yin and knows everything about him. For example, he is clearly the biggest underground boss in Jiangdong County. But why does he always live in such a shabby house, with a cold stove and no cooking, and not even a decent set of bedding? Because all of Feng Yin's money was used to treat his daughter's illness. His wife died early, leaving only this daughter, who was sick and bedridden all year round. This daughter was the apple of Feng Yan's eye. It didn't matter that he lived in shabby conditions, wore shabby clothes, and ate shabby food. He raised his daughter in the city, provided her with good food and drink, and protected her very well. No one ever knew anything about his daughter. Jiang Yuan also discovered it by chance in his previous life. Therefore, money is very important to Feng Yin. Having money is equivalent to extending his daughter's life. Jiang Yuan seemed nonchalant, but he was already certain of the outcome. Feng Yin clenched his palm into a fist, his knuckles cracking, and after a while he said, 100 per stick, only 2 for sale. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. Deal. He took out a stack of big unity notes from his pocket. These were the deposit Jiang Yuan gave him, just enough to buy detonators. Seeing that he was spending the money happily, Feng Yin looked at the money for a long time. Finally, he turned around and walked out. He fiddled with the money in the yard for a long time before going into the house. Jiang Yuan watched him put the cloth bag on the table. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, his arm was held down. Feng Yin stared into his eyes and asked, "What do you want to buy this for?" Jiang Yuan looked straight at him without dodging, and said with a slight smile, "Zhonghu." Chapter 39, Son. As Jiang Yuan finished his words, the only sound left in the dilapidated mud and thatch house was the sound of the burning fire. Looking at Feng Yan's stunned expression, he knew what he was thinking without having to figure it out. He must have thought that he was crazy, wanting to go in and hunt tigers in a season when the mountains were closed due to heavy snow. Jiang Yuan slapped his hand that was holding the detonator away, slowly opened the cloth bag, and found 2 detonators inside. After carefully checking that there was nothing wrong with them, he slowly said, "Don't think I'm crazy. Who doesn't love money in this world? I've taken the detonator. I won't leak a single word once I leave this door. Don't worry." Jiang Yuan has always admired Feng Yin in his past and present lives. Although the business he was doing was not clean, he was a rare person with a bottom line and a sense of morality. He never did business that would damage his moral character, and the whole meaning of his life was placed on raising his daughter. In this era, many boundaries are blurred, including morality and ethics. But although Feng Yin looked rough, he kept his bottom line in his heart. From birth to death, he never crossed the line. Just because of this persistence, Jiang Yuan was willing to keep the matter of reselling detonators a secret for him and not let any news of it leak out. The wind outside was getting stronger. When Jiang Yuan opened the door, he was stopped by a voice behind him. Feng Yin lowered his voice, as if he had made up his mind, and said, "Take me with you. Tiger bones are expensive, I don't want them. Just give me the tiger skin after the job is done." Jiang Yuan's eyes turned, and he knew who the tiger skin was for. He turned and looked at Feng Yin. The scar on his face looked even more hideous in the dim room. But Jiang Yuan understood the pure and loving fatherly heart in his heart. He said, "It may not be possible, and it may be a life-threatening situation." Feng Yin was never a man who hesitated, and said with determination, "I understand. You can't get a tiger cub without risking it. I, Feng Yin, am a big shot on the street. I can kill anyone with my words. You just need to take me up the mountain. If it works, I just want the tiger skin. If not, I'll just treat it as exercise. More people means more help, which won't do you any harm." Of course, Jiang Yuan would not refuse. Feng Yin was a famous martial artist with great skills, much better than Zhou Daqiang. He nodded immediately. "Okay, let's meet at Tainyagu tomorrow morning." Jiang Yuan turned and walked into the snowy wind. In his previous life, he didn't understand why Feng Yin was so miserable, but raised his daughter like a treasure, and even risked his life for the sake of his child to make that deadly deal. But now that he has his own child, he can truly understand Feng Yan's feelings. If one day his child urgently needs money to save his life, I am afraid he will be even crazier than Feng Yan. Jiang Yuan shook his head, clutched Guanfeng's collar, and laughed at himself for thinking too much. His children were a lucky pair of twins, a boy and a girl, and they would surely have a peaceful life. After finishing his work, he quickly walked home along the mountain road, carrying 2 detonators. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw his father sitting in the barn, holding a piece of fine sandpaper in his hand, polishing the muzzle of the gun. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming back, Jiang Tietuan looked up at him and sighed. "Aren't we going to hunt tigers tomorrow? Why are you running out today instead of taking a good rest?" Jiang Yuan curled his lips, knowing that Zhou Daqiang was unreliable. His mouth was as soft as the waist of a cotton trouser, and he let everything out in a moment. He walked into the barn, moved the oil lamp closer to his father, and said, "Go out and buy some things for tomorrow's trip up the mountain." "Is this Daqiang's gun?" Jiang Yuan nodded, blew on the muzzle, and said, "The rifling is not accurate, and the muzzle is a little worn. I will try to fix it." Jiang Yuan looked at his father, who looked very worried, and even the wrinkles on his forehead deepened a little. He took the initiative to ask, "Dad, do you have something to tell me?" Jiang Yuan leaned on the muzzle of his gun and looked at his son. He couldn't tell what he felt. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Alas, when people get old, they love to talk too much. Before, when you weren't paying attention to this family, your mother and I were worried, fearing that one day you would run away without saying a word. Later, you grew up and always thought about the family. Your mother and I were still worried. Son, my family is not rich, and we don't have much, but at least we can't go hungry. You don't have to risk going to the mountains just to make more money." Jiang Yuan's voice became hoarse as he listened to his father's words until the end. He squatted down, touched the muzzle of the gun that his father had repaired, and said, "Dad, my eldest brother is a kind-hearted man, filial and honest. He doesn't care if he eats less or suffers a little injustice. I run back and forth between the village and the city. Whatever money I earn, I either give to my family to buy food or buy milk powder for my 2 children. I don't keep any for myself. As a younger brother, I can't be blind and pretend that I didn't see anything. I have to find a wife for my elder brother so that he can live a happy life with a wife and children." It was the first time that Jiang Yuan opened his heart to his father. Even in this crowded and dusty warehouse, both father and son felt warmed by the conversation. And Xiaowan, she and I never had a single day of happiness. She risked her life to give birth to 2 children for me, and now she can't get out of bed, so I have to let her live a good life. You and mother gave birth to me, but by some strange mistake, I ended up giving birth to the wrong child. When I first came home, I was upset and didn't show my filial piety to you too. Now that I've come to terms with it and understood it, I naturally can't be a beast anymore. I have to make up for what I owe you and Mom, and what I owe to this family." Jiang Yuan grabbed his arm with his backhand and squeezed it hard. "Child, as parents, we don't want anything. As long as you are all well, your mother and I will be satisfied. Fighting a tiger is no joke. You might even lose your life." Jiang Yuan felt the weight on his shoulders, so heavy that it made his eyes sore. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm not a reckless person. I have prepared everything I need to go up the mountain. It would be great if I can kill the tiger, but if I can't, I won't risk my life. My whole family is waiting for me at home. I know the importance of this matter." Seeing his firm attitude, Jiang Yuan could only sigh deeply and bend his back a little. Jiang Yuan watched his father take out a small jar from behind him. The jar was only half the size of his palm. When he opened it, he smelled a strong, fishy smell. Jiang Yuan said, "This is bear fat. I saved it when I went hunting in the mountains in my early years. It can cover up the smell. The smell of humans and animals is different. Tigers have good noses. You can put this on your body and it will fool people." Jiang Yuan took it and said with a smile, "Dad is more experienced. I see several skins in our con cabinet, including bear skins, fox skins, and half a tiger skin. They were all made by Dad when he was young, right?" Jiang Yuan is getting older and likes to reminisce about the past. When he talks about these things, even his eyes become different. "Yes, when I was young, I was also a famous mountain runner in the surrounding villages. I've hunted black bears, roe deer, foxes, and so on. That half-tiger skin was obtained together with old Zhou, the father of Daqiang. His leg was injured at that time." Chapter 40, Entering the Mountains. Jiang Yuan chatted with his father in the warehouse for a long time, and his legs were numb from squatting. After listening to him talk about many past events and his experiences in fighting tigers, his father wanted to cram all the skills into his head. When Jiang Yuan returned to the room, Gu Xiangwan had already fallen asleep with the child in her arms. He tiptoed onto the calm, grabbed a corner of the quilt, and looked at his wife's face in the moonlight outside the window. Jiang Yuan gently brushed away the hair on Gu Xiangwan's cheek, his eyes as gentle as a pool of melted snow. He murmured, "Xiaowan, when I come back with money, I'll buy you some fried dough twists." On the second day, it was still dark, the sun and the moon were alternating, and it was the darkest time between heaven and earth. Candles had already been lit in the main hall of the Jiang family. Jiang Yuan was wrapped in windproof and moisture-proof fur, and wore sheepskin boots stuffed with thick cotton. The soles were sewn by Zhao Aihong overnight, and the stitches were fine and firm. The legs were wrapped in animal fur, which showed that it was quite old. The fur was dark in color, but exceptionally warm. He was wearing a black bear skin, and you could see a layer of leather at the collar. Even the lining was made of the softest and warmest material. With a damn mask on your face, the breath you exhale will turn into fine mist along the gaps. Once you enter the mountains, your traces will not be exposed because the breath will travel too far. This outfit, from head to toe, was all found by Zhao Aihong from the bottom of a box overnight. Most of them were worn by his father Jiang Yuan when he was young. Jiang Yuan touched the thick leather and said with a smile, "This can be regarded as the son inheriting the father's business." Zhao Aihong glared at him and patted him on the head, saying, "Stop smiling so frivolously. Be careful, don't try to be brave, and come back quickly if you can't find it." Jiang Yuan agreed and said with a smile, "Mom, just wait for my good news at home." Jiang Yuan sat in the chair in silence, puffing on his pipe. Seeing that he was about to go out, he said, "I'm afraid it will snow in the next few days. You must get down the mountain as soon as possible. Once the snow starts to fall, you can't get out even if you want to." Before Jiang Yuan could say anything, Zhao Aihong cursed him. "You old fool, don't you know how to say something nice?" Jiang Yuan knew that his parents were worried. Seeing his mother secretly wiping her eyes with her back turned, he said, "Don't worry. I have never failed to do things properly. And Daqiang, he has a keen ear, so he'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort." Zhou Daqiang, who was standing next to him, was also dressed similarly. He smiled innocently when he heard this, and patted his chest, and said, "Don't worry, uncle and aunt. If you encounter a tiger, even if it eats me, I promise to keep you safe." Jiang Yuan's eyes went dark, and he kicked him on the butt. "If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. Get lost." Zhou Daqiang scratched his head, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, and pushed the door open with a smile. No one in his family would prepare luggage for him, so the clothes he was wearing were all bought for him by Zhao Aihong. Otherwise, if he had gone into the mountains wearing his cotton jacket, he would have frozen to death before he even encountered a tiger. Jiang Yuan knew that he was quick to speak and had a straightforward heart, so he didn't take it to heart. He looked at his parents and said, "I'm leaving now. Don't worry, wait for me at home. Xiaowan is not fully recovered yet. I have told Dr. Jiang that he will come every day to take care of Xiaowan." Zhao Aihong nodded with red eyes and watched her son carrying the shotgun out of the house, and stopped only when she saw him off at the door. Jiang Yuan walked into the yard and saw Jiang Ziyuan standing at the bottom of the stairs. Although he is over 50 years old, he is still vigorous and energetic. Seeing him come out, Jiang Ziyuan bowed slightly. "Brother Xiao Jiang, please." Jiang Yuan and he both knew that going up the mountain to find the tiger was not only for Jiang Ziyuan to cure the disease and save lives, but also for himself to have a chance to make money. Jiang Yuan just said, "Don't worry." He then took Zhou Daqiang and walked out of the yard without looking back. Outside the courtyard wall, the sky was dark. A tall figure was leaning against the wall, holding a lantern in his hand. In the dim light, Zhou Daqiang suddenly saw a man next to him with a large, gleaming and hideous scar on his face. He was so scared that he screamed and jumped away. "What the hell are you?" Feng Yin was not surprised by his reaction. He looked at Jiang Yuan calmly and said, "Let's go." Jiang Yuan nodded and introduced, "De Chong, this is Feng Yin. Everyone on the street calls him Second Master Feng, and he is going up the mountain with us this time." "Second Master, this is my brother Zhou Daqiang." Feng Yin nodded slightly as a greeting, then turned around and walked ahead. Zhou Daqiang followed behind, tugged at Jiang Yuan's clothes, and whispered, "Brother, why are there outsiders here? Can this guy be trusted? Is he here to steal our tiger?" Jiang Yuan knew that Feng Yan's aura and face were somewhat scary, and the first impression he gave was that he was not a good person, so he said, "Don't worry, he is trustworthy. Don't make such a fuss. I have good kung fu, and it will be useful when I go up the mountain." Zhou Daqiang snorted unconvincedly. "I can fight too. I was fighting with you the other day, and I knocked down quite a few people." Talking about what happened that day, Jiang Yuan looked at the figure in front of him and said, "Thank you." His words of thanks made Zhou Daqiang confused, but Feng Yin understood it. He shook the lantern in his hand twice as a response without even pausing. Liu Haifeng was thrown into the suburbs with his hands and feet broken, and there were so many minions lying around him. If something happened, he would not be able to stay at home safely. Later he asked his eldest brother to check, and there was not even a trace of blood on the ground. If Liu Haifeng had crawled back by himself, given his personality, he would have made a scene long ago, and even if he hadn't called the police, they would have come to our door and beaten us up. But Jiang Qing checked the surroundings carefully and found that not only was Liu Haifeng seriously injured, but even the minions were not killed in the suburbs. Someone must be involved to clean up the mess. Jiang Yuan has only met a few people since his rebirth, and apart from Feng Yan, There is no one else who has such ability and skills. Although he is not afraid of Lu Haifeng finding fault with him and may not be harassed, who would not be happy? This is the peace that Feng Yin gave him. Jiang Yuan must remember this favor. Moreover, when he went to buy detonators yesterday, Feng Yin didn't mention a word, so the two of them understood it tacitly. When they reached the foot of the mountain, it was still dark. Jiang Yuan looked at the two of them and said, "Let's divide the work before we go into the mountain. I am responsible for leading the tiger and setting traps for the ambush. Second master is good at fighting, so just act according to the situation and support me." De Chong has sharp ears. He can judge the direction and provide backup. The environment in the mountains is complicated and it may snow. We all have to be careful so as not to fall before we encounter a tiger. Jiang Yuan looked serious and said solemnly, "I only have one principle. If I can fight, I will fight. If I can't fight, I will run away, and I will never risk my life." Zhou Daqiang has always been obedient, and he nodded immediately and said, "I understand." Feng Yin also nodded silently and clenched the lantern in his hand a little tighter. Jiang Yuan tightened his bag and stepped into the woods with his gun on his back. Into the mountains. Chapter 41. Overnight in the cave. Jiang Yuan often walks on the mountain road near the foot of the mountain when hunting, and it is not too difficult. But the further you go in, the thicker the snow becomes, and there was a heavy snowfall just 2 days ago. As soon as I stepped down, the snow was above my knees. I had to lift my legs high with every step. I was so tired that I was sweating all over after walking less than 2 miles. The crappy mask on Jiang Yuan's face was covered with a thick layer of ice crystals. The area around his lips melted by his breath and quickly froze again. Every time he exhaled, he could feel the cold air rushing into his throat. They walked for most of the day, from dawn to high in the sun, and the three of them were walking slower and slower. Zhou Daqiang followed behind, panting. After finally lifting his legs out of the snow, he sat down. Jiang Yuan turned his head and looked over, exhaling white air one after another. "Can't walk anymore?" Zhou Daqiang was so tired that he couldn't even say a word. He just kept waving his hands. "No, I can't do it anymore." Jiang Yuan looked up at the sun and said, "Then let's rest here for a while." He threw the canteen on his shoulder to Feng Yin. "Eat something and drink a few sips of Shadaozi to warm yourself up." Feng Yin unscrewed the lid of the kettle, tilted his head back and took a big gulp, wiped his mouth, and slowly sat down against a tree, showing that he was also very tired. Jiang Yuan was taking out some dry food from his bag when his fingers touched a hard object. He stuffed the cornmeal into his mouth first, then opened his palm and saw that it was a cowhide scabbard. He brushed his fingertips lightly across the scabbard. The stitches were crooked, and it was obvious that they were not made by his mother. Instead, they looked like they were made by someone with little strength. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and his heart skipped a beat. Apart from his mother, Gu Xiangwan was the only one in the family who could make the scabbard for him. Jiang Yuan originally thought that Gu Xiangwan didn't know that he was going up the mountain to hunt the tiger, and thought he had kept it a secret well, but who knew that she had already known it as if it were a mirror. "It seems that my wife pretended to be asleep last night and made a scabbard in the middle of the night." Just by looking at the stitches, he knew that Gu Xiangwan didn't have much strength, and each stitch was forced in. Although it was not beautiful, it was strong and durable. Jiang Yuan felt warm in his heart and didn't even bother to eat. He took the dagger from his waist and put it in. It fit perfectly. He immediately put the knife into his arms and tapped it twice. Zhou Daqiang munched on his cold, dry food and asked, "Brother, how far do we have to go?" Jiang Yuan led the way, relying on his memories of the mountains in his previous life and the skills his father taught him last night. He looked at the surrounding terrain and said thoughtfully, "It must be at least 3. Zhou Daqiang wailed and lay on his back on the snow. "Oh my God, kill me." Jiang Yuan smiled and grabbed a piece of snow and threw it at him. "You're still clamoring to follow me into the mountains. Don't run into a tiger later. Turn back first." Zhou Daqiang sat up suddenly. "That's impossible. I always keep my word. Don't worry, brother. I will stay with you till the end." Jiang Yuan heard that he was talking nonsense, and he was so angry that he threw another snowball at him. "Get out." Feng Yin chewed some dry food with one hand and twisted a string of beads with the other, saying, "If we walk for another 3 hours, it will probably be dark. We have to find a place to stay overnight. You can't do anything at night. You have to sleep with one eye open." Zhou Daqiang didn't know what was wrong with him. He just didn't like him, as if a stranger suddenly came into the small group, and he felt uncomfortable all the way. Hearing this, he asked, "Why? Are you afraid of the dark? If you're afraid of the dark, don't come in. It's bright in the house. No one will bother you if you light a light all night." Jiang Yuan rolled his eyes. It is not easy to lead a team, especially when there is someone in the team who talks faster than he thinks. Da Qiang, how can you speak? Mr. Feng is right. The tiger's attack power at night is too strong. The three of us can't withstand it. We have to find a cave to spend the night. We will take turns keeping watch. Feng Yin wouldn't bother with Zhou Daqiang and didn't even glance at him. Zhou Daqiang snorted and took a big bite of the dry food. Jiang Yuan slowly covered the dry food in his mouth with saliva for a while, then slowly chewed it and swallowed it. He then drank a sip of Shadaozi, and his whole body warmed up. Seeing that everyone had rested enough, he stood up by the tree trunk, brushed off the snow on his body, and said, "Let's keep going. We must find a cave to enter before dark." Among these three people, Jiang Yuan relied on the fact that he often went into the mountains to hunt in his previous life, so he was like a living map of this place. Even though it was difficult to tell the direction in the vast whiteness, he could still get there almost accurately based on his memory. He led the way in front. The deeper they went into the mountains, the more often they stopped to look around, for fear that they had gone in the wrong direction. By the time he finally saw the cave entrance with the tip of the rock exposed not far away, it was almost dark. Jiang Yuan's face lit up, and he pointed ahead and said, "There's a cave over there." Zhou Daqiang leaned on a branch that he had cut from some tree and panted heavily, saying, "Damn it, I'm so tired." Jiang Yuan took 2 quick steps, holding the lantern, bent down, and looked inside from the cave entrance. It was pitch black inside. Although it was a little small, and you couldn't sit up straight, it was big enough for 3 people to sit. Come on, go in quickly." In the evening, a north wind blew in the mountains, blowing snow particles that hit my face painfully. Jiang Yuan was a little far away from the cave entrance, so he leaned against the wall to rest and used a branch to draw the surrounding terrain on the ground. He placed the lantern in the middle, waved to 2 people, and said, "This is where we are now. According to what my father said, this is where tigers may roam." Zhou Daqiang stared and said, "Doesn't that mean we have already entered the tiger's territory?" Jiang Yuan nodded and said, "That's right." He pointed to a spot in the east and said, "This is a col with strong winds, so the snow is relatively hard. The tiger is heavy, so if it walked through here, the footprints it left behind would be relatively clear and obvious, and even if there was a night of wind, they would not be covered by snow particles. Let's go look around here early tomorrow morning and see if we can find any traces." Zhou Daqiang nodded and asked, "What about tonight?" Jiang Yuan looked at him, then at Feng Yin, and said, "Second Master Feng said that it's best not to get into conflict with tigers at night. As the old saying goes, tigers have tiger evil spirits at night. They are fast and have strong fighting power. In fact, people's eyesight decreases at night, and they cannot see the tiger's position clearly. But tigers can accurately capture people's position through smell, so night is not a good time to hunt tigers." Seeing that they were listening attentively, Jiang Yuan continued, "Second Master, please find some branches around to start a fire. Dachang, go out and shoot 2 pheasants. Just stay around and don't go too far." Zhou Daqiang and Feng Yin. "Okay." Jiang Yuan took out a bundle of hemp ropes and a few bells from his bag and said, "I'll set up an alarm at the entrance of the cave to guard against wild animals around at night." Chapter 42 is coming. At night, the bonfire in the cave burned brightly. Jiang Yuan hung the last bell at the entrance of the cave, then turned back inside and sat by the fire to warm himself. He warmed himself up for a while before taking half a roasted chicken from Zhou Daqiang. Due to limited conditions in the mountains, the pheasants were simply plucked, their internal organs removed, pierced through with a branch, and eaten after being roasted. Jiang Yuan took a bite and found the pheasant tasted terrible without any salty seasoning. His mouth was full of fishy smell mixed with a lot of uncooked blood. But he was not a pretentious person. It was already very good to have a hot meal in the mountains, so he finished it in a few bites. Jiang Yuan raised his head and took a sip of wine to dilute the taste in his mouth, then said, "I'll keep watch first. You 2 take a nap. I'll take over when I get sleepy." After walking all day, climbing over mountains and crossing rivers, his whole body was sore and painful. Even Zhou Daqiang, who was full of energy, had no mood to joke around. He leaned against the wall of the cave and soon began to snore. Jiang Yuan used a wooden stick to stir the fire. Seeing that Feng Yin was still awake and twirling the beads in his hand, he asked, "Does Mr. Feng have a lover?" Feng Yin was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Seeing his eyes fall on the beads, he said, "This is what my wife left behind." Jiang Yuan waited for a while, and when he said this, there was no movement. He also understood that he didn't want to say more, so he simply stopped asking. The night in the deep mountains was very dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Jiang Yuan was sitting inside, and could only barely see a hint of reflection on the bell at the entrance of the cave with the help of the firelight. In the second half of the night, the north wind was howling outside, and even the flames on the fire in the cave were shaking. Jiang Yuan gathered the burning branches together and added a new handful. The fire must not be extinguished tonight, otherwise the temperature in the mountains would be enough to freeze them to death. He took out a dagger from his bosom and stroked the outer leather scabbard with his fingertips. This was the first gift Jiang Yuan gave him, so let's just consider it as a token of love. After all, starting from this scabbard, he knew that his wife had taken him to heart. No matter how much he missed her, Jiang Yuan was very satisfied. The whole night passed peacefully. Jiang Yuan was awakened by Feng Yan. It was just dawn when he opened his eyes. Feng Yan saw that he had opened his eyes, so he handed him 2 slightly burnt sparrows and said, "He's gone outside to collect the ropes. You can leave after you finish eating." The fire in the cave had been mostly extinguished. The temperature in the mountains was extremely low in the early morning. Jiang Yuan shivered all over as soon as he woke up. The 2 house finches did not taste very good. Almost half of them were bitten off in one bite, and half of the beak hair was mixed in. When he got out of the cave, he jumped twice to stretch his stiff body and took a deep breath of air. It's really cold, but it also brings a refreshing feeling to all the internal organs. The soil and water formed by the severe cold in the northeast are always majestic and vast. Just looking at the endless mountains around in the dim light is enough to be shocking. Jiang Yuan rubbed his face, put on the dogskin mask, and said, "Let's go." According to the direction agreed upon yesterday, Jiang Yuan led the way towards the valley. Now is different from yesterday's journey. We can't just rush. We have to keep our eyes on all directions at all times. Even Zhou Daqiang's ears are always paying attention to the movements around him. Jiang Yuan became extremely alert. He not only observed the forest, but also stared at his feet. After all, this was the territory where tigers roamed. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan stopped, squatted down to observe carefully, and carefully blew away a thin layer of snow on the snow crust. This one looks like a tiger's paw print. Jiang Yuan leaned down and looked at the claw mark, which was almost the size of a palm and had a very clear shape. Zhou Daqiang came over to take a look and said, "Oh my god, such a big claw mark. What a big tiger it must be." Jiang Yuan hissed and looked at the sky around him, which was still gray. He asked Feng Yan for a lantern and shone it on the paw prints. After a night of weathering and low temperatures, a layer of ice crystals formed on the surface. When light shone on it, the edges intermittently refracted yellow star rays. Jiang Yuan nodded confidently. It is indeed a tiger claw. Zhou Daqiang swallowed subconsciously and looked around, feeling that a tiger might jump out from anywhere. Jiang Yuan placed the lantern in the middle of the snow pit and took out a watch from his pocket. There are several cracks on the surface, and you have to get close to the light source to barely see the time. Let's wait a moment and not move forward. Daqiang, please pay attention to the surroundings. Zhou Daqiang held the gun. His eyes and ears were online at the same time, and his gaze swept over every suspicious place. Jiang Yuan was very patient. He waited until the clock hand turned one notch before taking off his gloves and feeling around the edge of the snow pit. The edges were slightly loose and melted, which was the temperature at the moment, and Jiang Yuan had an idea of it. He put away his watch and said, "I stepped on it about an hour or 2 ago. Since there are traces here, I suggest we set up an ambush here. If we keep looking, I don't know how long we'll have to wait." Zhou Daqiang certainly had no objection. "I will listen to your brother." He glanced at Feng Yan again and said, "Big Scar, what about you?" Feng Yan was indifferent to the nickname and nodded. "Okay." Jiang Yuan looked around and made a quick decision. "Dachang, take out the pig blood and sprinkle it around. In winter, the wind is strong and the smell of pig blood can travel far away. The tiger will definitely come back if it smells it." He took out a can from his bag and said, "Here is bear oil. Rub it all over your body to obscure the smell so that the tiger won't notice you right away." Seeing that Zhou Daqiang and Feng Yan were obediently rubbing it on their bodies, Jiang Yuan took out another long whip. Zhou Daqiang opened his mouth and said, "Brother, you have a treasure chest. How come you have everything?" Jiang Yuan ignored him and handed the whip to Feng Yan, saying, "This is made of donkey skin, soaked in blood, and mixed with iron wire. It's very strong. You are the best fighter. If a tiger appears, I will shoot first. If I fail to bring it down, you can use this whip to hit its nose at the right time. The tiger is a cat, and its nose is its weak spot. This will give me another chance to shoot." Zhou Daqiang curled his lips. "Brother, why don't you give it to me? His aim is probably not as good as mine." Feng Yan took it without saying a word. He tried the weight in his hand, raised his hand, and waved it, and a branch of a tree next to him was pulled out at once. Jiang Yuan blinked his eyes. It It was the right decision to let Feng Yin follow him up the mountain. He glared at Zhou Daqiang, and seeing that he was pouting and not saying anything, he said, "The most important thing for you is to pay attention to what is going on at all times. None of us has as sharp ears as you. It depends on you whether we can detect the tiger in time and seize the initiative." Zhou Daqiang patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." The three of them each performed their duties. Zhou Daqiang threw the frozen pig blood around, and Jiang Yuan leaned behind a tree. He took out a dagger from his bosom and smeared the blade with resin to prevent it from freezing when it was stained with blood. The waiting time is very long, and you don't know when the tiger will appear, so you have to stay alert all the time. Jiang Yuan is not a young boy anymore, and he knows that the most taboo thing in hunting is impatience. Every good hunter has a heart as calm as still water, and Jiang Yuan is already one of the best. A faint sound of a branch breaking was heard, and Jiang Yuan's whole body tensed up, with the muzzle of his gun raised. Zhou Daqiang leaned against the tree trunk, pointed to the east, and mouthed, "Here it comes." Chapter 43, Fighting the Tiger. Jiang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He seemed not to move, but in fact all the muscles in his body were tense, and the arm holding the gun pointed steadily to the east. Tigers are not low-intelligence animals. When approaching their prey, they will slow down and lighten their steps. The thick padding on the soles of their feet makes the sound of their footsteps almost invisible. Fortunately, Zhou Daqiang, who has a keen hearing, was there, constantly using gestures to report the distance. Jiang Yuan looked at his hands and silently said in his heart, 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. When there were only 200 meters left, the forest could no longer hide the tiger's huge body. The moment it was revealed, Jiang Yuan stood up suddenly, with the muzzle of the gun forming a straight line between the tiger and his eyes. Bang! Without hesitation, the bullet shot out from the barrel rapidly. The ejected shell flew past the side of his temple, and the residual heat burned the skin on the tip of his ear, turning it slightly red. It was just unfortunate timing. When the gun went off, the tiger just happened to pounce towards the place where the pig's blood was spilled. A bullet hit the tree trunk beside the tiger, and only a muffled sound was heard. Jiang Yuan's heart sank. Oh no, he missed. The gunshot startled the tiger, and the howling instantly vibrated its eardrums. Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and quickly pulled the bolt to reload, but before he could fire, the tiger had already appeared completely in front of him. The intimidation of the king of beasts is not false. The tigers in the mountains are completely different from those in the zoo. Their eyes glow green, and saliva hangs from their mouths when they howl. You can tell at a glance that they are beasts that have seen real blood. No matter how much psychological preparation Jiang Yuan had done before, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the truth. He suppressed the natural fear of the beast in his heart, put his index finger on the trigger, and fired the second shot without hesitation. Bang! Got it. Center of front leg. But the rage brought by the pain completely enraged the tiger. Jiang Yuan saw him shaking his body wildly. Although he was shot, he was still moving quickly. Jiang Yuan made a prompt decision and shouted, "Run!" The three men immediately turned around and ran back. Jiang Yuan ran quickly while pulling the bolt of the gun and shooting in the direction of the tiger from time to time. But the beast was too fast, and two legs could never outrun four legs. Seeing the tiger pouncing towards Zhou Daqiang, Jiang Yuan was furious. He fired repeatedly in that direction to attract the tiger's attention. Seeing the tiger turn around and come towards him, Jiang Yuan rolled over, used a fallen tree as a cushion, and fired another shot. Zhou Daqiang followed closely behind, also firing continuously, but his accuracy was limited and it was even more difficult to aim while running. Feng Yin pulled out the knife he had been carrying on his side, sped up his steps, leaped forward, and stabbed the tiger hard with the tip of the knife. The tiger was agile and fast, and the knife stabbed into the snow. Jiang Yuan ran forward frantically. The distance was too close. He could even smell the stench from the tiger's mouth. There was not enough time for him to shoot. Feng Yin, use the whip. Feng Yin pulled out his whip, ran from behind the tiger to the front as fast as he could, and whipped the tiger back. With a snap, the donkey skin whip mixed with iron wire hit the tiger's nose accurately. Listening to the sound of the whip breaking through the air, you can feel how powerful the force is. The tiger roared in pain, shaking its head wildly and snorting continuously. Jiang Yuan watched the tiger slow down and did not dare to delay. He turned around, drew his gun, and aimed at the tiger's eyes. Feng Yin did not stop whipping the tiger, but this time the whip could not accurately land on the nose, and instead drew attention to himself. Jiang Yuan hooked his index finger and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the tiger's eyes exploded with blood. Got it. But before he could get excited, the tiger rushed over again. Jiang Yuan's heart trembled. This king of beasts really should not be underestimated. He was shot at least 3 times, but his speed was still so fast. But when he listened to the howling, he knew the tiger had gone completely berserk. Jiang Yuan pulled the bolt while running, but he failed to pull it 3 times, and the shotgun jammed. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but curse. Fuck. He immediately threw the gun behind his back, took out a dagger from his chest, bit the scabbard in his mouth, and looked at the tiger viciously. There is no other choice. Go ahead, or you will die here. Jiang Yuan dived down, trying to lower his center of gravity and used the force of the tree trunk to slide towards the tiger from the snow. The dagger in his hand was aimed at the tiger's front legs. The moment he got close, the dagger stabbed the front legs. His body suddenly rolled to the side, avoiding the falling tiger claws. Feng Yin didn't dare to stop whipping his hand for a moment. When Jiang Yuan attacked, he provided cover and distracted the tiger's attention. Zhou Daqiang had limited bullets in his gun. After firing a few shots, he realized that he couldn't aim well, so he shouted, "Big Scar, give me the knife." He didn't have Feng Yan's accuracy with a whip, but he was still strong enough with a knife. Oh my god, I also killed a tiger today. Jiang Yuan listened to Zhou Daqiang screaming and looked at the positions of the 3 people out of the corner of his eye. He and Zhou Daqiang were attacking from close range, while Feng Yin was using the whip at a distance. Jiang Yuan shouted, "Daqiang, give me the gun." Zhou Daqiang raised his hand to unsheath his gun, but in the blink of an eye, Tiger swung a palm towards him. Jiang Yuan was so frightened that his heart stopped. He didn't have time to think and subconsciously jumped forward, letting the dagger pierce the tiger's body. Seeing the opportunity, Feng Yin pounced over and pulled Zhou Daqiang out from the tiger's claws. The tiger trembled all over and shook itself hard, and Jiang Yuan was thrown out by the force of several hundred kilograms and hit the snow hard. He was so dizzy from the fall that he didn't even have time to cry out in pain. He turned over and jumped up, making a big circle. Gun. Zhou Daqiang was still frightened. He quickly took off the gun and threw it towards him. Jiang Yuan caught it steadily. Feng Yin, keep drawing. Zhou Daqiang was also stimulated by the scene of Jiang Yuan falling out just now. He rushed forward with a big knife in his hand and screamed. One of them fought in close combat with Feng Yin, while the other attacked with a whip from a distance. Although the effect was limited, Zhou Daqiang was also thrown dizzy by the tiger, and the sound of the whip breaking through the air rose and fell, but it finally gave Jiang Yuan enough time to shoot. Jiang Yuan held the gun with his shoulder lowered. The fall just now made his wounds, which had not yet healed, hurt slightly, but with a tiger in front of him, no pain was more important than his life. The muzzle of the gun was looking for an opportunity in the fight between Feng Yin and Zhou Daqiang. Jiang Yuan bit the cowhide scabbard tightly in his mouth, cold sweat pouring down under the brim of his hat, but his hands did not shake at all. He was calm, and his breathing and heartbeat were synchronized. For a moment, it seemed as if the only sound of his heartbeat was within the area. He watched Zhou Daqiang being hit on the tiger's body again and thrown out, and Feng Yin being hit on the tiger's nose again. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes. The opportunity came. Bang! Blood exploded on the tiger's head again, and both of its eyes were punched into bloody holes. The tiger howled in pain, but it had lost its direction and kept spinning in place, pouncing in all directions. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan quickly moved forward with a dagger in hand, while watching Zhou Daqiang leap high with a long knife in hand. The dagger sank into his throat, and the spurting blood splashed all over Jiang Yuan's face. Zhou Daqiang's knife also hit the tiger's head hard. Jiang Yuan hit the tiger with one strike, grabbed the whip that Feng Yin swung at him, and used the force to roll out from under the tiger. The 3 men's arms were shaking as they stared at the tiger that had been fatally attacked. Jiang Yuan swallowed hard to suppress the sweet and fishy taste rising in his throat. His face and body were covered in blood, but he still held the dagger vigilantly, his tense muscles ready for another strike at any time. The tiger staggered, its howls turned into low sobs, it turned twice, and fell to the ground with an unsteady gait. A pool of snow foam splashed around, falling coldly on his face. Jiang Yuan closed his eyes slightly, and then a buzzing sound slowly began in his eardrums. Zhou Daqiang fell to his knees in exhaustion. Oh my god, I am also a tiger-fighting hero. Chapter 44. Find Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at the tiger lying on the ground. Its eyes were still wide open, staring at him, but it was already lifeless. His whole body relaxed, and he sat down on the ground. It was too dangerous. Jiang Yuan's arms were shaking. He shook his head violently to suppress the tinnitus in his ears. He sheathed the dagger. There was a row of deep teeth marks on the scabbard. Take a break and carry it down the mountain. Unlike him, Feng Yin looked at the tiger's fur with a smile of surviving a disaster in his eyes. With this tiger skin, his daughter will definitely be able to sleep warmly this winter. The three of them built a bonfire in the deep forest. No one said much. The excitement of fighting with the tiger just now was still lingering in their hearts. Even Zhou Daqiang was quiet for a rare moment. If this happens again, no one knows if they can get away with it. But fortunately, it was the tiger lying lifeless on the snow. After a brief rest, Jiang Yuan put the dagger into his arms, stood up, and said, "Go find some logs, tie them up with ropes, and we'll carry the tiger down." Zhou Daqiang stood up with shaking legs and feet, saying, "This thing is too big. It must weigh several hundred kilograms at least. I am exhausted. I really can't lift it." Jiang Yuan said, "No need to carry it. Just like transporting a wild boar, the three of us will drag it down. The way back is basically downhill, which saves a lot of effort." He took out the medicine bottle given by Jiang Yuan from his bag and said, "Here are the pills prepared by Dr. Jiang. They can stimulate physical strength for 3 hours. Take one when you can walk no longer. We must get down the mountain today." When we went up the mountain, Jiang Yuan said that there was a high probability of a heavy snowstorm in the near future. They have already been delayed on the mountain for 2 days and 1 night. If they don't leave today, they might encounter a snowstorm and be unable to get out of the mountain, and people outside will not be able to come in to rescue them. Zhou Daqiang shook his arms and legs, stood up and jumped twice, and said, "Let's go. I'm going to go back and sleep with him till he's completely dizzy." The three men divided the work among themselves and worked around the tiger for more than half an hour before they finally stuffed the logs they found under their bodies and tied the ropes. Jiang Yuan pulled the rope forward and said, "It's quite strong. Let's take one each and go down the mountain." The return journey was very relaxing, psychologically. The feeling that everything was settled and they no longer had to worry about returning empty-handed made the three of them move more swiftly. The weight of the tiger is no joke. Zhou Daqiang's hands and feet felt weak after walking less than 3 miles. Jiang Yuan stuffed the pill into his mouth and said, "Hold on. Just walk to the middle of the mountain and find a place to hide the tiger. Don't bring it to the village." Zhou Daqiang rubbed his teeth, smacked the bitter taste in his mouth, and said, "Damn it. This valuable thing is so hard to answer correctly." Jiang Yuan moved his shoulder. His old injury had not yet healed. He had been thrown out by the tigers several times today, and now he was straining with the rope on his back. Now his entire arm had no feeling. "After we get down the mountain, we'll have to go find Jiang Yuan and ask for 2 good plasters." Along the way, Jiang Yuan gritted his teeth and held on without saying a word. When he could see the roofs of the village from the mountain, Jiang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we're here. It was already getting dark, and the 3 men had been walking for a whole day, dragging the tiger. Jiang Yuan looked up at the sky and said, "It hasn't snowed yet. I'll find someone to come up and deal with it." Zhou Daqiang raised his hand and volunteered, "I'll stay and watch. There's a cave over there. Drag the tiger back into the cave. I'll light a fire at the door. Big brother, you go down the mountain and bring some people. I won't move a step. Nothing will happen to the tiger." Jiang Yuan was a little worried. The situation in the mountains was unpredictable. Now there was no wind or snow. What if there was a heavy snow and the mountain was blocked? He would not be able to get in, and Zhou Daqiang would not be able to get out. That would be dangerous. What's more, there are many wild beasts in this mountain. Zhou Daqiang and Feng Yan are guarding such a big tiger, so it is hard to say that they will not be targeted by bears, wolves, and wild boars. Seeing Jiang Yuan hesitate, Zhou Daqiang said, "I have some dry food on me and a gun in my hand. I'm sure it will be fine. It won't take you long to go back quickly. Besides, we have been walking for a whole day and haven't seen any blind beasts coming." Jiang Yuan thought about it again, and there was really no more perfect solution now. After all, this tiger weighing hundreds of pounds cannot be moved just by the 3 of them moving their mouths. "I'll leave my gun with you. This one is more convenient." He left all the dry food he had on him and reminded them, "I'll pick up some more dry branches for you to light the fire. There are food and drinks here. Don't go out. Wait for me here. I will go down the mountain as soon as possible to find someone to check on the goods. Please pay attention to your own safety. If anything unexpected happens, don't worry about the tiger. Safety is the most important thing. It must be well." Zhou Daqiang gathered his things and said with a simple smile, "Don't worry, brother. I'm sure everything will be fine." Jiang Yuan and Feng Yan cut some branches together, moved the tiger several feet deeper into the cave, and set a trap at the entrance of the cave. Only then did they feel a little relieved and hurried down the mountain. Jiang Yuan had been crawling in the mountains for 2 days and 1 night. His clothes were stained with mud and blood, and he smelled bad. As soon as I stepped into the house, I saw the whole family sitting on the kong, and the atmosphere was depressed. "What's going on?" As soon as he spoke, everyone suddenly looked towards the door. Zhao Aihong hurriedly got off the Kong, not even having time to put on her shoes. She stopped him and looked him around. Are you hurt? Where does it hurt? As he spoke, he pulled him onto the Kong. Jiang Yuan cooperated and turned around, saying, Don't worry, Mom. I'm not hurt. Zhao Aihong saw that although he was dirty, he was not injured. She felt relieved and turned her back, wiping her tears and said, It's good that you are not injured. It's good that you are not injured. When Jiang Yuan saw him push the door open, he threw away the book in his hand and didn't even bother to pick up his shoes. He rushed over and asked, How is it? Did you get hit? Jiang Yuan didn't bother him and nodded directly, saying, After a day and a night of hard work, we took down a big tiger. A grown tiger must weigh more than 300 kilograms. Jiang Yuan rubbed his hands and turned around twice in joy. Looking at the way he was dressed, one could tell that he had suffered a lot in the mountains. He happily stretched out his hand. Give it to me. I have the money ready. Jiang Yuan looked at him with a smile on his face. Boss Jiang, did you hear me? How can I move a tiger that weighs more than 300 kilograms? Besides, there are so many bones on the tiger's body. How would I know which bone can be used? You have to go up the mountain with me to see. He looked up and down at Jiang Yuan's clothes and said, Hurry up and change your clothes. Let's go now before it gets dark, or we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Yuan's mind was full of tiger bones, tiger bones, tiger bones. He changed into thick cotton clothes, carried a box, and went out with Jiang Yuan. Let's go. Jiang Yuan raised his foot and was about to leave. Jiang Yuan grabbed him and said, Just walk? How far is that? Jiang Yuan looked at him speechlessly. There's so much snow on the mountain that no car can get in. It's good enough that we can walk up. Don't worry, it's in a cave halfway up the mountain. We won't let you go deep into the mountains. Boss Jiang, do you want the tiger bone? Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Yuan thought about the fresh and hot tiger bones, gritted his teeth, and followed behind. Jiang Yuan didn't even have time to drink his saliva. He licked his dry lips and tasted a hint of blood. After 2 trips up and down the mountain this morning, his legs were almost stretched to the limit. There's no other way. I have to look up at the sky. I have to hold on tight. Otherwise it will be dark when I get down the mountain. It's really not safe to bring Jiang Yuan with me. Boss Jiang, I just got here and I'm calling you. You're definitely the first one. Jiang Yuan followed behind, panting, and said, Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. We agreed on the price before. If you like something else, I will give it to you at a higher price. From now on, when you sell goods to Baichao Garden, the purchase price will be 10% higher. I, Jiang Yuan, am not the person to do that job. Jiang Yuan bowed to him and said, Boss Jiang is very open-minded. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and said, Our relationship has become distant because of our boss. I will call you Brother Jiang, and from now on we are one family. Jiang Yuan could see that he had an extraordinary background. Ever since the day he went to Baichao Garden to do business, he had wanted to make friends with him. Now that he had been given the go-ahead, he naturally wanted to take advantage of the situation. He simply called out, Brother Jiang, I will be under your care from now on. Don't play tricks on me. I can tell at a glance that you are not an ordinary person. Your eyes are full of ambition. Jiang Yuan nodded at him and continued, You are very courageous, and you follow the rules and are very efficient. You may become a big shot in the future. Jiang Yuan laughed and said modestly, I just want to make a living. I haven't thought about whether I am a big shot or not. Jiang Yuan walked on the snow with difficulty, leaning on a wooden stick, and said, Now we have to think about it. You have a tiger weighing several hundred kilograms lying there. You can't just sell me some tiger bones and be done with it. That's your starting point. Use it well and don't waste it. Jiang Yuan heard that his words had some hidden meaning, but he didn't explain it. He rolled his eyes and said, The great man said that there is a vast world and a lot to be done. Now is a good time. Don't you think so, brother? Jiang Yuan glanced at him and scolded him with a smile. Slippery, stop trying to trick me. Your brain works very fast. Jiang Yuan laughed, which was almost a clear hint. It seems that the higher-ups are really going to take some action soon. Otherwise, Jiang Yuan wouldn't have reminded himself in such a roundabout way. After walking for almost 3 minutes, I finally saw the entrance to the cave. Jiang Yuan pulled Jiang Yuan, pointed in the direction, and said, Brother Jiang, it's right there. Chapter 45, Anatomy. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, and the sun was directly overhead. Jiang Yuan was panting heavily, and his head was covered with sweat after walking all the way up. Jiang Yuan was also breathing slightly. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, he saw Zhou Daqiang sitting on a big rock eating dry food. There was some hot snow water in the pot. He bent his legs and sat on the ground. His throat was so dry that his voice sounded like a bellows. Give me a bowl of water quickly. Zhou Daqiang agreed. Brother, you came back very quickly. Jiang Yuan took it and gulped down a large bowl, then wiped his mouth, pointed at each other, and introduced Feng Yin. This is Brother Jiang, the owner of the drugstore. Brother Jiang, this is my little brother Zhou Daqiang. He went up the mountain with me yesterday and is watching the tiger here. This is also a brother, Feng Yin. Jiang Yuan didn't care about being polite anymore. He nodded while drinking water, pounding his legs, and couldn't even stand up. Jiang Yuan rested for a while, then got up and walked around. Seeing that the traps he had set up in the morning were all in good condition, he asked, "Nothing happened, did you?" Zhou Daqiang soaked a bowl of dry food in water and handed it over. "Nothing. I'm bored. Eat something to fill your stomach. Considering how long it took you to get here and there, you must have not even had time to eat." It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it. Once he mentioned it, Jiang Yuan felt so hungry that he felt like his chest was sticking to his back. Pancakes soaked in water are not tasty, but we are in the wilderness and there is no time to be picky. He ate it in one gulp and said, "Let's go check on Dahu, Brother Jiang. You need to get whatever you want quickly. We have to get down the mountain before the snow starts to fall." "Oh, I see." Jiang Yuan was already a man with half-white hair. After walking down the mountain road, his legs were as weak as noodles. He barely stood up with the help of a wooden stick and went deeper into the cave. When he suddenly saw the huge tiger body lying on the ground, Jiang Yuan rubbed his eyes and was shocked. "Oh my goodness, Brother Jiang, you are truly extraordinary." As he spoke, he opened the box he had brought with him. Inside was a set of surgical tools neatly arranged, glowing with a cold light. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Brother, aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Do you know this foreign trick?" Jiang Yuan chuckled and said, "You are quite knowledgeable. Traditional Chinese medicine is a family tradition. I figured this out on my own. I'm not very good at treating illnesses, but I can do some manual labor." Jiang Yuan installed the blade and raised his hand to cut open the stomach. Jiang Yuan stopped him and said, "This is a grown tiger. Can your small blade do the job?" "Don't worry, it's sharp." He still didn't let go, looked at Feng Yin who was standing next to him, and said, "Brother Jiang, please be careful when you cut. This tiger skin is also useful. Try to keep it intact." Jiang Yuan could no longer suppress his enthusiasm and said, "Don't worry, I promise that you will continue to make money." Jiang Yuan then took a step back and watched him cut the knife. Normally when he skinned wild boars and roe deer, he used a meat cleaver, which inevitably damaged the skin a little at the joints. Now he watched Jiang Yuan raise his knife and cut along the joints, peeling off the skin without breaking the skin at all. His movements were clean and smooth. Jiang Yuan looked at him secretly. Jiang Yuan looked like an immortal and was an old Chinese doctor who lived in seclusion. I didn't expect that he was well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine, and even used a surgical scalpel so skillfully. Zhou Daqiang was already dumbfounded watching on the side, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. He just felt that the man squatting on the ground skinning the tiger was much more terrifying than his brother Jiang. Shivering, he felt as if the knife was cutting into his body and whispered, "Brother, how much money can he give?" Jiang Yuan pursed his lips and said, "It's inevitable, just watch it first." In just 1 hour, the tiger weighing more than 300 kilograms was dealt with. A tiger's skin was spread out on the ground intact, with the bones and flesh separated and neatly stacked beside it. Jiang Yuan's hands were covered in blood. He took off his gloves, cleaned the blade with snow, and put it back in the box. Then he stood up with shaking legs and said, "It's all taken care of. I have separated them for you according to the medical standards. No matter which part you want to sell, it won't matter. They are all intact." Jiang Yuan was greatly shocked by this skill and gave a thumbs up, praising him repeatedly. "Great skill, Brother Jiang. You are really a great skill." Jiang Yuan didn't take it seriously. For a doctor, this was just basic work. He pointed to a piece of tiger bone placed alone next to it and said, "Originally, I only wanted a little bit, but I'm really jealous of these. I want this whole piece. When we get back, we'll weigh it face to face, and I'll pay you the original price." Jiang Yuan was of course happy to be able to sell more, and no one disagreed. Okay. He turned around and told Zhou Daqiang, "Take a large piece of cloth and wrap the remaining bones together with the tiger whip and tiger skin. I will take them down the mountain later." Then he said to Jiang Yuan, "Brother Jiang, do you think the remaining heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, etc. can be used? Or it can be sold? If you have a buyer, can you help me make a connection? This stuff is fresh. If it's kept for too long, it will lose its effectiveness and become worthless." Jiang Yuan had ways to get tiger skins, tiger bones, tiger teeth, and tiger claws, but these internal organs had higher medicinal value, so it would be easiest to package them and sell them to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan looked at it, thought for a while, and said, "How about this? You sell them all to me. I will go back and process them. I will keep the ones that can be used, and I will resell the ones that are not needed for the time being. It would be a waste if you don't know how to handle this thing in your hands." Jiang Yuan nodded happily, since he had already kept the most valuable part. "Then I'll give you a friendly price and give it all to you at once." "Okay." Jiang Yuan rubbed his sore muscles and said, "Let's pack everything down the mountain first, and then we'll talk about it when we get down." The three of them were busy packing, and Jiang Yuan put everything he wanted in his own box. Jiang Yuan was carrying a large bag, which originally contained dry food, but now it was filled with tiger parts and was very heavy. Zhou Daqiang pulled him from behind and asked, "Brother, what are we going to do with all this meat?" Jiang Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tiger meat is not tasty and is very tough. Pack this up and come down the mountain with me." Zhou Daqiang was a little reluctant, rubbing his hands, and said, "How about I cut 2 pieces and take them with me? I can just drink the soup instead of the meat." Nowadays, eating meat is a luxury. Faced with such a large pile of meat and not being allowed to touch it, no one would be willing to give it up. Jiang Yuan had no choice but to nod. "Then hurry up. The snow might fall at any time." "Hey!" Zhou Daqiang excitedly went into the cave with a knife in hand. "Brother, you go first. I'll follow soon." He wrapped the tiger skin separately, handed it to Feng Yin, and said, "This is the tiger skin you wanted." Feng Yin touched the tiger skin carefully. The fur was thick, and it would definitely be warm if used as a mattress on the Kong in winter. His eyes brightened up, and he smiled. "Thank you very much." Chapter 46. Making Money. Jiang Yuan agreed, and walked down the mountain while supporting Jiang Yuan and carrying a large bag. To be honest, no good person would be physically exhausted walking back and forth on such a long mountain road in a day. Jiang Yuan persisted because of his perseverance in exchanging tigers for money. At this time, his body was in a terrible state. His face was blown by the cold wind, his cheeks were red, his lips were cracked and chapped, his clothes were mixed with dust and blood, and from time to time there were 2 dried marks left by snow. Zhou Daqiang was quick and caught up with him in no time. Jiang Yuan asked, "Is everything cleaned up?" "Don't worry, I go up the mountain often and I'm familiar with these tasks." Zhou Daqiang took off the bag he was carrying and slung it over himself. Jiang Yuan suddenly felt relieved. The pressure on his chest along the way had made it painful to breathe. "Good brother, after you have rested, let's go have a good meal to replenish our body." Zhou Daqiang now trusted him unconditionally. He nodded with a silly smile. Thinking that the things he was carrying could be exchanged for money, he didn't feel tired at all and walked with great vigor. With this big guy leading the way, Jiang Yuan felt a lot more relaxed and his pace even quickened. Taking Jiang Yuan all the way to Jiangdong County, when they reached the outskirts of the county, Feng Yin said goodbye and went back to his mud and thatched house. By the time they saw the gate of Baichao Garden, Jiang Yuan was already dragging his legs and unable to speak. Jiang Yuan was not much better. Every time he took a step, his soles felt burning. Jiang Yuan said, "Come in and have a rest. I'll prepare a meal for you. Eat your fill here before you go out to do your work." Jiang Yuan slumped on the stool. His joints felt like they were being hammered with nails and were extremely sore. "Then I won't be so shy. I have to borrow your place to take a break." Jiang Yuan took the tea bowl and swallowed it in one gulp. "Sorry to bother you, Brother Jiang." Jiang Yuan handed the things to the waiter and said, "Bring a scale and set up a table of good food and wine. Don't be so formal with me when you're here." Jiang Yuan poured him more tea and said, "I really need this tiger bone urgently. There is a patient waiting for it to be used as medicine. You have helped me a lot this time. I have to thank you for your kindness. From now on, take this as your home. Whether you go to the city to do business or conduct business, if there is anything I can help you with, just let me know." Jiang Yuan laughed out loud and said, "We can be considered as close friends regardless of age difference." He was holding a covered bowl in his hand, and he didn't care because he was thirsty and wanted to drink water. Now when you touch it, you will feel warm to the touch, and it is snow white all over. It may seem inconspicuous at first glance, but it is definitely not an ordinary item. After thinking it over in his mind, he realized that Jiang Yuan's background must be even deeper than he thought, as he could use tea sets of this quality to entertain guests at this time. Putting aside the guests in my mind, their current relationship is far from being able to rely on each other for support, so it is better not to ask rashly. Jiang Yuan just sat there, took 2 deep breaths, relaxed, and waited for the scale to be brought in. Jiang Yuan waited in front of him. "This piece of tiger bone is 1 tael and 3 cents. Jiang Yuan turned the weight on the scale and showed it to him. Jiang Yuan pushed his hand back and said, "Don't I trust you?" Just count it as one or two. We brothers don't need to be so haggard. Jiang Yuan knew that he was genuinely generous and was not just pretending, so he stopped arguing. We agreed to pay 200 yuan per ounce before, but we are in a desperate situation. We can't buy the bones at that price. And those internal organs like tiger eyes and tiger hearts. Jiang Yuan counted the beads on the abacus and said, let's make it an even number, 5,000 yuan. Is that okay with you? Whether it will succeed or not, Jiang Yuan determined that he couldn't calculate it based on the prices of future generations, but had to look at the current prices, as the price was already quite high. Who can take out 5,000 yuan in cash just by opening their mouth? In Jiangdong County, I am afraid that only Jiang Yuan has such ability. Okay, 5,000. Jiang Yuan made the final decision. Zhou Daqiang was already confused by what he heard. When Jiang Yuan went out to get the money, he rubbed his eyes hard and patted him. Brother, am I seeing things right? Just a few bones and a bunch of bloody things were sold for 5,000. Jiang Yuan nodded with a smile. This is a pharmacy. The prices are calculated based on the purchase price of the medicinal materials. If they were taken to the butcher's stall, they would be worthless. But this is too much. Zhou Daqiang pointed to the bag he had carried all the way in his arms and said, what about these bones? How much can I get from selling them? Jiang Yuan was not so optimistic. The buyers were different, and the purposes of the purchases were also different. The remaining ones could not be sold at the high price of 200 yuan per gram. All of these, added together, may not be able to sell for $5,000. Not long after, Jiang Yuan came in with a stack of money, put it directly in front of him, and said, count it. Jiang Yuan picked it up. It was the first time he held so many great unity cards since his rebirth. The thick stack still feels heavy in the hand. After Jiang Yuan finished counting, he raised his eyebrows and said, 500 more. What does Brother Jiang mean by this? Jiang Yuan sat opposite, holding a teacup, and said, how about this 500 as a deposit? I see you still have so many tiger bones. These things are very expensive right now. To be honest, no matter how good your stuff is, few people have the money to buy it. Why not keep my portion? I have more options than you do. If I sell it, I will only keep 20%, and the rest will be yours. Jiang Yuan smiled knowingly. Jiang Yuan had a sharp eye and a sharp mind in doing business. His bag was filled with fresh tiger bones. Although they were not from cubs, they were of very good quality. Jiang Yuan knew that he had few buyers and a short route, so he wanted to do business in the middle and make some profit from the difference. After all, there is no capital involved and it is a sure win. However, since this thing has already appeared in his hands, Jiang Yuan can't refuse it outright. What's more, his other buyer is not as wealthy as Jiang Yuan. Even if he takes everything, he may not be able to eat it all. After thinking it over again and again, Jiang Yuan accepted the deposit. It is of course a good thing to follow Brother Jiang's path, and it also saves me from asking around. But I already have another buyer, so I can't keep all of them. Just set aside a portion of it and put it here for consignment. This 500 is a deposit. When all the tiger bones here are sold, I will deduct 500 from my share and return it to you. The rest we can split 20% to 80%. Jiang Yuan naturally agreed. This was a business that came right to his doorstep. As long as he could sell it, he would definitely make a 20% profit. And the price is definitely higher than selling it to himself. Don't worry, I will never hide the price from you. I will sell it as high as I can. We are both looking for long-term cooperation. I am not greedy for the immediate money. Jiang Yuan saw that he was wealthy and naturally would not care about such a small profit. After the two sides had an agreement, the food and wine were served on the table. The host and the guests sat down. Jiang Yuan first filled Jiang Yuan's cup with wine, and then they raised their glasses to each other. Brother Jiang, I have lived for most of my life, and I have never been wrong in judging people. Jiang Yuan raised his cup and said, you are capable of great things. There will be countless opportunities in the future. We must work together well. Jiang Yuan smiled modestly. Although he was dressed as a hunter, his aura was no less than that of Jiang Yuan, who was sitting in the main seat. Brother Jiang, thank you for your kindness. If one day I can make a living in Jiangdong County, I will need your support. Jiang Yuan clinked his glasses and replied, this county is too small to accommodate you. We'll see later. Chapter 47 Fengyan. Jiang Yuan had something to do in the evening, so he only drank 2 glasses. Although Zhou Daqiang looks like a big and strong man from northeast China, he can get drunk after just 1 drink. He only tasted the food lightly, then lowered his head and ate quickly. He ate most of the food on the table. After eating and drinking, Jiang Yuan looked at Zhou Daqiang holding his stomach and burping, and smiled as he took him away. When they were going to Hunzi Street, Zhou Daqiang followed him, wiping the grease off his mouth as he asked, brother, who is that manager Liu? How come he is so rich? Jiang Yuan walked slowly to digest his food and said, I can't say for sure, but he has a good family background, and someone from above is probably protecting him. Otherwise, given the current environment, it would be impossible for his Baichao garden to remain safe and sound. 5,000 yuan at a time. This is not an ordinary family fortune. Jiang Yuan didn't go home directly. When he reached the outskirts of the county, he turned around and went to Feng Yan's mud and thatched house. I have been here several times. I found Feng Yan's residence by following the bright lantern at the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. This time, he didn't need to say anything. He just said, Second Master Feng, it's me. Not long after, the wooden door creaked, and Jiang Yuan took Zhou Daqiang in. Jiang Yuan pointed to the door and said, There are guards outside for you. Feng Yan laughed, twisting the beads in his hand, and said, They are all little brothers who follow me to make a living. Why don't you go home and rest? Why are you here again? When Jiang Yuan deals with people like this, he always smiles before he speaks. Brother Feng, you have a sharp eye? You knew what I was going to do as soon as I walked in. Feng Yan pointed at Zhou Daqiang and said, I'm not blind, carrying such a big bag. Just tell me what you're planning. Jiang Yuan chuckled and thought that the two Fangs had been haggling over the price for a long time last time, so who knows how long this time it will take. A corner of the bundle was opened, revealing half a tiger bone. As soon as it appeared, Feng Yan's face changed. Brother Feng, have you seen clearly? These are the tiger bones we hunted together. Feng Yan was anxious and kept rubbing the beads in his hands. Look at what you mean. After all, we are friends who have risked our lives for each other. If you have anything to say, just get straight to the point. Jiang Yuan put his hand on the bundle and said, Brother Feng, we are all open-minded when doing business. Please open your voice first, and I will listen. If it is suitable, we will definitely not hesitate. Feng Yan looked at him, then at the muscular Zhou Daqiang standing next to him, and after thinking for a while, he said, $12. How about that? Jiang Yuan didn't say anything. He put the bag directly into Zhou Daqiang's arms and was about to leave. Feng Yan tried to stop him, but Zhou Daqiang dodged and separated him. With his tiger eyes wide open, he blocked Jiang Yuan behind him like a King Kong. No, little brother, if the price is not right, let's talk about it. Don't leave. Feng Yan was really greedy. He had killed the tiger and originally only wanted a tiger skin, but now Jiang Yuan had come to him and it was obvious that he wanted to take action. Who wouldn't be tempted? Jiang Yuan crossed his arms and looked at him with a smile. Brother Feng, we are all well-known people, and we all know the market price. Are you kidding me with this $12? Since you don't really want it, I won't delay your fortune. Feng Yan saw that he was young and didn't understand the market, so he wanted to fool him and bargain for $2 or $3 at most. He could make several times the profit by reselling it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuan really understood and saw through his plan at a glance. I could only smile and say, Look at what you said, you are my biggest god of wealth now. Give me another chance, let's sit down and talk. Jiang Yuan didn't really want to leave, and the other party also smiled and patted Zhou Daqiang, and the two of them sat down again. Brother Feng, I am selling this in good faith. I won't argue with you. 30. Do you think this price is acceptable? Feng Yan asked with a shy face. 31. Seeing him playing dumb, Jiang Yuan replied with a fake smile. 1 gram. Feng Yan slapped his thigh and said with a painful look on his face, My dear brother, what's the price? You think I'm buying herbs, but you're selling them by the gram. Well, brother, give me a realistic price. 200 yuan a stick. How about that? I'll take as many as you have. Jiang Yuan blew away the foam in the teacup and said, 500 yuan. Feng Yan clutched the beads, his face tightened, and added, 300. Jiang Yuan remained calm, not even glancing at any of them, and said, for 108, no less. Feng Yan was frustrated by the price he asked, and asked slowly, Brother, how much do you have? To be honest, your price is based on my entire fortune. Jiang Yuan knocked on the table, and Zhou Daqiang put the bundle on the table and unfolded it. 5 tiger bones, as thick as arms and more than a foot long, were displayed. In the middle was a tiger whip and a pair of tiger claws, both stained with blood. They were disassembled right under his nose on the mountain. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looked at Feng Yan who took a breath, and asked, What do you think? Can I give you all of these? Feng Yan twisted the beads and chanted the name of the Buddha twice, saying, Yes, that's great. There are also tiger claws and tiger whips. Look at this. As he said this, he was about to touch it. Zhou Daqiang was quick and snatched the bag away in one go. Jiang Yuan nodded secretly. Facing outsiders, Daqiang reacted very quickly and was very vigilant. Feng Yan smiled and said, Brother, this is indeed a good thing. But you also know that I'm a small business. I don't have that much capital. Sell those tiger bones to me at a lower price. I will find a way for you to get them again. I guarantee you will make a lot of money. For this street matter, I still have some face. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Your business is my business. Is it possible? Chapter 48. Get Rich. Jiang Yuan pondered for a long time without saying anything. Feng Yin felt frightened by his eyes. I don't know why, but someone who has seen blood would find the eyes of such a young man so terrifying. Seeing that the tension had almost reached a certain level, Jiang Yuan finally spoke up. For 100 per stick, if it's okay, it's okay. If not, forget it. Feng Yin still had a painful look on his face. Taking out so much money at once was equivalent to emptying his family's assets. But looking at those tiger bones, he was greedy and excited. He could make a lot of money by selling them. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, 400 is 400, I want all 5. Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. 5 sticks were 2,000 yuan. Feng Yin didn't look like a man with such a high net worth. Could it be possible that he has already made a fortune? He thought about it and said, Brother Feng, in our business we never ask where the money comes from. But you paid 2,000 yuan right away, which really shocked me. Where did you get so much money? You can always tell me the truth, right? Otherwise, if the money is too hot to handle, aren't you cheating me? Feng Yin groaned, put away the beads in his palm, pulled out a chain from his collar, and showed it to him. Look at this, it's new and worth a lot of money. Jiang Yuan squinted his eyes and saw a palm-sized yellow Hetian jade landscape plaque hanging on the chain. The carved patterns were faintly black, as if there was still dirt that had not been cleaned up. With a quick glance, he knew where Feng Yin's money came from. But he didn't point it out, just reminded, I want cash, you can't use it to pay off the debt. Feng Yin put the chain back, wiped his hands on his clothes, and then held the beads and said, Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Sit here for a while and take a rest. I'll go out and get some money. I'll be back soon. Jiang Yuan nodded, picked up the teacup and drank water, then watched Feng Yin open the door and go out. He could vaguely hear him say something to the younger brother at the door, and then his figure turned around and disappeared. Zhou Daqiang came over and said, Brother, why does he seem so unreliable? Although they had fought tigers together, Zhou Daqiang still disliked Feng Yin. Jiang Yuan spat out a mouthful of tea dregs and said, Although he is engaged in some shady business, he has a good reputation in the streets. He has done business with me once before. But he thought about it and continued, Put away the remaining tiger claws, tiger teeth, and tiger skins, and only keep the tiger bones he wants. After the transaction is over, keep the money close to you and don't show it. We will rest in the city tonight. Zhou Daqiang moved quickly, nodding and putting the things away. After waiting for more than half an hour, Feng Yin finally came back. When I walked in, I saw Jiang Yuan still sitting quietly in his original position. There was no anxious look on his face. He was unmoved and as steady as if he was sitting on the Kong in his own home. Feng Yin was surprised, took a cloth bag and went over and said, Please count it. I just put it together. Jiang Yuan opened the cloth bag and saw a lot of banknotes scattered inside. The largest denomination banknotes are available in the Great Unity, with most being 1, 2, and 5 yuan, and a few being 50 cents. It looked like it was just put together, unlike Jiang Yuan's neat and complete, brand new Unity. Jiang Yuan was not in a hurry. He poured them all on the table, smoothed out the folded corners, stacked them together neatly, and counted them one by one. While counting, he observed Feng Yan's expression with his peripheral vision, drank his tea quickly, and then leaned over to look at the tiger bone on the table, anxiously putting it in his pocket. After he finished counting, it was indeed 2,000 yuan. Although it was a bit scattered, it was easy to spend. 10 or 50 cents is still money. Jiang Yuan handed the money to Zhou Daqiang and pushed the 5 tiger bones in front of Feng Yan. Brother Feng is really rich. If you sell these tiger bones, you will become rich. Don't forget me in the future. Feng Yan laughed out loud. Brother, you thought of me when you got this good thing. This is fate. Let's visit each other often in the future. There will be many opportunities for cooperation. Jiang Yuan exchanged a few more pleasantries with him before bowing and preparing to leave. When he reached the door, Feng Yan stopped him and said, Brother, I have to thank you for the tiger skin. Jiang Yuan looked at him and said, We agreed on this at the beginning. You have to get something out of your efforts. It's not a big deal. Feng Yan rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. I have a daughter who has been in poor health since she was young and is afraid of cold. I was thinking if I could have a tiger skin mattress to cover her in winter, her hands and feet would be warmer. Again, thanks to you this time. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had been here twice, but had never seen a girl here. Seeing his confusion, Feng Yan explained, Many people on the street know my place. There are so many people coming here. How dare I let my daughter live here? I have always raised her somewhere else. Jiang Yuan had no intention of asking more questions, so he said, "Brother Feng, please stay." He left quickly with Zhou Daqiang and went straight to the hotel. Jiang Yuan didn't say a word along the way. Even Zhou Daqiang was tense and alert to his surroundings. He held the bag tightly in his arms and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he entered the hotel room. Zhou Daqiang sat down on the wooden bed and was about to take off his bag when Jiang Yuan held him down. Standing at the window and looking out, I saw that 8 out of 10 street lights in front of the hotel entrance were not on, and I couldn't see anything clearly because of the dim shadows. Seeing him like this, Zhou Daqiang was so scared that he stuttered. "What? What's wrong, brother?" Jiang Yuan retracted his gaze, closed the curtains, and said, "Nothing. Where did you put the money?" Zhou Daqiang chuckled and took out a cloth bag from his crotch. Inside was stacked banknotes, some from Baichao Garden and some from Hunzi Street. Jiang Yuan held his forehead and said helplessly, "If you hid it in your crotch, then why did you cover your chest all the way?" Zhou Daqiang scratched his head and smiled innocently. "This will distract me. I can't just keep picking at my crotch." Jiang Yuan counted the money. He earned 7,500 yuan on this trip, and the tiger bones consigned from Baichao Garden had not yet been recorded in the account. Judging from Jiang Yuan's character, the price of those tiger bones must be much higher than the current price. This tiger made a net profit of nearly 10,000 yuan, which is equivalent to the harvest of an entire village in several years. He counted out 750 yuan and placed it in front of Zhou Daqiang. "We agreed before that I'll give you 10% of the sales. This is 750. Check it out." Zhou Daqiang stood up suddenly, waving his hands and shaking his head. "No, no, no. This won't work. I just went up the mountain with you. I can't carry so much." Jiang Yuan pried his hand open and forced it in. "If it weren't for your good hearing, I wouldn't be able to kill the tiger and earn this money. Keep it for yourself and don't tell anyone else. When you can live on your own in the future, use it to build 2 houses and have a place to live. Daqiang, you help me with my business, and I give you money. This is what you deserve." Zhou Daqiang felt his palms and heart burning hot, and he pursed his lips and could not speak. After blinking his eyes, the nearly 1.9-meter-tall northeastern man burst into tears, hugging Qian and Jiang Yuan and howling loudly. "Brother, no one has ever been so nice to me except my mother. You planned all this for me. You are such a good person. From now on, you will be my rebirth." Chapter 49, Fat Sheep. Jiang Yuan was hugged by him, and his neck was strangled so much that he couldn't breathe. His eardrums were hurt by the rough crying. Hearing that something was wrong, he interrupted him quickly. "Okay, that's enough. You're a grown man. Why are you crying so easily? Aren't you ashamed?" Zhou Daqiang wiped his tears, hunched his shoulders, and looked pitiful. "It's not shameful to be in front of me." Okay. Jiang Yuan really had no choice but to say, "Hurry up and keep the money. Before I go home tomorrow, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things before I go back." Zhou Daqiang turned his back and carefully stuffed the banknotes into the crotch of his pants. Jiang Yuan was so amused that he took off his shoes and socks, then wrinkled his nose in disgust. After running up and down the mountains all day, this smell is really irritating to the eyes. I had no choice but to put on my slippers and go outside to find some hot water so that I could wash my feet and relax. Although this hotel is a state-owned hotel and is built entirely of red bricks, the conditions are limited after all. Both sides are made into rooms as much as possible. There are no windows, the width is limited, and the corridors are narrow and dim. As soon as I turned the corner, I heard some noise from the front desk. A deep male voice was asking the receptionist. 2 men just came in with luggage. Which room are they staying in? The elder sister was eating melon seeds and didn't take it too seriously. There are so many men coming. How can I remember them all? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clang, as if something was slammed on the table. Jiang Yuan frowned, slowed down his pace, leaned against the wall, and listened carefully. The male voice added, "Don't mess with me. You just came in not long ago. You are wearing shabby clothes. You look like a country boy, and the bag is bulging in front of you. One is thin and good-looking, and the other is big and strong. Do you remember which one?" The older sister mumbled a few words, and Jiang Yuan didn't quite hear it. But after listening to the man's description, he knew that the person she was looking for was most likely him. I sneered in my heart. How could he be a good person if he showed up at someone's house in the middle of the night and threatened and intimidated them? He turned around and walked back to the room quickly and lightly. When I pushed the door open, Zhou Daqiang was already lying on the bed snoring. He pushed and shoved the man to wake him up, and while he was packing his things, he said, "Hurry up and get up. Someone is here to find you." "Huh? What?" Zhou Daqiang turned over towards the wall with sleepy eyes. Jiang Yuan went up and pulled him to sit up, threw his cotton jacket on him, and said in a light and quick tone, "Hurry up. If you are any later, your 750 yuan will be taken away by someone else." What? When the money was mentioned, Zhou Daqiang woke up instantly, jumped out of the bed, and put on his clothes quickly. Jiang Yuan threw the bag to him, blew out the candle, opened the door, looked outside, and tiptoed out with Zhou Daqiang. Pointing across the corridor, the two of them walked along the wall. There was a wooden door on this side, which was only locked with a piece of wood. Jiang Yuan opened it and whispered, "Go out from here to the backyard of the hotel. Go out through the back door and look for Feng Yan. Bring him here, whatever you can, and have him wait for me outside the gate." Jiang Yuan pushed him out and warned him, "Be careful, don't go astray." He was about to close the door, but Zhou Daqiang was quick to stop him and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'll watch, you go ahead." Jiang Yuan pushed him away, bolted the door again, walked back along the wall, and pushed the door opposite. The door opened with a creak, and it was pitch black inside. There was no sound at all, and it was obviously an empty room. The moment I squeezed in through the crack of the door, I caught a glimpse of a man walking towards me from the corner. He had a scar on his face. Following behind him was a man with a long knife in his hand, running straight towards him. The width of the door gap was really limited. Jiang Yuan didn't dare to open it too wide, and the two men just stopped at the door of the room he had just lived in. The long knife was inserted into the crack of the door, and with a slight push, the door was opened. Jiang Yuan was so angry that his teeth were itching. Where did this little scoundrel come from? He actually stole from him. I watched the two people go in, put my ear to the door, and listened carefully to the movements inside. "Brother, there's no one in the room." The two men were rummaging around the room, slamming stools and cursing. This grandson ran away really fast, without leaving a single cent behind. Just think about how Feng Yan smiled when he sent them out. He must have received a lot of good stuff. Damn it, let a fat sheep escape. Jiang Yuan was holding his anger, and was sure that they were coming for him. So he took advantage of the two men not paying attention, opened the door, picked up the bag, and went out through the back door. He stood behind the wall buttress diagonally opposite the gate, with the remaining snow mixed with mud and sand under his feet, making a gray mass. While crushing the snow with his toes, he thought about what the two men had just said and concluded that they were probably just greedy for money, not some thug named Pang. Soon, Zhou Daqiang was seen holding a fire stick in one hand and Feng Yan's collar in the other, pulling him over. "Brother, the people are here." Jiang Yuan saw Feng Yan, who was hastily wearing a cotton jacket without even putting on his shoes. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he was bent over and breathing heavily. He put on a fake smile and reached out to smooth out his wrinkled collar, patting the wrinkles. "They say that this street is your territory, Master Feng, and everyone who sees you has to give you some respect. I wonder if this is true or not." Feng Yan was sleeping soundly at home when the gate was smashed open and he was pulled out of the quilt by the vicious man. If he had not acted quickly and grabbed a cotton jacket, he would have frozen to death. I had just arrived at the place and hadn't even caught my breath when Jiang Yuan's weird behavior made me even more confused. "What's going on?" Feng Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said. He dragged me away without explaining anything clearly. "Brother Jiang, please give me some clear answers." Jiang Yuan knew that it was not him who ordered it, so he pinched his shoulder and turned towards the hotel gate. "See for yourself. Mr. Feng is well informed, so he should be able to tell what those two people are up to." Feng Yan took a closer look and saw the two men coming out from inside, holding long machetes, with their shoulders hunched and their backs hunched. The most obvious thing was that the leader had a long scar on his face. He immediately understood what Jiang Yuan meant, spat on the ground, and said, "I can see clearly that the one with the scar is Ma Sainer, and he is not a good person for cheating people. Damn it, the person who stole my house is my brother. There's no way I can get away with this." He turned to look at Jiang Yuan and patted his chest to assure, "I'll take this job. Don't worry, he won't get away with it." Jiang Yuan knew Feng Yan in his previous life. Although this man made money in a dishonest way, he still had some moral principles in his heart and was not the same kind of person as those idiots in Hunzi Street. Jiang Yuan felt relieved that he was there to solve these problems. But the warning still needed to be given. He pressed down Feng Yan's arched hand, patted it, and said, "Don't worry, Brother Feng. This is not the first time we have dealt with each other. I can still see your character. I have a whole roe deer skin at home, which is the best at isolating moisture and generating heat. I'll get it some other day and use it on my niece." He stared into Feng Yan's eyes and said slowly, "We can have a warm winter too." Chapter 50 Consumption. Feng Yan laughed and thanked him. Hearing the way he addressed him change from Master Feng heir to Brother Feng, he knew that what happened tonight was not blamed on him. "I'll go take care of this first. When you come back to the city, We can meet again. I'll treat you to a nice drink." Jiang Yuan nodded with a smile and watched him leave before taking Zhou Daqiang away through another road. Zhou Daqiang touched his collar and felt the cold wind blowing inward. He asked, "Brother, how did those people target us?" Jiang Yuan walked quickly, leading him all the way south, saying as he walked, "After leaving Feng Yan's house, the baggage we carried was obviously lighter, and it was obvious that the deal was done. The deal is done. There must be cash. There are so many eyes on the outskirts of the county. It's normal to be targeted. Things like break-ins and robberies happen at night when people are asleep, so it's fine when you check in, but it's hard to say at night. It doesn't hurt to be more careful when you go out these days." As they talked, they walked to the back door of a store. Jiang Yuan raised his hand and knocked. After a while, a waiter came to open the door with sleepy eyes. "Oh, you really came." He dragged Zhou Daqiang in, patted the snow foam on his body, and asked, "Your back door is not closed every day?" The clerk lit the kerosene lamp, led them to the inner room, and said, "Close it. When the shopkeeper left today, he said you might come back in the evening, so he asked me to keep an eye on the door." Jiang Yuan smiled knowingly and joked to Zhou Daqiang, "See, this is what it means to be cunning." Zhou Daqiang looked around and found that this was the Baichao garden he had visited during the day. "Brother, we live here?" Jiang Yuan had already laid down on the narrow bed in his slippers, half closed his eyes and said, "What? Isn't this better than a hotel? Hurry up and go to sleep. It's safe here. Take out all the stuff in your crotch." He turned over and muttered, "It's not too uncomfortable." He had to go up the mountain and trade all day and run at night. He was really exhausted. Jiang Yuan felt extremely tired, and every joint in his body was painful. Within a few breaths, snoring sounds were heard from the bed. The next day, the sky was bright, and the bright sunlight shone directly on Jiang Yuan's face, waking him up. I rubbed my eyes and couldn't help grimacing when I raised my arms. There was no place on my body that didn't feel sore. He kicked Zhou Daqiang off the bed and pushed the door open in a daze. The servants at Baichao Garden were all busy, and when they saw him come out, they greeted him one after another. Jiang Yuan buttoned up his shirt and asked, "Where's Brother Jiang?" The waiter smiled and replied, "Our boss won't be here until 10 o'clock. He has to drink tea and practice boxing at home in the morning, so you have to wait for a while." Jiang Yuan nodded. This was really a good life, drinking tea, growing flowers, practicing boxing, and running a shop with his back against a big tree. It was like the life of a god. "When he comes, thank him for me and tell him to come and have a drink with him in 2 days." After hearing the waiter's crisp response, he went back to the room to wake up Zhou Daqiang, packed his clothes, and left through the back door again. "Brother, where are we going?" Zhou Daqiang held a meat bun in each hand and ate it with relish. Jiang Yuan led him to the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, pointed to the plaque, and said, "Consumption." The two of them were wearing the same clothes they wore when they fought tigers that day. They were tattered and dirty, and they had never had time to change them. The teller knew at a glance that they couldn't afford to buy anything and didn't even ask. Jiang Yuan took out a cloth coupon from his pocket, pointed at the cloth, and said, "Give me a piece of this material." The teller said with a smile, "This is high-quality twill from Shanghai, $1.50 per foot." Without waiting for her to finish, Jiang Yuan slapped the 2 big pieces of unity on the counter and said, "Give me another piece of fine cotton cloth to wrap them all up." The teller took the money with his eyes wide open, then quickly went over to measure the item without saying a word. Jiang Yuan didn't care what these people looked at him. He just wandered around, taking a box of pencils, a pen, and 2 hairpins. "For cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, and whatever you think is new, just ask the teller to take out everything." The way he spent money was just like a rich landlord, taking out the bills from his pocket one by one. Zhou Daqiang had never even seen these things, let alone spending so much money. As soon as Jiang Yuan took out the money, he felt pain in his heart and his eyes twitched. After everything was packed, Jiang Yuan walked out carrying the bags. "I bought a lot of cloth. When I get back, I'll ask my mother to stuff it with new cotton and make you a new set of clothes." Zhou Daqiang was stunned. He never thought that the cloth was meant to make clothes for him. He grumbled and was about to refuse. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened, and he shut up immediately and followed behind to carry the things. He visited the supply and marketing cooperatives, grain stores, and butcher shops on this street before turning towards Taiyinyagu Road and heading home. When we returned to Taiyinyagu, it was almost noon and there were many people walking around outside. Now is the slack season, and there is no work in the fields. Young girls and wives are sitting at the doorstep weaving baskets while the sun is shining. The gentlemen gathered in groups of 3 or 5, smoking their cigarettes and chatting. Jiang Yuan was carrying a package in both hands. The seal of the supply and marketing cooperative's grain and oil store was printed on the oil paper. Everyone came to take a look as he walked by. Zhou Daqiang could still say a few words to everyone, but he was unfamiliar with the crowd, so he just walked past without even looking at them. This caused the villagers to talk behind them, wondering what the old man, the Jiang family's youngest son, who had been brought back a year ago, was doing, why he was buying all these old things, and why he was hanging out with Zhou Daqiang. Jiang Yuan ignored the gossip and walked straight to his door. As soon as he entered the yard, he smelled the fragrance of food. "Mom, Xiaowan, look what I bought." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Minmin came running out, holding a diaper in her hand, with water dripping down her arms. "Second brother, you're back. What good things did you buy?" Jiang Minmin stretched her neck to look, and did not forget to greet. "Hello, brother Daqiang." Jiang Yuan pushed her into the house and said, "Go back quickly. It's cold outside." As soon as he entered, he saw his mother blocking the door with a rice spoon in her hand, with a look of suspicion on her face. "You spend the 2 cents you earn recklessly. Is that what you earned? How much wealth do you have to squander?" Jiang Yuan smiled and waved a piece of cloth in front of his mother's eyes, saying, "Buy some cloth and make new clothes for everyone in our family." Zhao Aihong snorted coldly. "You have grown a few arms and legs. What's the point of wearing all those new clothes? You just know how to waste money. You are such a child." Thinking that he was doing this for his family, he didn't say anything else, just kept saying, "You can eat well and wear well, but if you don't plan well, you will be poor." Jiang Yuan said, "There are also some for Daqiang. Mom, please bear with me and make a set of cotton clothes for Daqiang. He must be freezing cold after running in the mountains with me in the winter." Zhao Aihong felt soft-hearted. Zhou Daqiang only had one windproof piece of clothing on him, which was given to him by Jiang Yuan. She tried to luckily stop talking, nodded, and went back to the kitchen. Jiang Yuan put all his things on the Kong, took out a pencil and a notebook, and handed them to his younger sister. "This is for you." Jiang Minmin stood there in a daze, her eyes fixed on the notebook, her lips moved, and after a long while, she spoke hesitantly. "For me? I don't know how to read. It's a waste of time."